a minister in the office of the President with responsibility for finance, and also very similar wishes to the Honorable Member, Ms. Sheila Veer-Sami. Thank you very much, Ms. Clerk.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees. Statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will now resolve ourselves into Committee of Supply to consider the estimates for 2022. Thank you, honorable members. We are now in Committee of Supply to begin the first agency on the three of these considerations. I invite the honorable member, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Member Nigel Darmlal and his team to join us. Today we're starting at 10:39. There are no savings from previous heads, so we are on a fresh page, zero balances. The clock starts running at 10:39. Sorry, 10:40. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 154 and 155. And as we did towards the latter part of yesterday's interrogations, we will take all the current expenditure and then the capital. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Program 131, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Makiko.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, before I begin, let me join with you and extend on behalf of the APNU AFC, and I may also like to include my opposition colleague, Mr. Schuman, in extending birthday greetings to the senior minister within the Office of the President with responsibilities for finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and also the Honorable Member, Ms. Sheila Veer-Sami, on the celebration of their, well, in Hindu terms, we will say Janam Din Mubarak. Happy birthday, guys. Sir, I turn your attention to line item 6116, contracted employees. I see that there is an increase from 18 to 23. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to indicate the designation of the 5 members that were added to his staff complement under this line item, please?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 5 new contracted employees are confidential secretary, a clerk, clerk 2 that is, an accounts clerk 2, a personal assistant, and a typist clerk.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahibol.
Thank you very much, Comrade Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, the increase from 18 to 23 is 5. And when I look at the sum of money that is increased there, I see it's moved from 50.305 million to 88.278 million. A difference of 37,973,000. And I also divided that by 5, and then further divided it by 12, which gives me anywhere around $600 and something thousand per month. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to advise us, or inform us rather, if the advisor to the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development is captured under this line item? And if advisors are captured, may I ask how many advisors?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy that Mr. Mahipal asked that question. And there are a number of reasons why that figure has moved from 50 plus to 88 million. One, part of our mandate as a government is to make sure that public servants get proper remuneration, quite unlike what happened in the past. So what you will find is that this is not just for the increase is not for 5 employees alone. It is for all 23 employees.
Thank you, Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I guess I have to restructure my question so that the Honourable Minister could comprehend it better. Does this line item cater for advisors to the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development? And if so, how many advisors?
Honourable Minister.
One advisor.
Comrade Chairman, I am aware, and this entire House is aware due to public knowledge, that that advisor is the Honorable Dharm Kumar Siraj. And you did say that we must not call names of persons who are not in the House to defend themselves. The Honorable Siraj is a sitting member, so he is in the House, and I think I am allowed, on the basis of him being in the House, to call his name. May I ask, Comrade Chairman, if the Honorable Minister would be kind enough to inform this House and the nation at large the entire remuneration package of the Honorable Dharm Kumar Siraj? Thank you.
Honourable Minister, before you go, while the Honourable Member, Mr. Siraj, is in the House, we have a standing position that we observe with respect to the name of a person and the particulars of their engagement. We don't allow it. We can deal with positions and salary. Go ahead, Honourable.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy for that clarification, because as Mr. Mahipal would know, there are other advisors in the former government who are also in this House. And if I'm permitted to mention Devin Sears, who's an advisor over there. Jorman Figueroa was also an advisor across there. There are other advisors, and they were earning, I don't know, because as Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, they were allocated advisory positions in my sector. And I can tell you that we have not seen an iota. As a matter of fact, I have not seen any I dotted by any one of these advisors that AP and UFC had in their government. Funnily, they were not just advisors alone, because they were earning in many other capacities in the government. So if Mr. Mahipal would like full disclosure, then we must also disclose what happened during the 5 years of the AP and UFC. Mr. Mahipal himself was also one of the beneficiaries of the last government, him being a public servant. And I can tell you, when I became Minister of Local Government, I am answering the question, am I not? When I became Minister of Local Government, Mahipal was
Honourable Member.
CDO, sorry, Honourable Member, sorry, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Mahipal was a Community Development Officer in the Ministry of Local Government. I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, I have not seen Mr. Mahipal one day to report what he has done and what he intended to do during the 5 years and the few months that he worked at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. So there must be full disclosure. And indeed, Mr. Siraj is an advisor, and I think he's doing a fantastic job. It is my prerogative to determine who my advisor is. And it is my prerogative to get rid of those who were advising in the last government that couldn't advise us. As a matter of fact, the ministry already also had, the former minister had an advisor too, who was earning way much more than what Mrs. Siraj, honorable member, is earning, and has not done any single thing. Again, I have not seen, and Mr. Chairman, this is very serious. Government's business is serious. All right? Very serious. You are earning, but you're not producing. You yourself, Mr. Figueroa, honorable member, you earned hundreds of thousands of dollars per month.
Mr. Chairman,
What
on a point of order.
Honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, what's the point of order?
For the 1-6,
Yes?
the honorable member is imputing negative motive towards me. I would rather he inform this House if that is what he is desirous of doing. I don't mind. My hands are clean. Say to this House what hundreds of thousands of dollars I would have made.
Honorable.
The question is to
Honorable member, this is not a question. Honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, this is not a question. You've raised a point of order with respect to imputing negative characteristics with respect to you. Honorable member, Mr. Dharmlal, Minister Dharmlal, please don't impute. But I would want to advise that you have well established the precedents with respect to hiring persons who are in the assembly as advisors. Thank you very much. And you may want to consider doing some research to give a range of salaries that advisors have had over the periods.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have the figures at the top of my head.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I actually have it. So if the opposition would like full disclosure, then the people who support the opposition must know that as the minister in whose custody the mandate is entrusted, I can say without contradiction that Honorable Member Figueroa earned hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. As
Mr. Chairman,
and I have not seen any work of note or any evidence of any work that they would have done for the
Honorable
ministry.
Minister, continue. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa, please.
I'm happy to report, to answer the question too, that Mr. Siraj is very competent and he's doing an extremely fantastic job in promoting the work of the Ministry of Local Government.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa, I'll give you an opportunity. The Minister has said he has seen the Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa, earning hundreds of thousands, and he is yet to see the output of that work. You may have a minute to respond.
thank you, Comrade Chair. Mr. Chairman, if the minister is claiming I would have garnered hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would rather him provide the House with that information because it's government's money. If the minister is not in possession of the work that I would have done, that's not my fault. The ministry has to provide the minister with those information, not me. And the question still exists that the honorable member my would have asked, what is the remuneration for the honorable member?
Please. I'm not asking you to rehash what the Honorable Member Mahipal said. And if I get the minister correctly, he didn't say you didn't provide. He said he is yet to see. Yet to see. So you're saying it's not the same thing, right? It's not the same thing. We are all very good with words here. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Comrade Chairman, thank you very much. My understanding, sir, of how this works is that I asked the question as an honorable member in the business subcommittee.
Your understanding,
and I'm seeking clarification.
You can raise your question based on your understanding. It is my understanding that I have the power to allow and disallow. Thank you.
Very good. That is what I'm getting at, sir. And you allow for the answer.
Go ahead.
Sir,
now that we understand each other.
We always do.
Thank you.
The question I ask to the Honorable Minister, who claims to be a President's College genius, is to provide this House with the salary and remuneration package.
Honorable members, we've done well in 2 days. And I never heard the Honorable Minister claim to be a President's College genius,
Yes, he said that to me many
Student.
times, sir.
right?
Sir, he said that to me many times.
Go ahead, he said.
Thank you.
Student.
Sir, so to my good Honorable Minister friend who told me umpteen times he's a President's College genius, I'm simply asking him to provide to this Honorable House and the nation the salary and remuneration package in total per month for the one advisor he claims is doing excellent job. And all I'm looking for is a figure. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, I'm happy to hear that you have been a President College genius. You can proceed with the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I see the hurt I hear the hurt in my honorable member's voice that he didn't have such an inculcation of. The unfortunate thing about all of what President's College is about is that the PNC chair ended up being a mortician who also came from President's College. So we have a mortician genius.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What's the point of order?
41-6 is imputing. I was
What's the
never a
imputing?
mortician. In fact, the PPP, while I was working with the government, placed me at the Saudi hospital, and it was a big laugh. Instead of utilize my skills as an engineer, and I was never employed
Thank you
as
very
a
much.
mortician.
Thank you
so
very
should
much.
Withdraw that.
The honorable member defending himself says he has never been a mortician. So please withdraw that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I withdraw but what I know for a fact is that he was part of the technical team overseeing the mortuary, which is a fact. So, Mr. Chairman, I stand guided by you, but I do not believe that I should come publicly and say what the advisor is earning. I have not read what APNU AFC in the 5 years I stood in Parliament when I was in opposition. They had refused to say what the earnings of the advisors were. And if it is that Mr. Mahipal would like to know what Mrs. Siraj's salary is, then I would suggest that you speak to Mrs. Siraj. And being both honorable member, they will share that information.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Let me restructure the question.
If you're going to go for the same question, we will get the same answer the third time.
No, I'm going a different route, sir. Sir, I'm going a different route.
I ask that.
Sir, the
You move
Honorable
on.
Siraj and I, we sit on the Public Accounts Committee, and we are also honorable members of this distinguished house, and we interact a lot. I am guided, sir, that the Honorable Dharm Kumar Siraj, advisor to the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, earns a salary of $1.5 million per month. Can the Honorable Minister confirm that my figure is accurate? And if it is inaccurate, would he be kind enough to provide us with the accurate figure? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Mr. Mahipal is working in a metal workshop. He's doing fabrication. Mr. Siraj, as a public servant, he is at the G14 level, the GS14 scale, which is way, way less than the outrageous. But of course, that is what we had an advisor on parks in the last government who was earning nearly $600,000–700,000 per month. Again, we have a few here. We had a petroleum advisor who was more protesting than doing anything else from Region 5, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. So, Mr. Mahipal, I believe that...
The Honorable Member.
Thank you. Sorry, yes, Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member. Your question, the fabrication in your question is very glaring. And please, as an Honorable Member, how could you come publicly and make something up so outrageous about the salary of Mr. Siraj, who you claim to be a friend? What manner of man are you to be doing so? He is at the G14 scale, and I suspect that all of you know where the G14 scale is.
Thank you, honorable members. Before you go, honorable member Mr. Mahipal, the G14 scale is in the book. We can all reference it. But I heard early this morning, we are hearing a lot of unparliamentary words. Yesterday, I had to circulate this with a personal note to persons who have been using them. And so far, I have 5 persons on my list. I heard the person who used pathological this a few moments ago. So I will send you one of this with my notes. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I trust that I am not one of those 5 on the list that you have there.
You're asking if you're on the list or you
No,
want
no,
me to
I
confirm?
trust I'm not. I trust I'm not.
I noticed a note was on your desk yesterday and you didn't return. You were on virtually. I should have sent the note virtually.
Sir, I was born.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, it is clear that the Honorable Minister.
Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for your note. Sir, I noticed that the Honorable Minister does not want to answer the question. And in view of me hearing this number that I called just now, 1.5 million, it's unfortunate that I'm forced to believe that in view of the Minister not wanting to give us the figure in terms of the salary and remuneration package of the advisor. May I ask, sir?
Just be careful how you're imputing because the minister gave several answers, including finally saying the salaries on scale 14, which
Sir,
is way below what you said.
So thank you very much, sir. Sir, I can be guided, but as a contracted employee, I'm not so sure if GS14 has an upper cap. I believe, and I'm guided here, that GS14 starts at a number and it goes to wherever, but that's the salary.
It has a cap.
But I was talking about the entire package, which includes allowances and other benefits. And there is where I was guided that the figure is 1.5, which includes the GS14 plus all the other
we're asking salaries.
No, I asked for the entire package, sir.
And he is within his right to give the salary figure.
Yes, and he did indicate that the scale of the salary is GS14, but I am putting to you, sir, that the GS14 plus the benefits amount to a total of 1.5.
Well, you're supposed to ask a question. Don't put to me.
I am
put to me a question to the minister.
suggesting that is that, and I was asking if that can be confirmed or denied, and if it's denied, provide us with the
I suggest we move on. The minister has answered.
Yes, I'll move on in the interest of time, sir, and on the basis of the minister not cooperating, sadly, I will move on in the
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal, you're imputing. The minister has cooperated. He has answered and answered and answered. If the minister is not giving you an answer which you would like to hear, that is not an issue for the House. Honorable Member Mr.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Mr.
Speaker, I rise on a point of order, and the honorable member is bringing hearsay information to the House, the honorable member. And I'm saying, sir, for the record, that the number he's calling, my salary is about a quarter of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Siraj. The honorable member has defended himself. And go ahead, Mr. Siraj, you honorable member. You want to continue?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to add that the honorable member is aware of that. And he's just trying to score some cheap political points and calling all sort of numbers, as I said, from hearsay. He's aware that the number he's calling, my salary is about a quarter of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, let me confirm to you that I'm unaware of what the honorable member is saying. And what I'm aware of is what I mentioned in this house already. And in the interest of time, sir, I wish to move on and pose no other question on
Thank you,
this
Honorable
program.
Member. Honorable Member, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 131, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let us turn our attention to pages 156 and 157, the next two pages. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 133, Regional Development, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, line items 6111 to 6117, staff complement. And when I carefully look at this allocation in this budget, the largest budget ever as touted, and an increase in allocation for the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, I see in all three of the programs, Program 131, 133, and 134, there is a reduction in the staff complement. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say what has contributed to this reduction, and if his staff complement is adequate to spend the amount of money allocated, taking into account, sir, that in 2021, the allotted sum to this ministry was not spent in full? And are we likely to see a similar event unfold due to probably understaff?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There were some resignations and there were some transfers, and that resulted in the reduced number. But we believe we have a philosophy in government that as part of our governance, that a bloated government is not the solution to our problems. It is how we build efficiency, and also it speaks to the competence with which we do our work. So employing people very wildly would not resolve the problems that you just indicated, Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member. But it is how we manage the resources that we have. And yes, we have a massive budget, and I believe that there is enough competence in the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, especially in our engineering services department, and they'll be able to engage in all of the resources that are covered under this program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. I thank the Honorable Minister for his response. I take you back to the same set of line items that speak to staffing at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. So Program 131 in 2021 had an allocation of 393,541,000, to which they spent 324,484,000 with a staff complement of 101. So it is a reduction, sir, in terms of their spending. They did not spend the allocated amount. And now in 2022, they're going to be in that program 84 staff to spend 363,872,000. Program 133 had an allocation in 2021, 106,990,000, and sadly the ministry spent 73,560,000. And the staff in 2021 was 15, reduced now to 9, as seen in the budget estimates. For 134, they had a staffing detail of 33, and was allocated in 2021 1,350,348,000, to which they spent 1,312,435,000. So there is a reduction in the staff. The minister claims that the staff complement he has or had was able to do well for the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, notwithstanding them not spending the allocated sum in Budget 2021. Budget 2022 sees a larger amount of money allocated to this ministry, but a significant reduction in staff. Does the minister believe that he will be able to expend this money with the necessary human resource that he has, and with reference to senior technical, which encompasses engineers, I see also a significant reduction in the numbers here in the staffing detail. I would like to know if the minister believes that he has the necessary capacity in the technical field in his ministry to spend this large sum of money.
Honorable Minister, if I can sum up, same question with a different inflection, and that is senior technical engineer. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
All right, thank you for that, that page of a lot of commercial in a question that shows the incompetence of Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member.
No, Mr. Chairman, I have to be honest. I'm a very blunt person when I speak. And Mr. Mahipal is one of the casualties. Mr. Mahipal is one of the casualties of one of the programs because, and I think that is what is hurting Mr. Mahipal. So there are reasons for all of this. For one, a lot of the increases had to do with the salary increases. A lot of it had to do with, and in some cases, the reduction in the spending at the end of the year had to do with the security because we had planned for the entire year. The contracts were signed much later. So it is like so basic to understand these things if you go through the chart of accounts, that you will actually see where the reductions are. And finally, and appropriately, yes, the staff of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development are extremely competent because they are the ones who put this budget together. And I believe, and the government believes, that they are going to be able to execute this budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for a lesson in competence, and Mr. Mahipal for matching it with incompetence. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Sir, I was reading back your note. Sir, you know, when someone is not at your level, they tend to describe you in a negative. But I wouldn't stoop to that level. I know I'm very competent, and I know that I'm asking pertinent questions.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, you know, this is question time, and we're not training how witty we are. The first negative term was incompetence introduced by you. So if the minister answer in a negative too, we can't stop him. We can't allow you to criticize that. We'll allow you to go on with your questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just want you to know that I'm very competent. Sir, 6281 Security Services. Can the Honorable Minister be kind enough to explain or justify this significant increase from 12,512,000 to 33,288,000?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mahipal makes reference to Program 133, 6281 Security Services, but the budget book that I'm reading here has the budget at 24 million in 2021. The revised was 3.671 million. And the budget for 2022 is 9.700 million. So I don't know which.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That's what I'm reading also. But the Honorable Member is competent. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I was at the local government development, so that's a question to come.
Oh,
so
yes.
the Honorable Minister can prepare. I wanted to give him an upper hand. Sir, I would like to rest my case for this program, Program 133, but I think my colleague has a question. But I rest my case.
Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flores.
156.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can the Honorable Minister
Go ahead,
tell us
Honorable.
what are the items that fall under 6284 order? Yeah, 154.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a multi-billion-dollar budget, and Honorable Nima Flu is asking me about the $2.6 million budget item. Imagine that. Is that, I mean, like seriously, I'm amazed. So we're doing, covered here would be notices, advertisements, TV and radio programs, signage, work study stipends, markings, and other operational things within the program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 133, Regional Development. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, we can turn the page to pages 158 and 159. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 134, Local Government, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, 6116, contracted employees. The number has grown from 7 to 12. May I ask the Honorable Minister to provide us with the designation of the 12 contracted employees and their respective remuneration package per month? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a technical advisor on solid waste, which has been there for quite a long time, a senior environmental officer, 2 senior environmental officers, a district community, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 district community development officers. So that is how you end up at 12.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, is the Honorable Minister going to provide us with the remuneration package for these officers?
So, Mr. Chairman, could I?
Honorable Minister.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The remuneration package range between 74,900 to 537,578 for the technical advisor.
Thank you. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister provided us with the remuneration package, specific numbers. Quite unfortunate that we didn't get it earlier. Sir, I turn your attention to line item 6211, expenses specific to the agency. Can the Honorable Minister confirm if this is the agency where the regional executive officers of the 10 respective regions get their salaries from?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Thank you. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer. Could the Honorable Minister be kind enough to repeat?
He said no.
No. Sir, could the Honorable Minister advise if this is the line item where regional chairpersons, vice chairpersons, and overseers and deputy mayors and mayors receive their benefits from the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
He said yes.
Thank you very much, Comrade
Honorable
Chair.
Minister, you may need to come a bit closer to the mic.
Sir, can the Honorable Minister say to this Honorable House, why is it that the Region 8 Deputy Mayor who is elected, sworn to office, and is actively involved in her duties, not provided with her stipend for the
Does
past...
Region 8 have a deputy mayor?
Yes, sir.
Region 8?
Madia,
Okay, sorry.
the township in Region 8. The township in Region 8. Thank you very much for your guidance. Why is it that she has not been provided with her stipend for the past 7 months?
Honorable Minister, I think you may have to rephrase that question. Past 7 months is an issue, but I would rephrase him, would the Madhya deputy mayor get a stipend from this allocation?
Mr. Chairman, Madhya Deputy Mayor, yes, will get a stipend from this allocation. There are 20 mayors and deputy mayors, 10 each in our country. And this is the first time I'm hearing. As a matter of fact, I wish to state publicly too that the Georgetown mayor has been claiming that at different times last year he didn't receive his stipend. But when we checked with his accounts in the municipality, his stipend was there, but it was just that they were not going to collect their money. So I don't know. This is the first time I've heard that the deputy mayor of Madhya has not received. How come the mayor is receiving and the deputy mayor is not receiving? So ideally, they should check with the township. And I can tell you publicly too that in Madhya, we have some issues in terms of the governance, because the building where the town council is under the last administration is the building that belongs to the mayor downstairs.
What are going to do with her not getting?
And there's a certain incestuousness in the administration of the Madhya Town Council.
Thank
Just
you.
for the record.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the same line item. Sir, under expenses specific to the agency, the 2 previous programs had 0 allocations, and this one has a total of $290 million. And I am guided that it is the line item to which regional chairs, vice chairs, overseers, mayors, and deputy mayors receive their salaries and stipends. And there has been no change in that figure in terms of percentage increase. As I would have established in my budget speech, they unfortunately were not subject to the salary increase. So the number which was there last year, which was budgeted, is $285 million. And what was spent is $213,020,000. Now I'm seeing a significant increase to $290 million. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say what other expenses fall under this line item, including the salaries of the regional chair, vice chair, overseer, mayor, and deputy mayors?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in all of the histrionics of Honorable Member Mahipal, I had actually mentioned that the RUs don't get their salary from this line item. They actually do. Yeah.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for, sir.
And thank you.
Sir, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say what is the salary and other benefits in total per month for the REOs in the 10 respective regions? And can the Honorable Minister say if the salary is uniform for all 10 REOs, or are there different numbers for different REOs?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to state publicly again that all of the REOs under the PPPC, they work under the same conditions and they earn the exact same salary, quite unlike what happened in the last administration of the APNUFC. Also, I would like to state that in the last administration, some of the REOs had, like I said, varying, some ended up earning more than permanent secretaries in the last administration of the APNUFC. And to let you know that here, the REOs earn just over $400,000 a month. 403,000 plus. That's all they earn. Much less than what you were earning.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
I am not certain if I heard correctly, much more than what I was earning. Thank you for that clarification. Comrade Chairman, the $290 million, we have established, sir, that it caters for the salaries of REOs, regional chair, regional vice chair, overseers, mayors, and deputy mayors. Does it cater for any other expense?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, everything in this budget caters for something. So this is not a slush fund as happened in the last administration. It is not a slush fund. So yes, it caters for other expenses, many of which will be announced in the public in the very near future, and to the benefit of the people of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahiko.
Comrade Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Member to say to this Honorable House and the nation, what are the other expenses under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there are some proposals that would be announced in the very near future, but I can tell you it will redound to the benefit of our councillors across the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. I think I just found the slush fund of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development.
Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol, could you tell us where you found it?
Pardon?
Can you tell us where you found
At line item 6211.
Honorable Minister?
Sorry, I didn't ask a question.
Honorable Minister, well, I want clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Is that item, line item a slush fund?
No, no, Mr. Chairman, and it shudders one that Mr. Mahipol, being an honorable member, having served in the ministry for 5 years as a community development officer, attached to Region 3, living in a government quarters free for 5 years, would come here and denigrate the character of the people who will benefit. Our councillors are the ones who will benefit from this. And Mr. Mahipol in the AP and UFC, are you trying to deny our councillors an opportunity to benefit from this? Is that what you're asking? Huh? Is that what you're asking?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, I don't know why the Honorable Minister is getting angry. I ask a simple question. The answer is not being provided. I'm free to draw whatever conclusion I want if the answer is not provided.
But if
I am asking, sir, what are the other expenses under this line item? The Minister is refusing to answer, and that is why I draw that conclusion.
Honorable, the manner of the Minister answering is not up for questioning. The issue here is the allocation in this line item. It is not calling for you to state to the National Assembly what you think it is. It's for you to ask a question of the Minister and the Minister answering the question. And the conclusions that you draw, if you're going to put it in the record, then I will have to ensure that your conclusion is fully addressed.
Sir, would the
I just want to bring your attention, I'll stop the clock, that we have an hour allocated for this head, and we are now at 13 minutes remaining. Go ahead.
Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister to provide to this House a total sum of money for the salaries of REOs, for the salaries of regional chairs, for the salaries of regional vice chairs, for the stipends of overseer, mayors and deputy mayors, so I can ascertain the amount of money that will be utilized from the 290 million for these specific salaries and benefits.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Beautiful question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my understanding of a sum is when you add up everything, we end up at $290,842,049. That's
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Sir, help me out. Did he say 290 million, 400 and something, and an additional number?
Can you repeat, Honorable Minister?
I said, sorry, 290,000.
290
90
million.
million,
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I turn your attention to line item 6294. Other. Does this sum cater for the management of the landfill site, Hadbosh landfill site?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it caters for the management of the Higgs-Bosch sanitary landfill, inclusive of others.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Michael.
Sir, is this the total sum for the operations costs for this landfill site? And if not, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say what is the total sum allocated for the operations costs, and if it caters for more, for other landfill sites also?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why I have to repeat myself. I said the Higgs-Bosch and other landfills. So I think Mr. Mahipal is wasting time asking the same questions over and over.
Probably if you speak louder, I'll hear.
Mahipal.
Sir, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say how many landfill sites are there in Guyana and where are they located?
Honorable Mahipal, I think the question should be how many landfill sites are catered for in this line item. If you want the other information, you can send in a request. Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think you have been able to answer it for us. We have 13 that we are paying for out of 15, and we also have some additional ones that will be constructed this year. You know that solid waste management is one of the major issues affecting community development. And I would like to use this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to ask of the AP and UFC to support the cleaning of our country. I know they have publicly said via their leader and including many members of the coalition leadership that they will not support, and they've called on some of their councils to not support the cleaning of Guyana. I think that is very outrageous, Mr. Chairman. But despite their clamor, I must state to you that the private sector and the councils, including Linden, including Georgetown, we've had councillors who have come out, and to tell you, it was a very cheap exercise, in the sense that it didn't cost much. All it costed was the will to get it done. And it is unfortunate that 31 persons in here on the opposition side are refusing to work with the government, refusing to work with the private sector, refusing to work with the citizens of Guyana to clean our country. But I can report to you, Mr. Chairman, that we have done a fantastic job. The citizens of Guyana are doing a fantastic job in making sure that of all the people who say shame, Kati the caitiff is saying shame. You, Kati, you are the most shameless person in this house.
Honorable Minister, speak to the Speaker and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, but there's a caitiff in the house, and that caitiff should be the last person to speak about shame, because they prance around here pretentiously.
Let us expunge shame from the word.
That's right.
Sir, I'll send them the note that you gave me.
Let me say a note over.
Mr. Chairman, I have the note since yesterday.
You got any notes?
So, Mr. Chairman, yes. So we are doing more work in solid waste management and other regions and other areas, including some of our Amerindian villages. We will see investment in the operations of landfills. I can report to you that Region 10 and Linden specifically has been the cleanest now than it has ever been before. Unfortunately, the Honorable Devin Sears and my colleague Jermaine Figuera, did not come out in support, but the mayor and the mayoress and the deputy mayor came out in full support despite the instructions of the AP and UFC. This weekend we are in Kokwani, and Kokwani will also be clean.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, Article 71 to 78 speaks to, in our Constitution, speaks to local democracy. And I assure you the APNU AFC respects all our local organization. Testimony to that is the fact that we held 2 local government elections in our 5-year term in office. And it isn't a case of whether we have lost or won, but one where we respected the Constitution, and we will continue to do so when we come back in office soon. Sir, may I turn your attention to line item 6321. Sir, this is an allocation for the Local Government Commission. I honestly thought that I would have seen a breakdown of this sum in Appendix T. But unfortunately, yes, I did. Yes, I did. And the reason why I did so, sir, is because I expected the budget to show that this is a constitutional agency and their spending is one where it will not be determined by the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and that is why I thought wrong. May I ask, sir, from this allocation for the Local Government Commission...
So, Mr. Chairman, just to correct Mr.
Honorable Minister, I'll put the question to you and you'll get an opportunity to answer.
Sir, under this sum, 165,467,000, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to indicate to this House what is the salary and other benefits of the chairman of the Local Government Commission?
Honorable Minister, you have a response for the issue of the Constitution and Local Government Authority Commission, and also the second part.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to correct Mr. Mahipal once again, because, you know, they have a proclivity to mention the Constitution, but their penchant has always been a dismantling of the Constitution. The Local Government Commission is not a constitutional agency. So please stand corrected. If you want to ask me the question over, you can ask me the question again, but I can let you know that it is not a constitutional agency. So what else do you want me to answer?
And there was a second part with respect to the emoluments of the chief. Go ahead.
Chair.
With the second part.
Mr. Chairman, the salary of the Local Government Commission Chairman and Commissioners is the same as what APNU AFC gave to the Local Government Commission Chairman and Commissioners during that period when the Commission was established a few years ago. And it ranges from Commissioner at 232,000 to 696,000. As a matter of fact, I think the last chairman of the commission may have earned more than this.
Way less?
Thank you.
No, the last chairman earned more and got more benefits out of the commission than what the current chairman is benefiting from.
Thank you, sir.
Very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it will be very good of the minister, rather than to speculate, to provide us with those evidence so it can be substantiated that indeed the former chair was benefiting more than the current chair, and probably do a comparison so that we will be able to know whether it is factual or not.
So
Sir, with the Honorable...
you're asking that as a question, or you're making a speech?
Sir, I am asking the Honorable Minister to provide a comparison between the former commissioners and the current commissioners so that we can deduce that what he is saying is accurate rather than to just filibuster.
I wouldn't put that question because the minister stood here and said it's the same. Now you're asking for written evidence because you say you don't believe the Honorable Minister.
Comrade Chair, he said that he believed that the former chair was benefiting more.
Sorry, but the Honorable Minister asked that you correct yourself about the Local Government Commission not being a constitutional agency.
Sir, I never said it is. I said I expected it to be. That is what I said. I expected it to be where I would have seen
Okay,
in Appendix
we'll
E.
check the answers and
Fair enough. I expected it to be where I would have seen a
Honorable
breakdown.
Minister, are you prepared to provide a comparisons of the chairman and commissioners package?
Mr. Chairman, I said the salary is the same.
I thought I heard that too.
But I did also say that the benefits would have been more for the former chair
Thank
than
you
this
very
current
much.
chair.
Honorable Member, Mr.
And it's
Mann.
on that basis that I'm saying the comparison will give us the factual evidence rather than anecdotal speeches on that matter.
You have a next question?
Yes, sir. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to provide a breakdown of the allocation to the Local Government Commission so that we can understand how much money will be allocated to statutory wages and salaries, employment costs, overhead expenditure, materials, equipment, supplies, fuel and lubricant, rental, maintenance of building, maintenance of infrastructure, transport, travel and postage, utility charges, other goods and services purchased, other operating expenses, education, subvention and training, and all the likes, all the line items there that caters for a sum that is allocated to an agency that has the liberty, like all other agencies, under Appendix T, where you see a breakdown, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I'm very happy, and I wish Mr. Maipol could ask me this question in all the deliberations. I'll read everything now. 6111 administrative, $8,312,092. 6112 senior technical, $23,505,268. 6114 clerical and office support, $19,846,241. Oh, I missed 6113, other technical and craft skilled, $22,926,800. Semi-skilled operatives and unskilled, $2,306,124. Contracted employees, $10,382,033. Other direct labor costs, $2,416,312. Benefits and allowances, $7,271,966. NIS, $5,118,132. Total other charges, $32,632,952. Materials and equipment, the total is $2,550,000. 6221 drugs and medical supplies, 75,000. 6222 field materials and supplies, 75,000. 6223 office materials and supplies, 1,200,000. 6224 print and non-print material, 1.2 million. Fuel and lubricants, 1.2 million. That is 6231. 6241 rental of buildings, $16,176,600. 6243 janitorial and cleaning, $350,000. Maintenance of other infrastructure, $100,000. Local travel and subsistence, $1 million, and that is 6261. 6263 postage, telex, and cablegrams, $41,092. 6264 vehicle spares and service, $300,000. 6265 other transport, travel and postage, $1 million. Utility charges, the total is $2,050,000. 6271 telephone charges, $500,000. 6272 electricity charges, $1,500,000. 6273 water charges, $50,000. Other goods and services, $6,175,260, and this is comprised of 6281 security services, $5,840,260. Equipment maintenance, 6282, $75,000. Cleaning and extermination services, 6283, $150,000. Other, $110,000. Other operating expenses, the total is $690,000, broken down this way. 6291, national and other events, 200,000. 6293, refreshments and meals, 440,000. Other, 6294, 50,000. Subvention and training, the total of 1 million. Broken down, 6302, training including scholarships, $1 million.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have exhausted the time allocated for these heads. We are actually 3 minutes over. Honorable members, I will now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Program 134 Current, Program 131 Capital, Program 133 Regional, Program 134 Local Government, all stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No.
Ayes have it. The sum stated for these programs under this agency now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let me thank the minister and his staff as we now prepare to take into consideration the other programs on this head. We now are going to go to Region 1, Agency 71, and this is on page 456 and 457. And again, I will go through the current expenditure and then we'll put the capital. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71. Let us give the honorable member and his team an opportunity to get settled before we start. Thank you. Honorable Minister, you ready? Great. Okay, we will start the clock at 11:46. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region 1, Barima Waini, Program 711, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6116. There has been a significant increase in budget 2022 with an increase of 2 staff. Could the Honorable Minister detail the designation and emoluments of the 2 additional staff? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, one is a cook and one is a cleaner. The emoluments you would like to know? 79,935 plus a station allowance of 2,400. Their NIS is $6,715. I can give you the prorated gratuity if you want me to spend more time. And the other is $74,900. with a station allowance of 2,400 as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Maipol, you get a chance.
Mr. Chair, line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. 17.5 million allocated. I would like the Honorable Minister to detail the buildings to be maintained across the 3 districts within the regions.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, and I'd be happy to do so, Mr. Chairman. We have to provide comfort to our staff, and this is one of the reasons why we're doing here. We'd be doing concrete, timber, and zinc maintenance at Mabruma. The present physical condition of this building, and that is the living quarters of the regional chair. The floor is damaged, joists are damaged, the kitchen cupboards are damaged. The gutter requires maintenance, the stairs and columns of the building. We expect to do repairs to all of these, the floor, the joists, kitchen, cupboard, the gutter, stairs and columns. It is expected to be executed between March to July of this year. Then we have the AREO living quarters in Morocco. Again, that is a timber building mostly, and the roof is made of zinc. So the damages include ceiling, electrical issues, windows, doors, beams, and floor joists. Those are also damaged. And so we'll have to repair the ceiling. We have to do some maintenance on the electrical installation in the building, the windows, the doors, the beams, and the floor joists. And that too is expected to be completed by July. The regional stores in Mabruma, we have to do some extensive work on the regional stores, both, concrete, timber, and zinc building. And some beams are damaged. Again, the floor is damaged. Walls, tiles, doors, and grill work, those are also damaged. So the repairs will be done to floor joists and beams, walls, floor tiles, doors, and grill work. And by July, we're expected to complete that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Honorable Minister. Minister, for clarity, is the regional chair's residence that you referred to, is this the annex of the regional guest house? And my second question here is on line item 6284. Could you detail what constitutes order? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear that part with other, so if you could, the Honorable Member could just repeat that, please.
Honorable Member, Mr. Cox, repeat.
I'll repeat, Mr. Chair. I am asking the Honorable Minister if, for clarity, if the regional chairman's residence he referred to is the annex to the regional guest house. And the second question is on 6284. Could the Honorable Minister detail what constitutes order under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the regional chairman currently occupies temporarily the annex to the guest house. The other in this case is related to payment of security and tender board related issues, all in one.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now propose Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsey.
6211, expenses specific to the agency. Yeah. Yeah, the expenditures here of a $4 million increase would include, not the increase, but the entire 53 million. Would it generally go to things that the regional councillors and the chairman would want to spend on? That is why it is specific to the agency?
Honorable
do-
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ramjatan, Honorable, I had the magic breaks there just now. So the two showers get paid here. The senior councillors get paid here. The regional councillors get their stipend paid here. And other related charges to the conduct of the RDC, for example, hosting of their meetings and so forth. Those are covered.
Thank you. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, 6211 also. Comrade Chair, as guided by the budget circular, which came out from the Finance Secretary, very intelligent and good friend of mine, so Krishna Lal Pasha, strong name too. Sir, detailed that there must be a committee set up for the creation of the budget. And 6211 speaks directly to the Regional Democratic Council, and that allocation is specific to that agency. Could the Honorable Minister say if the Regional Democratic Council met at a statutory meeting or an extraordinary meeting and ratified this budget that is before us for Region Number 1, and if the regional chairman and councillors gave their blessings in keeping with the Finance Circular 6 of 2021, which was issued in July, if they met and they ratified and gave their blessings for submission to the Ministry of Finance before it reached here at a statutory or extraordinary meeting, which is catered for under 6211.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy that Mr. Mahipal raised that because he's setting himself up when it comes to some other regions. I just forewarning him. I'm forewarning Mr. Mahipal, Mr. Chairman, that he is setting himself up, honorable member. He's setting himself up for a lot of, well, it will show a lot of the incompetence, and I'm happy that you're going to raise it. But in Regions 1, in the case of RDC 1, it is not just the RDC that met and ratified this budget, but I can tell you that we have visited every single community in Region 1. Mr. Colin Crowell, who is the regional MP, councillors of the RDC, the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, the Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Prime Minister, Education Minister, the Minister within the Ministry of Amerindian Local Government, and some of my other colleagues, different agencies of the government. We've actually met with even the village councils. They have all contributed to the construction of this budget. So it was totally and fully complied with.
Sir,
Honorable Member.
I thank the Honorable Minister for that answer. Very good answer. Sir, all I want to know if there was a statutory or extraordinary or special or whatever other word you want to use, where the Regional Democratic Council, the elected councillors elected by the people for the people, if they met at a meeting and ratified the submission to the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable Minister.
And if the Honorable Minister can, I should await his answer.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mahipal would like to know, he's getting to Region 4, where the chairman went and protested in New York, rather than doing the budget of the people, that he was elected by the people, for the people, to get constructed. But I believe that as an elected official, Mr. Mahipal can relate to the regional chairman of Region 1, and he will know whether to what extent they did consultation. But I can assure you and the people of Guyana that there was paramount consultation, and we are satisfied that everyone and every single village in Region 1 will benefit from this budget 2022.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I ascertain from what the Honorable Minister is saying that indeed the RDC met, and indeed they ratified this budget, and indeed the regional chairman and councillors gave their blessings to this allocation, this sum that is.
You have to be very careful because at one time you're referring to the submission to the Ministry of Finance. Then in the same breath, you're now talking about this particular allocation.
My apologies, I'm guided by you and you're very accurate, sir. Thank you for your correction. I ascertained from the answer of the minister that indeed the RDC met and ratified a submission to the Ministry of Finance. And I thank the Honorable Minister for that good answer. May I ask him to tender to this Honorable House the minutes of the meeting that the RDC had where they ratified the submission that was made to the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, on what line item is Mr. Mai?
It's on this the submission.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I know the line item
60 to
where
11.
The sum
sir.
appropriated because we put a sum that this sum stands part of the estimate.
So, Mr. Chairman, in 2022, this sum will not show that a meeting occurred in 2021. This is a budget of 2022.
No, he's asking about ratifying the submission to the Ministry of Finance, not this particular sum.
Well, in this line item, I don't think that is covered, that it doesn't backdate something that happened like what APNU used to do, backdating stuff in the previous year. But I know that the minutes of the RDC and any meeting of the RDC, those are public documents which the regional councillors of the AP and UFC within the RDC,
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Chair, I thank the Honorable Minister for that good answer again. Sir, I know it is, as he claimed, public document. I am asking for it for this House so it becomes a part of the record to substantiate the answer the Honorable Minister provided in saying that they did meet to ratify
The
a
Minister
proposed
has
amount.
answered where it could be found, right? I don't think you're going to get another answer, but I'll put it again to him if you want.
Thank you, my impartial speaker. Greatest of respect to you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 7-1, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 711, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn the page to pages 458 and 459. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 7-1, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 712, Public Works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line items 6115 to 6117. I see there's a decrease of the staff under those three line items. Could the Honorable Minister provide some details as to why the drastic reduction in the number of staff?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the staff moved from 19 to 15, so I don't know how it is drastic. But there were 4 laborers who left the job, 1 retired, 3 absconded. So those were the 4 laborers. In 6115, semi-skilled operatives and unskilled. Contracted employees, 3 left the job, including 1 driver and 2 laborers. And temporary employees 6117, it drastically moved from 2 to 1. 1 laborer retired.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you for your tempered sense of humor. It represents 9 members, a 9-member staff reduction. Mr. Chair, line item 6231. There is an allocated sum of $148 million for fuel and lubricants, an increase of more than 4.5 from the previous. Could the Honorable Minister detail the specific areas to be benefited from this allocated sum?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to, if you don't mind, just to correct Honorable Member Mr. Ronald Cox. These people didn't leave the job, many of them. They retired, some of them, some of these laborers. So, you know, I find it strange that APNO will treat people with such indignity in the way you describe the work that they do. On the other issue of fuel and lubricants, well, we have a lot of work to do because a lot of work was not done in the 5-year period, so we have to visit people and we have to go around the communities. And we make decisions based on meeting with people on the ground and not in Georgetown or at the whims and fancies of the MPs in different regions. So you will find us making more frequent visits across all of the sub-regions and to all the installations within those regions, including the villages and the communities.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm happy that the Honorable Minister will be visiting communities, and obviously that's mandated by his election as a minister. Honorable Minister, Mr. Chair, through you. 6242, maintenance of buildings. Again, I wish with specific requirements here for the buildings to be maintained in Port Kaituma, only Port Kaituma.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. It'll be the engineers' living quarters in Port Kaituma.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6281, security services. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister say if the contracted security service from 2021 is the same security service which will be providing services for 2022 under this allocated sum? If no, which other security service will be considered, or is there going to be another tendering process?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the straight answer is that the same security firm that started in this contract in May of last year, they are the current security provider. And as soon as the resources are approved, then we will have a new tender.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, trust that under this, in this year's provision of services, that this security will up its standard because security service officers has been waiting months for their payment within the region. Mr. Chair, 6264, vehicle spares and service. Could the Honorable Minister say, with again specific to the types of vehicles catered for here under this program, Public Works?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is land and water transport, so it'll be boats and land vehicles, ATVs, and other vehicles assigned to the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I still, I know the RDC has a fleet of vehicles. I'm asking with specific to Public Works. Let's say 2 buses, 2 ATVs, or such like. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would think that as an MP of Region 1, you would have liked to know the work that we are doing in the region, not the vehicle that we maintain. A grader, a backhoe, 2 bulldozer, a 90 kVA generator, a Honda pressure wash, a plate compactor, a Bosch jackhammer, a Massey Ferguson tractor, a Honda motorcycle, another Honda motorcycle, well, 2 motorcycles, a 2.6 kVA generator, 1 still power saw in Mabaruma, another one in Morocco, a 312 Caterpillar, and 3 ATVs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region 1, Barima Winey, Program 712, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn the page to pages 460 and 461. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Winey, Program 713, Education Delivery, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, underline item 6112, Senior Technical. There has been a reduction of 8 staff with an increase of about $15 million under this allocated sum. Could the Honorable Minister detail the reasons for the reduction? What are the position of those senior technical, the designation that is now vacant? And what provision is catered for under the increased sum despite the reduction?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the increases had to do with the promotion of teachers and other staff within, of course, and staff increases too. And also, in terms of the vacancies, we are vigorously pursuing getting those vacancies filled.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to get clarity on the response from the Honorable Minister. Did he say promotion of teachers? Because I am not aware that we have been promoting teachers of quite recent, knowing that the Teaching Service Commission was not in operation over the last few years.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, there were 8 assistant masters/mistresses trained in the technical field, and they were upgraded to senior assistant masters/misters.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, that's not promotion, and we must get it straight. Those are redesignation within the system. Mr. Chair, 6294, order. Could the Honorable Minister just detail what is catered for under 6284 and 6294 as order? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, upgrade, promotion, redesignation, and the questions on 8494.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think upgrade also includes redesignation and promotion. So I don't know where you fancy a piece of it. 6284, other, the first one, there's been a reduction, 2.3 million. And that is because it caters for the sweeper cleaner contracts. And in some cases, some did not renew. So that is why there is a reduction. And in 6294, so 6294, those would be stuff like tokens and so forth during graduation periods at schools.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question. So 6294 will cater for things like tokens during graduation and so on. Could the Honorable Minister state whether the RDC has so far done its annual prize-giving exercises and the regional top awardees, they have been awarded quite appropriately? Has that been done for last year?
I think, Honorable Member, you may need to rephrase that. Is that catered for in this allocation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your guidance.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, if he's referring to last year, yes, in some cases it was done.
I didn't hear. Could you repeat? We didn't hear well.
I said, Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member is referring to last year, yes, there were some ceremonies done last year.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox. Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 713, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 462, 463, the next page. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 714 Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6117, temporary employees. There is a reduction from 33 to 20. I wish to find out if this reduction relates to the persons who were employed under the COVID task force for their services within the 3 district.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there is a possibility that that could be so. That some of the temporary contracts for these temporary employees were not, well, they were temporary contracts. So when the contract came to an end, that was it.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6221, drugs and medical supplies. There is an increase of 30 million. Is the increase adequate, knowing that we are still battling the global pandemic? And I would like to know with specifics the amounts allocated, let's say, if that's how it is done for the different district, or is it a whole sum for the health and then they are distributed after meetings or so?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I believe that we have gotten very far away with the supply of drugs and medical supplies to our regional institutions. This was one of the chronic problems that we faced when we came in government, that billions of dollars were spent, but still yet people within our country, different parts of our regions, and in Region 1, were suffering tremendously as a result of shortage of drugs and medical supplies. So I want to assure the Guyanese people and the people of Region 1 in this particular case that when they turn up to a medical facility, whether a health post, a health center, or a hospital, that they will be adequately treated. And the intervention of this year's budget is to make sure that at all times that drugs and medical supplies are within the health installations in the regions. I have an entire list here. I don't know if the honorable member would like me to read the entire list. I'm not a foul, I don't lay, right? So I can read every single one if you would like. Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Cox, would you like the Honorable Minister to read all of it?
Mr. Chair, my last question, I can't recall me asking for anything to be laid over. Thank you.
Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Mr. Chair, 6282, equipment and maintenance. What are the equipment and to be maintained? I've noticed from 6 million to 14 million. And the second question I want to ask, is there a workshop utilizing the skills of the young people who would have come from GITC or GTI or from university? Is there a workshop there that can be used? And the number of vehicles in the fleet?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the second question first, we have actually, and I listened to the Minister of Labor when they established or expanded the training program of the government across all 10 regions of Guyana. So yes, as long as people are trained in the regions, we will utilize their skills. And on the first question, the maintenance will cover X-ray units and ultrasound machines, minery hematology and chemical or chemistry analyzer, defibrillators, 10 defibrillators, 9 autoclaves, suction machines, and other medical equipment within the region, within the installations of the region.
So, through the chair, do they have biomedical persons there that will service these not vehicles but equipment?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that there is no biomedical technician in the region, but these services are usually contracted out. Also, just to indicate as well that through the central ministry, the Ministry of Health, that they play critical support in guiding the maintenance requirements of these machines.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, through the chair, just before I go on to the next line item, you know, we have made, the AP and UFC have made towns, you know, and health is decentralized. And so we really want to improve the services of health in these regions, you know, so that we want to narrow the gaps of inequities and inequalities. So we really want to know that at the region itself, they have the type of people who can do these repairs and so at the region. So I would like the capacity to be built so that in the region of itself that these things are equipment are being serviced going forward.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Comment
Chairman.
on the comment?
Yes, I'm happy for that comment that APNU is finally cooperating with the government. And yes, I believe that continuous training is necessary, and we tend to use local skills as much as possible. And in this case, in the regions, and I'd also like to let you know and reaffirm what the Honorable Minister of Health said, the Mabaruma Hospital, which is now a smart hospital, and that will be commissioned as a smart hospital in the very, very near future. So
thank you very
the
much,
services of the health sector in Region 1, those services are going to be elevated much more than a few years ago.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 7114, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn the page to pages 464 and 465. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 715, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Cox. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 715, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to page 677? Honorable members, we're going to deal with all of the capital heads under this agency. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 711, Regional Administration and Finance, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1208600. Buildings Administration, provision for storage facility. The description of the project is the same. So my question is, where will this storage facility be constructed? What are we hoping to store? And is this catering for the entire RDC or one specific program like health, education or so?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think the honorable member asked about the construction of a fuel storage facility. So naturally, it will be storing fuel. And it will be in Morocco admin compound, and it will cater for all the programs of the regional administration. That will be executed in the Morocco sub-region.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, for clarity, I asked because it did not specify here what storage facility. Thank you, though. Land and Water Transport, 2401500, purchase of vehicle. Again, which district will be benefiting from this vehicle? Is it for Kaituma or Morocco?
It will be Morocco, and for the first time, we'll have a proper vehicle in Morocco. For the first time.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 711, Regional Administration and Finance, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Coming down that page, honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 712, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1400400, roads. 85.1 has been budgeted under this program for provision for Hosoro Wanaina Road. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister provide some details of the construction of this road? Is it concrete road? Is it stretching from the Hosoro stretch right up to the Wanaina Road? Is it a one project, or is it part project as we have seen over the last year or so?
Honorable Minister.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a rigid surface, which in this case is concrete. And we are actually extending the road, and at some point in time, we will get to Wanaina and beyond. But the sum here would not be able to take, this is just for about 800 meters. So it'll be on the Hosoro Hill. We also have a collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works that will be doing further extension on the road. So the people of Mabaruma, especially in those areas, would finally also, during the course of this year, get experience, much better movement, having a new road. made of concrete for the first time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm very pleased that the Honorable Minister is continuing the work started under the coalition government. And concrete road is not the first time they will experience. They have experienced it over the last 3-4 years or so. Thank you. Mr. Chair, let's move to bridges. 1100200, provision for bridges and payment of retention. Construction and rehabilitation of bridges at Barometer. Will this be a concrete bridge or a wooden bridge? And I would like to get some specification to this bridge. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, Hosororo for the first time will have a concrete road. Hosororo Hill will have a concrete road. As a matter of fact, when we took government, it was probably the most potholed road in the country, left by AP and UFC. Regarding the two bridges in Barometer, one would be a log bridge and the other would be a reinforced concrete.
Thank you, Minister.
Again, for the first time.
Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 2601400, power supply. Power supply provision for electricity distribution networks to Wangna, Tobago, Parkis, and Yarkita. Could the Honorable Minister state if these communities will be having their own generator, or is this an expansion of the central grid from central Mabruma?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to report, and these are our commitments made by His Excellency the President, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, that there will be an extension in Mabruma towards Wauna. So that will be an extension of the Mabruma genset. And for the first time in Morocco, the village of Parkis will have their electricity for the first time with their own genset. And for the first time, not for the first time, but upgrade for the first time for some people in Yarakita, they will also now have up to 2,000 feet of an additional network that will be constructed with additional gensets. So there will be more residents, households in Parkis, Yarakita, Wauna, Tobago, who will experience the glory of living under the PPPC.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The glory has started years before. Mr. Chair, this is a follow-up question. Just for clarity, is the Honorable Minister saying that the Mabruma power and light will be expanded in the sense that you will be purchasing additional generators, or what exactly is it? Because I have known that the present situation at the Mabruma Power and Light is that we have blackouts occasionally, and the reason given is that it is inadequate to supply what we already have. And so with this expansion, I'm seeing more blackouts.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, Mr. Ronald Cox, Honorable Member, you will see a lot of light because we have already procured a new generator. We do a lot of good planning. So the people of Mabruma will also have a new generator that will complement what they currently have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the clarity. Education. Mr. Chair, my other question is on education, so that's the other program.
Okay, so let us put the question, honorable members. I now put the question that the honorable member, Mr. Mahiko.
Yeah, sorry, I have to coming every now and then. Sir, we have project code 1400400 roads and speaks to the 85 million. And the legend describes payment of retention and provision of Hosororo Winer Road. I hope I'm pronouncing Wanina. Thank you. Sir, there's a popular name in the media. One Mr. Su. May I ask if Mr. Su and his company is doing any work in this area that requires the payment of retention?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that, you know, it's unfortunate that these are Amerindian areas mostly, and you are speaking with such indignity towards our Amerindian people. But that is exactly how the APNU AFC. We are building, Mr. Chairman, we built a gravel surface road to Cobarimo, an Amerindian area. In Oranok, an Amerindian area again. Big Creek, which will go towards the mines area, populated again by Amerindian people. And Mr. Mahipal, honorable member, will come here and make an outrageous joke about the need for roads for the Amerindian people in Region 1. Total disregard for the people of Region 1 and the Amerindian people in particular by the APNUFC. It is amazing that everything for you in the opposition is a joke about Amerindian development. What is your problem with Amerindian people? Why is it that you don't want Amerindian people to have roads? Why are you making jokes about them? Because you know why? Because you never had any care for Amerindian people. And the few Amerindian leaders that you have handpicked and hauled into the parliament, they have no credibility on the ground. They have absolutely no credibility on the ground. So all you're doing is cosmetology. And I want to advise you, implore you, please do not denigrate Amerindian people. As a matter of fact, the Vice President announced that because of this PVPC government, Amerindian people will now have 20% of the landmass of Guyana. That's a commitment of President Irfan Ali. And we will make sure that happens. And what you have done in the last 5 years without giving them a square inch, 1 square inch, we are going to make sure that 20% of the landmass is titled to the Amerindian people of Guyana. That is what we will do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Comrade Speaker,
Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my colleague asked a question. I don't think the Honorable Minister has answered the question. But anyway, Mr. Chair, I am very offended that the Honorable Minister would go to length to say that there is no credibility with the few Amerindian leaders selected here. And I want to know if there is credibility on the other side, because there are reports in the media that could suggest otherwise. Not on this side, but on that side.
Honorable Member, you could have stood on a point of order, but I will ask the Honorable Minister. I'll put a question to him. Honorable Minister, the issue of the credibility of the Amerindian leaders on your side.
I stand by them, and I think they're powerful. I think the Amerindian leaders, in the PVPC are outstanding in their service. I know for a fact that Pauline Sukai has walked to every village, or has gone to every village. I know that. I know Yvonne Pearson, an outstanding Amerindian leader, former chair of the NTC, Tushau. Speak about the others that you have. What has Don Hastings achieved?
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, a question with respect to the estimates now.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Project Code 1902600, Infrastructural Development. Project entails construction of revetment at Mora and culverts at Matthews Ridge. I would like some details on the revetment for Mora and this culvert in Matthews Ridge. Is it a new culvert or is it the same culvert that was recently built and plagued with defects?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the construction of the revetment, this is a second phase that we are doing in Mora, and it'll be for 120 meters. And naturally also it will be, a lot of employment will be provided for residents of the village. And this is in Morocco sub-region. 576 residents will benefit. And in Matthews Ridge, it will be a reinforced concrete culvert. We have begun construction there already. And so this is now in reinforced concrete. So we expect that this 3 by 2 is a 6-meter wide culvert. So it will substantially enhance the mobility of people across the area where it is constructed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, we on this side of the House welcome all form of development for our indigenous brothers and sisters. I want to assure you, sir, that the APNU AFC believe that they deserve the best of life, and for all development that is going to them and continuation from the work already started by the coalition, we welcome that. All I ask, sir, with reference to the project code 1400400 is if Mr. Su or the companies he's associated with is a part of the projects ongoing that requires payment of retention, nothing else.
Honorable Member, you asked that, and soon I will have to start invoking the repetition standing orders. Honorable Minister, you want to answer again?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know who Mr. Su is. If Mahipol has a fetish with anyone named Mr. Su and the money that Mr. Su makes, then let Mr. Mahipol deal with Mr. Su. What I know, these contractors are from Region 1, quite unlike what happened in the last government when they were taking contractors from on the coast to take into the hinterland. These are contractors within the region, and they are Amerindian-based people. These are Amerindian contractors, and that is how Mahipol just said, Honorable Member, that APNU AFC believes in Amerindian development, but at the same time, making a mockery of the Amerindian people in this parliament. Totally outrageous.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region 1, Barima Waini, Program 712, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, on pages 677 and 678, further down on page 677, you'll find education delivery. I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Waini, Program 713, Education Delivery, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 1202600, buildings. Could the Honorable Minister state the cost for with respect to the Tevet building at Port Kaituma and the Santa Rosa Primary School? Yes.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some are rollover projects. The Matthews Ridge Primary Annex at Taswini. The Amon Beach Primary School relocated to Kanzil. Extension of Santa Rosa Secondary School that we began last year. Same at St. Nicholas. The Sibai Primary as well, the extension of Sibai. Sibai is one of the populated villages in Materkai sub-region. And also the Matthews Ridge Primary School itself. Some new projects that we will, for the first time, an education office will be constructed at Arnok in Kaituma. Arnok will also have their own primary school, a new primary school I wish to announce, that will be constructing a new primary school for the children of Arnok. That Arawansa will also have a new primary school, Arawansa in Morocco. That Korosima will also have a new primary school in Mabruma. And whilst we are building schools, we also have to accommodate our teachers. So there will be new teachers' quarters at Walaba, Korosima. The TVET building at Kaituma will also be rehabilitated. And the primary school at Santa Rosa, we will also rehabilitate the Santa Rosa Primary School.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I ask a specific question with respect to the cost of the allocated sum to TVET building in Port Kaituma and the Santa Rosa Primary School. I can read all the details here and I can see that those are other schools that will be built, expanded, and so on. But I asked a specific question and I have my reasons. Could the Honorable Minister please clarify? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, I took the opportunity to inform the people of Region 1 and the children where we'll be building these schools, the same children that you took away their money. Mr. Chairman, the contracts or the bidding documents will be made available publicly, and as soon as those bids are closed, we'll be able to know what would be the final construction costs for the rehabilitation of the TVET building, as well as Santa Rosa Primary School. But what I could tell you, we have budgeted approximately 12 million for the TVET building and 19.6+ million for the Santa Rosa Primary School.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, I'll allow one more question as we have now exhausted the time for this agency and we still have to go through two more heads. So I'll put all three remaining capital heads after this question. Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your generosity. Mr. Chair, 2401500, land and water transport. Purchase of buses, both outboard engines and ATVs. Are these to be used by the Central Department of Education, or are these for the transportation of pupils to schools? If so, which communities will benefit from these allocation? And my second question is, in light of the global pandemic, for 2502600 furniture and equipment, has the region considered moving from wooden desks and benches to combination for schools? Is that what is budgeted for in this program?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in terms of land and water transport, it'll be a 15 horsepower boat and engine for Morocco, and it will be for these smaller areas, including as well as a shedded boat. We'd be buying an ATV as well, but this is in Mabruma. Oh, you need the cost? And we'll be buying also buses for Matakai and Morocco. This is in water, land and water transport. In terms of the furniture and equipment, combination chairs and tables, fire extinguishers, industrial washing machines, laptops, filing cabinets, computers, nursery sets, stacking chairs, hope it's not green, projectors, electronic tablets, and water dispenser.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 71, Region Number 1, Barima Winey, Program 713 Education Delivery, Program 714 Health Services, and Program 715 Agriculture Capital Expenditure stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sums stated now stand part of the estimates. Honorable member, we will now resume the assembly. Honorable members, we will take a 1 hour suspension. It is now 11:49. Let's get back here. Sorry, 12:49. Let's get back here at 1:49. Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we resolve ourselves into Committee of Supply to continue consideration of the estimates. Honorable members, I have a request from the opposition that we revert to taking the program's current first capital instead of putting all the current and then all the capital. So we will revert to what I did previously. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 470 and 471 and invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government and his team from Region 2 to get into position. Thank you, honorable members. We'll start the clock rolling at 2:17. We had a very extended lunch today. Let's see if we can make it up. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 721, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6116, contracted employees. Can the Honorable Minister explain to this House why there is an increase of nearly 100%, given the fact that only 2 staff will be added in 2022?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So there were 4 staff that moved to 6, so we have 2 increases. We have a deputy area, and we have a senior superintendent of works.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, line item 6117, temporary employee. Again, can the minister explain the increase of over 200%? Sorry. Can the minister explain the increase? The increase there from 155,000 to over 3.370 million.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have a relief caretaker at 74,900 and a maid at 74,900. And that would take account of the increase in salary, in the allocation.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, line item 6211, expenses specific to the agency. Now, can the minister explain what the sum caters for and why it exceeds why in the revised amount exceeds the budgetary allocation for this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand the line item exceeds the budgetary allocation. Is that what you're asking?
The amount, the revised amount, exceeds what was budgeted for in 2021. You have 16,600,000 that is budgeted, but the revised amount is 17,599,000. So I'm asking, why does it exceed the budgetary sum, the budgetary allocation?
Honorable Minister, please let me give some guidance to the honorable member. Honorable member, if I were sitting where you were, I will say that I note that the actual for 2021 exceeded the budgeted, and this year we have allocated 20 million. Could you ask what additional is included here and why this little variance for last year? Because you have to ask with respect to the current allocation. So you can draw a little reference to, lay your case, right? Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess, Mr. Chairman, since you asked me the question, I'll have to respond to you.
No, Honorable Minister.
Well, I was actually going to say indeed that we're here on the 2022 estimates. And I'm sorry that the PNC chair couldn't get to that point so quickly. But yes, the RDC, the councillors, part of our mandate as a government to enhance the accountability of their work. We would require them to go out into the fields and get there more often and do much more work on the ground rather than be elsewhere than doing the people's work. So the allocation, I think, is increased to account for that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer, Minister. Then in the same light, could you say why the same amount was not increased for regions that are controlled by the coalition government? For example, Region 4 was reduced. Same line item. It's the same line item based on his explanation. I am asking. No. He gave an explanation.
Member, please.
And I'm asking, based on what he's just explained, why then he didn't why there's no increase in Region 4, for example. Region 7 has 0. Region 10 is practically unmoved.
Honorable member, you will get an opportunity to ask that question as those regions come up.
Respectfully, Chair, he gave an explanation. And
Honorable
the
member.
honorable member, the honorable minister gave an explanation. So it's in the same light that I'm asking him. Okay, we'll get to
honorable member.
We'll get to Region 4 and 7.
Exactly.
I thought it was.
Don't allow
wise
some
that
people to take you down a different path.
Line item 6224, print and non-print materials. Now, Mr. Chair, in 2020, the actual amount was 2.164 million. And so you had a budget of 2.5 million in 2021, but the revised amount here again is 3.5 million. And of course, they're budgeting 2.7 million in 2022, sorry. So my question to the minister, I'm seeing a trend. I'm seeing a trend that you're exceeding the budgetary allocation. As a matter of fact, throughout this Region 2 budget, there are many instances. So my question to you, is it the normal practice for your government to exceed the budgetary allocations for these line items? Is it a normal practice that your government engage in to exceed the amounts that this assembly approves?
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've been in this parliament for the better part of 16 months. And I think that led to the elevation of Mr. Sherwin Holder as the chair of the PNC. And yes, he's the person who was a mortuary technician in Region 2 at Study Hospital. So if anyone wanted to know clarity, it was Sherwin Holder I was referring to. Honorable. Mr. Chairman, last year's budget is completed. We are here, we do not have a budget yet approved for 2022. So how can we be exceeding an allocation? We have not yet gotten an approved budget. So I'm totally confused as to what you're asking. Are you asking me about the allocation of 2022? We have not yet spent anything, so how are we exceeding?
Mr. Chair, I think I was very clear. We're considering 2022 budget, but while we're considering that, there are figures here that speaks to 2021. And I see here that your government exceeded what was allocated to you under this line item. Now you're budgeting 2.7 million. So I'm interested to know if you can spend, or if you will spend beyond that 2.7 million once again, as this seems to be the trend in this Region 2 allocation. So hence my question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, is it the trend that you will continue to exceed the budgetary allocation in 2022?
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, I wish to respond to state, as my colleague is hinting to me, that Mr. Holder is asking me to confirm whether we will exceed a budget that has not yet been allocated or approved. So I don't know how to respond to Mr. Holder in what way. This is not a mortuary, this is the parliament. So, living humans are here. And so, Mr. Chairman, but to configure an answer for Mr. Holder, the monies here, we'll be doing quite a lot of, it will cover print and non-print. The fact that we have a bigger budget, we have more work to do, naturally you will find us having more documentation to process. and necessarily we will have to adequately respond to those requests for print and non-print.
So, Minister, am I correctly summarizing that at this point in time, based on the information that you have, these sums which you are allocating here are what you feel is required for 2022, and you don't have a crystal ball, so you can't tell the future?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to report to that the budget says we are actually requesting less than what was spent in 2021. $300,000 less than what was spent in 2021. And that is Mr. Sherwin-Holler's contention. Why are we budgeting less? $300,000 less. Maybe because we are much more efficient.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
So that same line item, I heard the Honorable Minister saying 300,000 less, but I think if I'm seeing here correctly, it's actually 800,000 less. And I think the clarity we needed is if this is sufficient to cater for this line item in view of what was budgeted for in 2021, but led to an excess spending there, which I assume happened through environment. So our contention is this amount sufficient for the purpose of print and non-print?
Honorable Minister, I think you answered that, and I also paraphrase you. Mr. Mahipal, you didn't hear us. You were on a different page?
Sorry, for some strange reason, my books have missing my book has missing pages again for the third year.
I want to know, this must be something internal then.
Or I hope not.
Yeah. So just for my information, I am at page 470. And at 470, the question was asked of 6224.
What I'm saying is that the Honorable Minister
I just want to clarify that we are on the same page and the same numbers. So now, last year, budgeted was 2.5 million.
Yes.
Expended was 3.5 million.
Yes.
And now we are allocating 2.7.
Yes, so the difference is 800 and not 500.
Well, the difference,
not 300, sorry. The Honorable Minister said 300.
Mathematics.
The Honorable Minister said that they budgeted 300,000 less. And I'm saying it's 800,000 less.
okay, let's not quiver over the numbers. We're all on the same page, and all of our pages have the same numbers. So we can summarize that budget 2021 was 2,500, 2022 is $200,000 more. However, it is $800,000 less than the amount actually spent in 2021. So we're on the same page with the same numbers. And Mr. Mahipal doesn't have a missing page. You do?
Sir, okay. I don't have page 485 and 486.
Oh, you have a crystal ball. I haven't reached there yet.
But I'm telling you, I have those missing pages.
Well, we're going to compare notes when
and it's region 3, shockingly.
But at 470, we are on the pages with the same numbers. That's what I'm establishing. Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6231, fuel and lubricants. Mr. Chair, I'm very concerned about the theft of the country's Mr. Chair, in Region 2, I've heard so many stories about the sale of fuel. So I'm very, very much concerned about this. I've heard about fuel being sold at Charity Wharf and all across the region in the last few months. So I was very interested to see what the actual figures would be for 2021. And so as I perused
You
the
don't
budget,
have to, you have it before you, 16.
yes, so as I perused the budget, you know, I get the sense that there might be some truth to what I'm hearing in the streets. And so I come to the line item, Mr. Speaker. The actual amount spent on fuel and lube in 2020 was 3 million. Budgeted in 2021, the budgetary allocation was 6 million. But now when you look at the revised amount for 2021, you see 16 million, almost 17 million. And then you look at budget 2022, they carried it up to 12 million, 12.5 million. So could the minister explain this drastic increase in fuel and lube? Line item 6231.
Honorable Minister, we are also dealing with true stories, Nancy stories, and the budget item.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, well, if we have in our house someone who has been consistently dealing with the dead for a while, we must have Nancy stories. No, that man Nigel me. Y'all coming here and y'all wasting the taxpayers' money. This same Honorable Member Sherwin Holder, prior to the 2020 elections, we have evidence of vouchers where a social cohesion officer in the Ministry of the Presidency then, I don't want to call Ms. Garvey's name, requisition, I think it's millions of dollars in fuel for them to go and campaign in the Pomeroon. I have launched an investigation, and I hope that when the investigation is complete, that Honorable Sherwin, when he's ready for the name to face the consequences.
The honorable members raising on a point of order. Honorable Member Mr. Holder, you don't have to shout above
Mr. Speaker, I do
everyone.
apologize, but the minister was shouting, and if he feels that he alone
but you're
can
talking
shout.
to me. You don't have to shout him down.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. 41-6, the minister is imputing, he's calling names. That person is not here to defend herself, and so he should refrain from that.
Honorable Minister, could we refrain from the speculation? When the evidence is solid and the cases are unearthed, we can present those. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be very unequivocal. There are vouchers with the name of the Social Cohesion Officer requisitioning fuel in 2020 prior to the general and regional elections.
Thank you very much for that information.
That is on the UPNO AFC. On the 2022 allocation, last year, we had a lot of flooding in Region 2. But the honorable member who's from Region 2, when his government was in office, they did nothing for farmers. They did nothing to resolve the issues of our farmers. So if there is flooding, we have to pump more water out. As Ramjatan would say, honorable member, pump more, pump some more, right? So we have to do more pumping. And that is why the fuel allocation, we had to do some environments to get water off the ground. So it is in that regard, and because we want to elevate the circumstances of our farmers in Region 2, the Ministry of Agriculture also has a massive program to bring more land into production and also to provide better services. And we would like to be at the cutting edge of the agricultural sector. So we have to make sure that we are at all times able to provide optimum services to our farmers.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, everything is being blamed on the flood. This entire budget is about flood and COVID. Mr. Speaker, there were floods in many other regions, Region 9, Region 10, for example, but you do not see this being replicated in those regions. So I do not buy that answer from the minister. Region 4, which has over 300,000 people.
Honorable member, if you want to give a remarks contribution rather than ask a question, I will have to give the same amount of time to the honorable member to respond to your remarks. But I would prefer that you ask a question with respect to a particular line item. And if I was you, I would not go down to floods all over because the degree of flooding across all regions are different. So we have to establish a degree of flooding, and we want to ask questions with respect to the estimates.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the minister if he's willing to lay over the specifics on fuel that was allocated with respect to flood in Region 2 on the same line item. If he's willing to lay over that information.
Honorable member, with respect to the fuel allocation used with respect to pumping out floodwaters, you have a couple of options. The Commissioner of Information, questions to the Minister, and so forth. But if you want to ask if he can lay over how this amount is going to be spent this year, I think that's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the Commissioner of Information, I'm not certain that what exactly he does for $40 million allocation. Nevertheless,
if you're not certain, I can help you. It's a constitutional provision, and we have passed the Freedom of Information Act, which says that any information anyone wants, we can write to the Commissioner of Information, and he will seek that from the relevant agencies. That's his duty.
I'm guided. I hope that he can give us this information because the minister clearly wouldn't. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll move on. But on the same line item, sorry, I just want to get it clear to the minister, get it from the minister. This increase accounts for, or can account for, about 11,800 gallons of fuel. It can account for that amount, or 262 drums of fuel. Is the minister saying that that amount was used to assist farmers because of flooding, to pump water, in his exact words?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have budgeted $12.515 million for fuel and lubricants. And in the administration of Region 2, we also, in addition to farmers, we help the Amerindian communities. There are 9 Amerindian communities in Region 2, many in the Pomeroon, that we also will provide fuel for their logistics. There are a few lake communities as well that we also provide support to. And so I don't understand why the honorable member from Region 2 is so concerned that we have budgeted to help people. I don't understand where his politics is going. That you are concerned that we are helping people. So what you should really focus on is let us help people together. This parliament is supposed to be making laws to help our people. And including the people of Region 2. People who you have, your party have, totally disconnected itself from, other than bullying people. And now I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if when they were campaigning, if a certain, same Sherwin Holder, I've met him on the campaign, honorable member, and they used to go in front of leaders' homes in Region 2 and say some of the nastiest things. That is how the PNC campaigned in Region 2. Total embarrassment to Burnham's legacy.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, his comments are irrelevant to the question.
Honorable members, please, let us obey the rules of the House A member just don't stand up. You can stand on a point of order. I will assess. If it's a point of order, I'll give you the floor. If it's a point of information, I'll have to ask the standing member if he wants to yield so you can clarify. Outside of that, I rule. I recognize when you speak. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Sears.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, I like the answer from the minister. He said, Region 2 has a number of indigenous communities. But if you look at Region 9, for example, Region 2 has 2,100 square miles. Region 9 has 21,000, with lots of Amerindian communities, far and wide. So that still doesn't explain this fuel use, but we'll move on. I'll move on. Mr. Chair, line item 6264. 6264 speaks to vehicle spares and service. Mr. Chair, I observed that the actual for 2020 was 2.39 million. The budgeted amount for 2021, practically the same amount, and the revised amount, the actual for 2021 was identical to 2020, but I'm seeing 2.5 being proposed here for 2022. So I'm wondering if the minister can say if it is the same item being replaced time and time again in 2020, 2021, and now, well, there's a little difference in 2022, but I want to know if it's the same item being repaired or serviced, or if it's the same service being paid for multiple times, year after year.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Sherwin Hull is quibbling over $200,000. There were 2 new vehicles that were bought in 2021. So they are now on the fleet or the inventory of vehicles in Region 2, and they will now also comprise part of this item, spares and service.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6271. Telephone and internet charges. Now, again, I see $2 million being proposed in the 2022 budget, but the revised amount, the actual amount that was spent in 2021 is just $942,000. So can the minister explain why over 100% increase in 2022?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, 2 million Guyana dollars budgeted for telephone and internet charges in Region 2 for 2022. And that would take account of the different virtual platforms that our staff will use to communicate and to get their work done, noting the threats that COVID, the physical contact that COVID places on the well-being of our people.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like the minister to note that COVID was here since 2020, so I don't really see him blaming the increase in COVID in the platform. Mr. Speaker, I'd move to line item 6294, order. Could the minister disaggregate order?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is also a 136,000 Guyana dollars increase that the honorable member is questioning over, and it involves payment of stipend to students who work within the RDC. These are students from UG, ETI, and the Tech Work institutions. The stipend for a civil engineer, evaluators, and RTB members, and the procurement of rental, of chairs and tents, and whenever they have outdoor meetings and so forth.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, is it that the minister is now thinking about these expenses? Because why I say that? Because in 2021, they only budgeted 604,000, but they spent more than double that amount. And then they're coming for more in 2022. So I'm wondering if it's now that they're considering these stipends and these other things. And again, they went over the budget by double the amount in 2021. So I want to know if you might end up going over the 2022 budget, if that's the way how we do budget in Region 2, or for the regions, or in your ministry specifically.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, again, it's $136,000 that Mr. Holder is wandering over. Is he wandering or wandering? Or he's doing both, wandering and wandering, over $136,000. But we were able to get on board a very brilliant Essequibian to be a civil engineer as well, working with us on a stipend basis. And so that would have accounted for a lot of the increases last year, which moved really from a budgeted 604,000 to 1,364,000.
Honourable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. Thank you, honourable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 721, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, please let us turn to page 679. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 721, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, item 120900, buildings. Can the minister explain what the sum of the 16 million plus will be used for? Which building?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the annex to State House has been left dilapidated for the last number of years. As a matter of fact, the annex of State House, many of you APNU never allowed many of you to go there. So the State House itself, where the REO was living during APNU's time, it's like a palace how they have redone it. But they left the annex where the lesser beings would abode. They left it to rot. And so we have to fix the floor. Practically the entire building will have to be redone. Yes, that's what they did. When they go to Essequibo, the high flyers stay in the front building, and the same security and all we call ourselves minions, we have to stay at the back. That is how APNU was running the government.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 721, Regional Administration and Finance, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We return to pages, the current estimates, pages 472 and 473. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 722, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6131, other direct labor costs. Mr. Chair, there are all zeros there, including on budget 22, but the revised amount has a sum there. So I'd like to know if it's not improper. It's not an improper financial transaction, one which might even violate the FMAA Act for monies to be spent under this line item when there is zero allocation. So could the minister answer why there is an amount that was spent on a line item that had zero budgetary allocation? Because when you have zero, it says to me that there is no provision.
And
nothing
no
is supposed
question
to be spent there. So could the minister answer?
But if there's zero, there's no question either. Honorable Minister, you may prefer a remark.
Mr. Chairman, to save time, if there is zero, there is no answer. So I don't know what the question is. It's a zero question.
I suspect that would have been the answer. But transparency and accountability. I'll move on for the sake of time. Predictable. 0 for 0, yes. 6231. Mr. Speaker, imagine you spend money where monies were not allocated. 6231. Let's move on. 623. Just a second, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, 6231, fuel and no. Again, I'm seeing, according to the rumors, I'm seeing again a budgeted sum of $10 million, but this time we moved to more than almost 300% increase in the revised among the amounts that were actually spent. And further, now I'm speaking about the amount for 2021. Further, they're proposing now even more than that for 2022. Remember, the minister said they pumped water under the line item for finance and administration. So I'm asking now, why this increase here? Because one would have expected that you would have pumped water under this line item. So now we're at agriculture. Let's go, Minister. Please explain.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member in the previous line item was referring to someone, a ranger, who acted as an overseer and got $25,000. That is how he is embarrassing a poor man from Essequibo for 25,000 Guyana dollars and coming to the parliament and speaking about transparency for 25,000 Guyana dollars. That is the indignity with which they treat poor people in Essequibo. That is the indignity. So I have a list here, and I will tell you how the allocation has been made for fuel and lubricants. Devonshire Castle Pump Station, Hampton Court Pump Station, and Regina 4-wheel drive tractor, and Regina 2-wheel drive, and Regina a new front end loader. Yeah, we are buying a new front end for the farmers, and a motor grader, one hydroflow pump at Three Friends. So people must know where the money is being spent. A charity hydroflow, kosher hydroflow, Devonshire Castle, 2 hydroflows, Hampton Court,
Mr. Speaker, a point of clarification.
Honorable Minister.
And Regina.
Honorable Minister. Yes, Mr. Sears.
Holder. Not Sears, Holder.
You,
Holder, not serious. You said,
sorry,
Mr.
sorry,
Sears.
Mr. Holder, sorry.
I'm interested in the increase. So if it is that the minister is saying that the increase, those pumps and so forth account for the increase, fine. But I'm not interested in everything that these monies are spent on. I'm saying that you have an increase of nearly 300%. So it is that increase.
Honorable Member Mr. Holder, you stood on a point of order. You explained that, and now you're taking the liberties of, again, addressing what you said before. We now have to return to the Honorable Minister to allow him an opportunity to answer the question you asked. And I don't have a crystal ball, but I think if we add it all up, it will come to the increase. Is that what you were going to say, Honorable Minister? Go ahead, sir. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tamout Manor, hydroflow, Anna Regina, hydroflow. Lima, a hydroflow pump. La Union, Kapui, Dawa, 4 irrigation pumps. A bobcat at the RDC, another motor grader backhoe, and 4 tractors. We also have some motorcycles, as well as 4-wheel pickups that would take account of all of this.
And you have, as you said, 1 new piece of equipment added to the list. 2, sorry. But Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when you budgeted in 2021, didn't you take into account all these different equipment that you just listed? We're talking about over 300, not over, but just about 300% increase in the amount that was actually spent when you put it against what was budgeted. And they're coming for even more monies in 2022. So is it that the minister is saying that these 2 new pieces of equipment will account for the increase? What are these equipment? Where are they located?
Honorable Minister.
But Mr. Chairman, I just went at length to say where the pumps are located. It means that I was saying the same thing, you know, that APNU, AFC, they have no regard for the farmers. An MP of Region 2 for APNU don't know where some of these pumps are in big villages, and these are massive pumps. There is also, Mr. Chairman, and something that is, I think, very elementary, which many persons on the opposition side, they have failed to do in their planning in the 5 years when they were in government. And that is one of the reasons why we dissolved this green paper strategy that they had, or green paint strategy, the GSDS. And we have now embarked on the extended LCDS, because we have to, as part of our commitment to managing climate change and the impact of climate change on mitigation and on adaptation. So we would have to put resources to make sure that we are able to better manage the movement, or the water management, sorry, within Region 2. And we don't want our farmers to be left where days after, then we are trying to figure out where a pump is and how much fuel is necessary to get that pump operational. So we are planning to make sure that productivity is increased in Region 2 and the livelihood of our farmers are also optimized.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very difficult to get a direct answer from the minister. But for the record, this is 31,500 gallons of fuel. Well, the money can account for that much fuel. And I think I have to ask questions there. And I don't see how you can mitigate the effects of climate change by the use of fossil fuel. That's a contradiction by itself. So,
Honorable Minister, the question is, how are you going to mitigate climate change with use of fossil fuel?
Moving on. Moving on.
But
Six.
again, if you make speech and ask something within the speech, I'll put it to the minister. Go ahead, move along.
6272 electricity charge. Mr. Speaker, again, we see in this region, they keep going over the budget, the budgeted allocation. This time it's like maybe about 2,000% or so. From 350,000 to over $2.8 million. And then they're asking for $2.6 million in 2022. So could the minister explain this gross increase in the electricity charge?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised by the regional staff that they had some arrears that they had to clear in 2021. And so that will take account, environment to the line item will take account of that increase. Well, it is possible that APNU may have not paid those bills, the officials of APNU. Yes, it is. So thank you, Mr. Mahipal. You probably know what was going on. They were living in these quarters and using the government facilities and not paying the electricity bills. That is probably why GPL is in the situation it is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to go on.
While you're searching, I saw the Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan's mic on.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve my questions for the audience.
Yeah, and this is very specific for 6253, maintenance of drainage and irrigation works, $190 million. And this is my question. Could the minister detail in written form for me and the National Assembly where these maintenance works will be done? I don't want you to rattle them off here and waste our time. Just answer in relation to a written document.
Honorable Minister, but before you say, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjan, I don't think we're wasting time, but you might be consuming your time.
Consuming time.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister. Would you lay it over in writing?
So, Mr. Chairman, we are on the agriculture program of Region 2. This is livelihood of farmers. And Mr. Ramjatan comes to this parliament and saying we're wasting time. Honorable member. Mr. Ramjatan, how we could never be wasting the time of farmers.
No, he says instead of. And I don't think he's imputing that we're wasting time. He's just saying put it in writing so that we don't consume the time with you reading it out.
Mr. Chairman, this historically, we have trenches or canals in Region 2. And all of those canals, 251,232 rods, which is equivalent to 918,906 meters.
Will you put it in writing?
We have been consistently cleaning, including in the time of the AP and UFC, when Mr. Ramjatan, honorable member, had a denuded ministry to run. You know, when he had a denuded, like a half ministry then.
Oh, Lord.
So this year we are budgeting 190 million.
Mr. Speaker, you have to use the guillotine here, I think.
Honorable member, if you want to stand on a point of order.
No, well, yeah.
You're good. But honorable member, Honorable Minister, please.
So manual trench cleaning
is asked for you to lay it over. He was very specific in writing.
So, Mr. Chairman,
are you going to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I will provide to the Assembly that from Good Hope to Somerset and Berks, Manakuru areas, we are doing trench cleaning.
Honorable Minister, we are asking you to lay it over in writing. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no further questions on this.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 722, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 679. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 722, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 4400800. There's an amount there, 75 million for the purchase of equipment. Could the minister say how many equipment, what are the equipments? Give us a brief explanation.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a motor grader with a scarified and a front-end loader.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 722, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 474 and page 475. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 723, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6117. Could the minister give us the designation of the temporary staff you're proposing to employ?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, an electrical assistant moved from 6113 to 6117 at a salary of 74,900.
Honorable Member, Mr. Holder. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 723, Public Works. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, back to page 679. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon, Supernam, Program 723, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 1100300, bridges. Could the minister say which bridges will be constructed where?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A reinforced concrete bridge will replace a timber structure. It will be 150 square meters, 25 by 6.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the direct answer for once. Project code 1400500 roads. Could the minister say which specific road will this provision cover?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to be able to do so, Mr. Chairman. So we have done a substantial number of roads in Region 2. We will do more with Public Works as well, but specific to the RDC's capital program for roads. We will be upgrading David James Street in Charity, and I know a lot of people in that area, they have been clamoring for the upgrade of their road. So it will now be upgraded to asphaltic concrete surface. David James Street, Charity. Damon Street in Dartmouth, we will also be upgrading to an asphaltic concrete surface. Upnu didn't do any asphaltic concrete surface in Dartmouth. None. They did none. In 5 years, and they like Dartmouth so much, they have not done a single asphaltic concrete surface. Upgrading of 2nd Street and Regina, asphaltic concrete. Upgrading of, again, this is another street in another of the Upnu area, Bridgemohan Street in Queenstown, Essequibo Coast. Asphaltic concrete surface. And the Suddy Market Street, that I think it requires a lot of work after many years of dilapidation, and asphaltic concrete surface would also be built at the Suddy Market, the street.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so Minister, is Baggage Dam included in that Baggage Dam? I'm certain you know where Baggage Dam is, Richmond. That's in a very deplorable state over the last year, and I would have liked to hear that speech. So is it included or not?
Baggage Dam, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that may be the street where the honorable member is living. So he batting for himself and he not batting for the other people of Essequibo Coast. That's the kind of selfishness that y'all...
I'm not living there, Mr. Speaker. I live in Henrietta, not Richmond.
Mr. Chair, I know you live in...
Honorable members, please, if you want to intervene on a point of order, please say so. You do not have the liberty...
Chairman,
Honorable Minister, hold a second. No one has the liberty to just press their microphone and begin to speak. That doesn't happen in the National Assembly. Honorable members, we have reached the point of exhausting the time for this head. Honorable Minister, you want to complete? Then I'll put all the remaining heads.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say that if it is that we will have to do more roads, we will have to maintain quite a lot in Essequibo, and we have our force account that will be doing a lot of maintenance of many of these roads. Likewise, the Ministry of Public Works, they will also be doing quite a number of roads in Region 2. So many other roads, in addition to what I just mentioned, would be constructed.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have reached the time allocated for the consideration of this agency, and I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region Number 2, Pomeroon Supernal, Program 723 Capital, Program 724 Current, Program 724 Capital, Program 725 Current, Program 725 Capital, all stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sums stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and your staff of Region Number 2 for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, we allow the Minister to get his support staff in place so that we can take Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara. And as the Minister's staff gets into place, let me ask you to turn to pages 484 and 485. Thank you, honorable members. Let us turn our attention to region number 3. Welcome the REO and his staff joining the minister. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for agency 73, region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, program 731, regional administration and finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, it's most unfortunate for the third time that I have missing pages in my book. I am at page 484 and it jumps to page 487.
So you don't have 48?
I don't have 485 and 486.
485.
I did ask for some assistance and it seems as though the assistance
and
has arrived.
486. So that means you didn't get a chance to study the estimates? No questions?
Sir, I have that ability to construct questions impromptu. And I want to begin, sir, with line item 6116, 484. Yes, 484, not 6116, sorry, 6117. Temporary employees, I see it has jumped from 2 to 28. May I ask, why is there the need for so many temporary employees? And if it is not better for these staff to be considered and placed in the permanent employment of the regional administration and finance program?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, we have 28 temporary employees, and they are in the process of being regularized through the recruitment system of the government.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, if I'm hearing accurately, the Honorable Minister is indicating that they have these employees as temporary, awaiting confirmation to be on the fixed establishment of the system within the regional administration and finance. Can the Honorable Minister clarify that I did hear clearly?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we cannot allow the services of the government to be shut down by deliberate attempts of elements or utensils of the last government. So we have in place 6 typist clerks, 1 admin assistant, 4 clerk 2, 1 secretary, 2 vehicle drivers, an electrical technician, 1 office assistant, 2 accounts clerks, and at that level.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, may I ask if the employment of these staff on the fixed establishment is stymied because of the Public Service Commission not being in place to facilitate the hiring of these staff?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak for the Public Service Commission. I know in the last government, the minister was chastised publicly, and I think also lost a court matter, the government, when a former minister in the last government directed the Public Service Commission. So we will not direct the Public Service Commission. We will await when the Public Service Commission is ready to properly appoint these employees. We will await that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Comrade Chair, may I ask what method was used to employ these staff? If there was an advertisement and they applied, they were interviewed, and the likes before they were considered to be staff of this program?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, 2 things. In the ministry that I'm the minister of, there is no evidence of Mr. Mahipol, honorable member, having gone through a recruitment process to be
Jesus
a
Lord.
community development officer of the Ministry of Local Government. So I shudder to think that he is now taking an about turn and is asking about a clerk and a secretary and a driver, what recruitment process they went through. These are people who earn $74,000, $75,000 per month, when Mr. Mahipal was earning in excess of $200 and something thousand per month, having gone through not a single recruitment process. He was a handpicked element of the last regime and disposed of in Region 3 for that matter. So these persons, they went through so far, as I'm advised, a proper recruitment, and as soon as the PSC or whichever other body has to ratify their appointment, they will remain temporary until such time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Chair, when I was employed as a contracted employee. And the claim that I was handpicked is one that I believe is imputing, because I don't believe I was handpicked.
Imputing what?
That I was handpicked, trying to paint me as someone who was handpicked for a position.
Yeah.
Chair, I want to ask the Honorable Minister. He did indicate that the employment of these staff went through the proper recruitment. I am knowledgeable that the establishment that is legal and guiding this country in terms of employment is the Public Service Commission for the Fixed Establishment, where the vacancies are created through the Ministry of Public Service and the likes. May I ask, what is the proper recruitment procedure that was utilized by the Regional Administration and Finance Program to recruit these individuals? And it has nothing to do, sir, with who's a driver and who's a typist and who's a clerk. It has to do with the proper system being followed, affording the opportunity to all to exercise that right to apply and exercise that right to be employed properly in the system. May I ask what system was used?
Okay, before I ask the Honorable Minister to comment, I want to ask the Honorable Minister of the Public Service, because you may have this reoccurring over and over again. I know that at certain levels, the level of staffing which the Honorable Minister just mentioned, that the authority was given to the regional executive officers and PSs to hire at these levels. Is that still in place?
It is, please, sir. And also my friend, the Honorable Mahipal, mentioned that he was a contracted employee, but did not deny that he might have not gone through a process of an advertisement. The Ministry of Public Service is also tasked with looking at CVs, conducting interviews. So is the region to carry out, and that is also a proper recruitment process, please, sir, to employ by contract.
And for these persons who are drivers and clerks to get on the fixed establishment, you have to go through the Public Service Commission, which is not in place.
You'll go through the Public Service Commission so long as the post is vacant and the recommendation is made to the PS.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Darnley.
Absent.
So I think Mr. Chairman, there is a rabble-rouser in the House that's making noise directly opposite me. So, Mr. Chairman.
You can't think, can you? You can't think.
Mr. Chairman, I think the Honorable Minister of Public Service has adequately responded.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, my contention is that the Ministry of Public Service creates the vacancy before it can be filled. And if the vacancy does not exist, then I find it difficult of understanding how it's being filled. So perhaps my question should be, are these vacancies new vacancies that were created and are awaiting the approval of the Public Service Commission for permanent employment, or are these vacancies that existed and required to be filled through the Public Service Commission, but were filled temporarily by selected persons awaiting the public service to come into play, Public Service Commission, where they will advertise and the likes?
I think I have to return to the Honorable Minister of the Public Service and my understanding that establishments have a certain amount of positions which are approved.
Correct, please, Mr. Chair. There is an inventory of positions. There is a structure to every ministry or agency, and that structure has a certain number of positions within. If there is a creation or filling, it can be from scratch or it can be adding to a number that is already there. Either way, they have to come through the Ministry of Public Service to be created and filled. So I am not disputing what the Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul, is saying. However, if he was asking a specific question as to whether persons are handpicked, etc., and the process of recruitment, which is still with the Ministry of Public Service and the PSC.
Honorable Member, Minister Darla.
So,
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul, please. The Minister of Public Service was asked to clarify policy positions so that we may be efficiently using the time rather than consuming the time with rhetoric answers. Honorable Member, Mr. Darmla.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also am grateful for the clarification provided by the Minister of Public Service. And I want to state again for the record that two things. Mr. Mahi, there is no evidence of any recruitment process that was followed when Honorable Member Ganesh Mahipal worked in the Ministry of Local Government under APNU, AFC, as a Community Development Officer, earning over $200,000 a month, plus allowances. As a matter of fact, he was earning that whilst being a Member of Parliament as well. So for a number of months, Mr. Mahipal was earning close to $500,000 per month. And Mr. Mahipal is making, Honorable Member, is imputing and denigrating the circumstances of the poor people of, and many of them young people, in Region 3. You know, they did not employ young people in Region 3. They have no evidence of employing anyone in Region 3. So these are people who are earning $74,000 to $75,000 per month, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Mahipal has a problem with young people in Region 3 being employed to run the affairs of the Regional Democratic Council of Region Number 3. I find that very outrageous.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. Honorable members. Honorable Member, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 731, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 681. Honorable Minister Dharmlal, please. We are now at page 681, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Region Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Island, West Demerara, Capital Expenditure, Program 731, Regional Administration and Finance, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, this project code 1208700. May I ask, extension of this program, this 17 million, is for the extension of building and regional stores. Is it the extension of which building? I would like to know if it is building in the compound of the regional store.
Our Minister.
Which building?
Mr. Chairman, one speaks for itself, the regional stores at Crane and the admin office.
And the what?
Thank you very much, Minister.
The admin office.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 731, Regional Administration and Finance, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 486, 487, and give the honorable member, Mr. Mahipol, an opportunity to correlate that he has those pages and they have numbers on them. Are you okay there, honorable member Mahipol? Your pages 486 and 487. Two books, and all two books have missing pages? Three. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 732, Agriculture, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, under this program, Agriculture 732, may I look at line item 6252 and request of the minister to inform this House where are these bridges that will be maintained in terms of their location, please?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, one will be at Good Hope, one will be at Greenwich Park, and one will be at Ruby Orangestown.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipol.
Chair 6255, maintenance of other infrastructure. May I ask, what are the other infrastructures that require the 27 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Hubu River Sluice, Salem River Sluice, Namrek River Sluice, Porika River Sluice, Versailles River Sluice, Tushan River Sluice, Zeelock River Sluice, Strikenhovel River Sluice, Hague River Sluice, then Amstel River Sluice, Blankenberg River Sluice, Windsor Forest River Sluice, Good Fortune River Sluice.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, 6253 speaks to maintenance of drainage and irrigation works. I'm aware that this caters for a number of canals and so on to be cleaned and cleared. I see, however, there is an increase of from 247 million to 347 million, an increase of $100 million. This indicates to me that there is an addition to the amount of canals and drains that will be cleaned. And also, all I want to know here is if there's an increase in the rate per rod, and if the minister will be kind enough to lay over in writing a list of the canals to be cleared and cleaned.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have 192,147 meters of canals to be cleared, and the rates have not been increased, but we have additional canals to be cleared.
Chair, will the minister be kind enough to lay over the list of the canals to be cleared and cleaned?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I have them on me, and the honorable member could come to the ministry and peruse them. No, I will not.
I didn't hear you. You're not?
I will not hand them, lay them over. They are for public consumption at the RDC office. So the honorable member can go there, or at our ministry.
Chair, I thank the honorable minister for the invitation to visit.
Honorable member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. I thank the honorable minister for the invitation to visit the ministry to see the list. I remind him when I was there, I was chased out by a security, but I guess that has been removed now.
Security?
So, by a security.
Preposterous.
Refuse. Thank you. But I'm grateful for the invitation now. I will move on from there, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Island, West Demerara, Program 732, Agriculture. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 681. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 732, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, Agriculture Development, 1300800, 110 million. That speaks to the provision for drainage structures and revetment at Leg 1, Morishi, Lady Stain, Canal Number 1, La Parfaite, Harmony, Hubu, and Maripa. And I see payment of retention. This is an ongoing project from 2021. May I ask what is the percentage of completion for these drainage structures and revetments at these locations? And do we foresee them being completed in this year based on the percentage at which they are right now?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Mahipal, sorry, Mr. Honorable Member. Mr. Chairman, there is something ethical with what I want to say. And that is, as a project management professional, we do not believe in percent complete because genuinely you cannot measure percent complete. But just for the record, Mr. Mahipal, this project is complete. So it is basically to pay during the retention period.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, so may I ask the $110 million, that is the retention cost?
Honorable Minister.
Or, sir, before the Honorable Minister, with your permission, or are these provisions for drainage structure and revetments at Leg 1 new projects? These Leg 1, Morishi, Lady Stain, Canal Number 1, La Parfaite, Harmony, Hubu, and Maripa. These are new projects?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are doing revetment work at Clearance Leg 1, a timber revetment at Morishi. We're doing a concrete structure. This is a drainage and revetment at Lady Stain. That's on the east bank of Essequibo. At Zealandia, in Wakenham, we are doing a concrete coca. In Canal Number 1, we are also doing a concrete drainage structure and revetment. We are doing a drainage structure and revetment at Parfaite Harmony. We are also doing it, and this time we're doing a timber revetment at Hubu and another timber revetment at Maripa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I'm not sure if I'm getting this correct. I asked just now for the percentage of the work completed for these specific projects. I was guided by a project manager, apparently, which speaks to measured work in terms of completion. And the minister I heard responded saying that these works are completed. And I am seeing here that the planned duration speaks from January 1, 2021 to the 31st of December, 2022. So if these works are completed on his previous answer, then I need to know why this huge sum that basically is speaking to the rehabilitation of a coca at Zealandia. And perhaps what will be easier is to disaggregate the payment for retention, the rehabilitation of the coca at Zealandia, and what is it for the provisions for these drainage structures and revetment.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I said the first one was the retention. We pay as 1.197 million. So I don't understand how, like, seriously, y'all have a problem with comprehension. Eh? I went to the forest budget. Most brilliant people in the country went there. Which school you went to? Huh? You went by Slantai House.
Minister?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman. So these other 8 projects are all new. The first one, and as Mahipal honorable member asked, at Georgia, the revetment is a rollover, a retention sum that has to be paid. So I don't understand what is the drama.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal,
if
you
there-
ask
you know-
a question,
Yeah.
you will get an opportunity to do follow-up. Please,
So-
if you continue to shout, we're going to have to ask you to withdraw for the rest.
So the prima donna behavior of Mr. Mahipal leaves much to be desired.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal. And the Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal has no more questions. He having no more questions, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Island, West Demerara, Program 732 Agriculture, capital expenditure forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 488 and 489. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Island, West Demerara, Program 733, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Committee Chairman, line item 6111 to 6117, I see there's a reduction in staff. Specifically, other technical and craft skill has moved from 4 to 0, and the sum of money here is higher than what was budgeted for 2021. Will the minister be kind enough to indicate if there is the competent human resource to see the effective management of these funds for the work they are intended to do, especially from the technical field and the technical aspect and the field operation that will be necessary, visiting and also monitoring and ensuring that bill of quantities are satisfied and the likes?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I see 0 allocation on the other technical process.
Honourable Member, can you please repeat the line item? Minister is saying 0.
Sir, I was asking from line item 6117 to 6116 to 6117 that speaks to the entire staff complement of the program, where I see a reduction in total. And I'm asking if the technical capacity is sufficient to see the expenditure, given that it's an increase from what was budgeted for in 2021 and from what was spent in 2021, taking into account that this program requires a lot of field operation, visiting sites, monitoring, ensuring bill of quantities are met and satisfied, and having the human resource to ensure that the oversight is there, so we get value for money.
Does the personnel covered in 6116, do they have the technical
strength,
capacity, strength to oversee this level of program?
Mr. Chairman, according to the staffing details, there is no personnel under 6116 contracted employees. So I don't know what question Mr. Mahipal is asking. If, however, Mr. Mahipal wants to know that there were 11 staff in 2021 and we are now having 9, then and if we would be able to execute the work program, I can assure him, yes, we'll be able to execute it.
Honorable Minister, there is an allocation on the 6116, 100,000. There is an allocation on the 61.
I was going there, sir.
I'm
Thank you
saying
for the clarity.
6117 at 1,168,000. There are 2 monetary allocations. And here, remember, we have to deal with the estimate before us. So maybe the question from the honorable member would have been, if you have no staff, what are you paying? Who are you paying?
So, Mr. Chairman, there's $100,000
Yes.
And I'm advised that the serviceman who was contracted, the serviceman who was contracted may have also still been owed at this point.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mike.
Sir, I need further guidance on that. Your document that you produced, your budget that you put, you meaning the regional administration, gave us a document that says no staff is there. And this is a statutory payment that speaks to staffing details. So you pay based on the amount of staff you have. You don't have any staff, but you have an allocation of $100,000. So is it not an error on the part of the regional administration to put a sum of money there, knowing that there is no staff there?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, 100,000. This is a serviceman. I keep saying this about these high flyers in the opposition. They don't care about poor people. This person's gratuity could have been paid this year. Maybe that is why they're there. But their contract came to an end
tell us that
during
it was the
2020.
gratuity. Tell us if it's the gratuity.
So maybe that is why. And that is, I'm advised by the REO that could have been the situation, where $100,000 is on this line item, but there is no staff because it could have been gratuity that is owed to the staff.
Thank you very much,
Chair.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi.
Sir, the REO is the chief executive officer, the chief administrator of all these programs. And we cannot have an answer that could be or should be. We are expecting an answer that verifies the amount of money that's placed here. We are seeing in the document before us, sir, that there is no staff there. So we don't want to hear that it could be or should be or maybe. We need to have a definitive answer as to what the $100,000 is there for.
Honorable Minister, you
Mr.
can
Chairman.
again be definitive.
Yeah, but I'm very definitive. The serviceman's contract was expired at the end of last year.
And
He
you
is
made
owed
provisions for the
on contract.
gratuity.
So that is why it has to be budgeted.
Thank you very much. I got that too.
Thank you for the definitive answer now, because I heard earlier, sir, maybe or could be
again.
or should be. Sir, 6251. Sir, the people of Denamstel ask me and the people of Parfait Harmony, where there are existing roads that are in a deplorable state, to find out if their roads will be considered for maintenance work. And I would like to ask the Honorable Minister if there are roads in the community of Denamstel and the community of Parfait Harmony for maintenance work.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the entire road program of the government is dealt with by both Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development and with the Ministry of Public Works. And the roads that are budgeted, well, that were not budgeted under the overseer of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, that those are budgeted on the maintenance of the Ministry of Public Works. So I can assure you that we have roads in Parfait Harmony as well as in Denamstel for maintenance.
Thank you.
As we would have in almost all the villages of Region 2.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mike Paul.
Sir, would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell me the bridges that are here for maintenance work to the tune of 55 million? And specifically, would he say if First Street, Parfait Harmony, the entrance from Canal Number 1, the first bridge, if those two bridges are down for maintenance, or would they be considered for a new structure completely, because they are in a very, very deplorable state?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, could you just repeat if it's the entrance bridges to those, to Canal Number 1, 2, and Parfait Harmony?
No. The entrance bridge from Canal Number 1 into Parfait, the first bridge. First bridge, when you jump over, there are two bridges there. Both of them are in a deplorable state. I'm asking if those are up for consideration for maintenance, or will they get two new structure there? That is to go into First Street down to 16th Street, Parfait.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if they are new structures, then they would not be considered under the maintenance program. They would be considered under the capital program. And it is our intention to have comprehensive maintenance across the region. So whilst we have allocated resources to some of these bridges, then we would also have to seek additional resources during the course of the year if we would have to do work on those bridges that you spoke about. So far, we have bridges in Waterloo, Leg 1, Stewartville, K-Wall Bridge, Phoenix, Leg 1, Hydroni, and another bridge in Canal number 2. So this is based on the resources we have, but also the Ministry of Public Works do quite a lot of work on these main structures too.
Honourable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I do remember the Honorable Gail Teixeira, when we were examining the constitutional agencies, indicated that the Ministry of Finance was generous enough to give more monies than what they asked for. I will just hope that the Ministry of Finance, through the senior minister, would be generous enough to provide the resources for these two bridges. They are in very, very deplorable state. Sir, may I ask, with reference to maintenance of other infrastructure to the tune of $18 million, what are the other infrastructures, please?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, at Crane, at Ruby, at Westminster, and at Belwest, we have a fence at Crane, a fence at Redenhoop, landscaping and backfilling in Ruby, repairs to a multipurpose, at the multipurpose center ground in Westminster, and similarly in Belwest, the multipurpose facility there.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 733, Public Works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, we can turn to page 681. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 733, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, Project Code 1100400, Bridges. Would the Honourable Minister be kind enough to say if all these bridges that are listed for work here, the project entails construction of bridges at Leg 1, Lenora, Wakenham, Parika, Hague, Burusiri, and Metamirzorg. What are the type of bridges that will be constructed?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, President Ali has made a commitment to the people of Guyana that all of the infrastructure will be upgraded in our country, and that is why you'd find a lot of the bridges that are made of timber, we will now be constructing in reinforced concrete with composite steel. So there's a bridge at the Anamir Bridge in Leg 1, the Motion Bridge at Leonora, Sarah Bell Plain in Wakenham, in Parika, the reinforced concrete bridge at the Facade, Duke Street in Hague, the Borosiri Creek Bridge, the reconstruction of the Borosiri Creek Bridge that leads into the Decantron, and the construction of a heavy-duty concrete bridge at Metamirzorg.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, for emphasis, I must say that the APNU AFC started to move from timber bridge to reinforced concrete, and I'm happy that the ministry and the regime is now following in the APNU AFC footstep for these reinforced concrete bridges. Sir, I had the privilege and to have roots in Wakenham. I used to live in Lenora also, so I know these areas very well. The specific bridge that the Honourable Minister is speaking to at Sarah in Wakenham, and the one in Lenora, and the one in Metamirzorg, And the one for Bursiri, I am well aware of those bridges. In fact, I came from Region 3 yesterday when I was missing from the house. I was actually in Region 3. And I know that these bridges are not in a deplorable state when compared to the bridges at Parfait Harmony I referenced earlier. And I would like to ask the minister if he can reconsider this allocation for these bridges and include for, if not maintenance, at least the construction of a stronger structure there to assist the residents who are complaining bitterly at the La Parfait Harmony area for better bridges.
Honourable Minister, would you consider relooking and reallocating?
So, Mr. Chairman, there is a process if you want to reallocate. And if it is that the engineering sense of Mr. Mahipal, who said he was in Region 3 yesterday, but whilst he was leaving, told me he was going to Enmore to drink rum. So I don't know where Mr. Mahipal was, but the people, he was not in the parliament, that's what I know for a fact.
When I tell you that.
So we will consider, and I made that commitment earlier when the question was asked, that we would have, maintenance is continuous and we would look at all the structures.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Chair.
Honourable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Chair,
this is referring to you attending Parliament from the people.
Pardon me?
Go ahead.
Sir, the Honourable Member put on the records of this House that I indicated to him that I was going to Enmore to drink rum. I would like to say that that is inaccurate. It's very untruthful, and I will request of him to withdraw or ask.
Can you repeat again what you said, excluding untruthful?
Okay, it is very inaccurate, I believe mischievous, and should be withdrawn from the records of the House because it is not the truth. And I'm asking if he's refusing, sir, if you can please expunge it on the basis that I am standing defending that that is not true.
Honourable Minister, do you know a different truth than the Honourable Member Mr. Mahipal?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was standing in the lobby and upstairs, and Mr. Mahipal told me so. Just by
Thank you very much. Honourable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Yes, in the afterlife.
I'm not going to, I tried to establish the facts and fight with the facts, but it was hard to establish the facts.
Sir, I guess in the afterlife I will be in heaven and he will be in hell. Sir, with reference to Project Code, Project Code 1400600 roads, would the Honourable Minister be kind enough to say what type of roads will be constructed and what are the types of roads to be rehabilitated, if it's asphaltic, concrete, or the other types that exist?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There is one retention. Two retention at Ifluct and Good Intent. And then we have 6 other roads. And these would be upgraded to asphaltic concrete in some cases. Well, in all cases, they will be upgraded to asphaltic concrete. And those roads will be in Shivani Street, Zeelock North, 2nd Street, Granville, also in Cornelia Ida, at the road to the community center ground, Masjid Street in Leg 1, Claremont Leg 1, Harlem Factory Road in Harlem West Coast, and Good Fortune Squatting Area Road. We will also be doing that in asphaltic concrete.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Member Mr. Mahipal. Thank you, Honourable Member Mr. Mahipal. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 733, Public Works. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No.
Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, please turn to page 490 and 491. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 734, Education Delivery Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, line item 6284. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say, and I must say that this is a recurring, it's like a recurring decimal. 6284, the heading of this line item is other, very broad, and it carries some huge sums of monies in all the ministries. It's very, very worrisome, I must say that. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to expand and probably disaggregate this $174 million? And if he can do it in writing, sir, to lay it over to the Honorable National Assembly in the interest of time so we don't consume too much time and not get to move to the other program, I'll appreciate that.
Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. I'm asking if you could give us an indication of what 6284 and 6294 covers in general, so it don't become a
worrisome
rhetoric question that we all know the answer of. So we'll again restate, many of us have been in this house for decades and we know what they cover, but knowing that we have a lot of first timers, in spite of the fact that they are very qualified and perhaps experienced, maybe we can refresh everyone's memory with respect to 6284 and 6294.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all say that these are long and well established. The government's chart of accounts has been long and well established. It's been in place for a long time. There have been from time to time discussions about, whether we should at some point in time revisit the chart of accounts, but the existing chart of accounts has been in place for a very long time, and the 6284 and 6294 categories under other goods and services and other operating expenses respectively are intended to be miscellaneous categories that are actually they're actually defined in documentation that we have produced in the Ministry of Finance that describes the chart of accounts. So for example, in relation to 6284, I'm in possession of a document here that gives some examples. It says 6284 represents other goods and services purchased, and it gives an inexhaustive range of examples. Other goods and service related activities that are not categorized above, but are directly related to the operations of the agency and are provided by people outside of the agency. For example, payment for legal fees, payment of bank charges, etc. But that's an inexhaustive list. In the case of 6294, we're speaking of other operating expenses, and it includes, here again, expenses that are not explicitly categorized by any other line item, but for which expenditures have to be incurred. For example, stipend for work students, hosting of receptions, etc. These are inexhaustive examples. I think it's, there's an accumulation of experience in this National Assembly, notwithstanding your observation about the newness of some members of Parliament. I think there's an accumulation of experience of the kinds of things that are covered. I've offered some examples. We'd be happy to offer others at some point in time. But I think this interrogation of the estimates also provides an important opportunity to interrogate these line items and to get a sense of the kinds of things that are included here. Thank you. I hope that was helpful, sir. Thank you very much.
Very helpful, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the Finance. I just want to add, the clerk, the Parliamentary Management Committee, and we are working with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association to bring a training program where the CPA will bring experts here the second week of May this year, in-person training program for all members of Parliament. We are still working on the details. The dates have been finalized. We're now working on the details to let members know that opportunities will be here to get some further training. Honorable Member, Mr. Dharamla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague, Dr. Ashley Singh. Mr. Chairman, part of this allocation, 189 sweeper cleaners would be paid from this allocation. That will amount to almost $144 million out of this 174 million. We also have supervision of the national assessments at the primary level, at the secondary level as well. Also supervision of national exams, CSEC and CAPE as secondary, supervision of education management exam, the supervision of CPCE exams, stipend for deaf trainers. You should be the last person to say people are done over here. All right? Which school you went to? You didn't even meet the school. You went to community.
Which school the speaker went to?
The regional awards ceremony. The provision of some types of sanitary services, management of the truancy campaign, and stipends to work study students. And possibly, I would recommend Mr. Michael to attend that CPA training.
Comrade Chair, perhaps what I'm very grateful for is a good memory. And I remember when we were considering the office of the Prime Minister, and it was program 021, Prime Minister's Secretariat, on page 85, when we were examining other, I remember the answer that came was for the provision of 5 advisors for $26.5 million. I'm sure the Hansard can bear me out. And I also know that the Foreign Affairs Ministry did indicate under their line item of 6284 that they catered for legal fees. So I did not hear the Honorable Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance speak to those headings. So our questioning, sir, has to do with primarily this large sum and how it is being used in the budget. So that is why I asked for the disaggregation. But I'm grateful that you have asked for that explanation and the training that is expected. Sir, on that basis, I trust I will get back my couple minutes that was utilized, and I will...
There will actually be 5 minutes added for the explanations. I've been very generous.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we can put the question now. Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 734, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 681. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 734, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Maipod.
Comrade Chairman, Project Code 1203000, Education, a sum of $220 million for the provision of schools, dormitory, and payment of retention. I see in the legend that it speaks to a nursery school at Hydroni and a primary school at Zealot. I must say that the coalition welcome any form of development when it comes to education. We believe an educated nation will be a rich nation. However, when it comes to the primary school at Zealot, is this a primary school that will be in Zealot new scheme? And which part of Zealot new scheme will this, if that is the area?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The demolition and reconstruction, so it will be practically a new school. The Zealot Primary School.
At the same location.
Yeah, so it's at the same location. And we'd also be constructing a nursery school at Hydroni, and we'd be doing an extension to the dorm at CI.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Yes, sir. Sir, 2401-700, Land and Water Transport, purchase of vehicle and engine. And I know that there exists boats and engines in the region, specifically to help not only with education, but health also, primarily. This new bus that we are expecting to purchase, is this to add to the fleet of David G buses so that we can enhance transportation for our school children and ease the pressure in this cost of living high standard that we have right now?
Our Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, the engine is for Lanabali, which has a boat already, and to transport there are 34 students in this community that will use the boat. The school has a boat already donated by a businessman, and we are providing an engine for that boat. Regarding the purchase of a bus, students within the West Damar area, West Bank area, sorry, Westminster, Potential, Laventure Secondary Schools. They are the ones who will benefit from the use of this bus.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, may I ask if it is a 15-seater bus or a 30-seater bus, or one of those big buses like the David G buses that are across the region to help in the transportation of our students?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I do not know of any David G buses in Region 3. So I do not know what the Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, is speaking about. If it is that David G, well, as the Attorney General is saying, if there's a brand of bus, or if it is that the former cardboard. Is it the cardboard? Is that a piece of cardboard? Mr. Mahipal, I need some clarification, Mr. Chairman. The David G buses. But there are no David G buses in Region 3. What I know, taxpayers' money, as long as we use it, is we do not have buses emblazoned with the name of any cardboard president. All right? So we have a real president and we are doing real work. And Mr. Chairman, I would just like to indulge you for a second. The Secretary of the Guyana Teachers Union says the most horrible and some of the nastiest things in this house, Coretta McDonald. For a young lady or a young looking, well, not a young
Honorable
looking.
Minister, we're going to have to not allow you to go down that road. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, there exists 2 David G buses in region number 3.
The question has to be with respect to the provision here.
Yes, it's with respect to buses.
And maybe, are you asking if the bus purchase will be labeled David G?
Sir, if you will allow me to ask the question, I must say that the question is based on the bus that is going to be purchased. And I'm saying to you, sir, that there already exists 2 David G buses, one that is plying the West Bank and one that is plying the West Coast for the benefit of children that was given by the APNU AFC. And I am happy to know now that the government is adding another bus to the David G complement to assist in transporting children. My question was, and it stands, is the bus a 15-seater or a 30-seater, or one that is as big as the David G that can fetch more than 30 children to school?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, would you like to answer that question again?
Mr. Chairman, I want to be very clear that there are no David G buses in region number 3. Absolutely not. There is no evidence of any David G bus. There may be buses in the region, but I don't know which brand is David G. I know when I was in opposition,
green one.
They had some David G buses that used to blow smoke and chase mosquitoes in some villages in different parts of the country.
It was helping where the ministry.
This bus is a 26-seater bus, and it will be for students, like I said, within that West Demerara catchment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands West Demerara Program 734 Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to pages 492 and 493. And I'm adding back 5 minutes as we are now at 7:19. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region Number 3, Essequibo Islands West Demerara Program 735 Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, as I indicated earlier, I was in Region 3 yesterday, and on the line item 6221 that speaks to drugs and medical supplies, I had the opportunity of visiting some health centers and the West Demerara
The security
Regional
didn't stop you.
Hospital.
The security didn't stop you here.
Sir, I have privileges in that region.
Thank you.
And they all know me to be one of the good staff that came from there, and they were begging for us back.
Okay.
And I assured them that the APNU AFC will return to office. Sir, there are complaints from a number of patients with reference to receiving adequate supply of drugs and medical supplies after it was prescribed by the doctor and so on. And when they go to the counter, they're having difficulties receiving, and in some cases, there's extreme shortage. This figure that is allocated here, is it sufficient to supply the medical facilities in the region, taking into account that there are complaints about shortage?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there is a history to why we have allocated resources to this magnitude for drugs and medical supplies. I visited as an opposition member of parliament, West Demerara Hospital, in the period of the David G.
Of the David
and
G.
the period of when Mr. Mahipol was honorable member was the CDO in Region 3. That hospital didn't have X-ray films. That hospital didn't have surgical gloves. And a pair of surgical gloves was a couple $100. That hospital didn't have Panadol. It didn't have aspirin. It didn't have very, very basic things. But you know what, Mr. Chairman? Billions of dollars were expended for the procurement of drugs and medical supplies in the last government. That is one of the investigations that we will have to proceed with in the near future. And because many people may have died as a result of the negligence of the last administration. For very basic things, they couldn't get proper service. Also, only recently, over $1 billion worth of expired drugs from the last administration we had to dispose of at Higgs-Bush sanitary landfill. So if they're speaking about management of the health sector, this is probably the best time where the management of the health sector is concerned in Guyana. We are going to build a new hospital, and I want to reiterate the Minister of Health. We will build a new hospital, modern hospital in Region 3. We are going to upgrade West Demerara Hospital, and we have already upgraded Leonora Hospital, which will be commissioned very shortly. All right? So I believe that, and we all know, everywhere we go, in all of the 100 plus facilities in Region 3, patients feel much better. I have visited in the last period of the APNUFC, where old women have to sit, mothers, pregnant women have to sit in the sun awaiting service at some of these facilities. And some of the worst treatment they received on the APNUFC in the last government. Some of the worst treatment, and you should be the last people to speak about your service in the health sector. Last people.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol,
Thank
I
you.
just have about a minute and a half remaining on the other time.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I just want to assure you that the people of Region 3 are very uncomfortable with the health sector in that region, and they have assured me that they will vote for the coalition the next time around, again, as they did before. Sir, if I may ask this final question on this current, and hopefully you give me the permission to ask one question on the capital, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister if there is consideration in this COVID pandemic with this relationship between the ministry, with this relation between the health services program and the education program, if there consideration under this line item for medical supplies in terms of, you know, the normal things that are necessary for the protection of our children and teachers and so on.
Honorable
Because
Minister.
the sum under education was too small to ask that question.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this government, we work as a team. This cabinet, under Dr. Irfan Ali, we work as a team. I can't account for what happened in the last government, but from public knowledge, they didn't work as a team. And maybe that is why they had so many problems in the last government. But I can assure you that the Ministry of Health is working with all other ministries across the government to make sure that the COVID protocols, to make sure that all of the supplies that have to be provided, that those are provided. And I'm aware too that both ministries work very closely. Health and education, the ministries work very closely to make sure that our schools are in some sanctified position for students.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 735 Health Services. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, we turn to page 682, 681. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 735 Health Services. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you very much for your consideration, sir, in allowing me to ask this question on the capital, notwithstanding the time being exhausted. Sir, with reference to the project that entails the purchasing of an ambulance and a bus under 2401-700, I know that the people of Wakenham and Legwan, they have been clamoring for the past 2-3 years for assistance in terms of ambulance service. And I'm asking if this ambulance will be put to one of those islands for consideration, and what is the bus that will be purchased, what will be the purpose of the bus? Because I am aware that the health services have about 3 or 4 buses that are oftentimes now being used by the administration instead of health services.
Honorable Minister.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I overheard that, is it my call that, Honorable Member, you drove the pickup overboard in the Health Services Department? A white pickup they drove overboard. And, you know, that is the kind of management of APNO, overboard. So, Mr. Chairman, this ambulance would be allocated to the the Leonora Hospital, and it will complement the fleet that we have. We will now have 5 ambulances in the region, and I believe we can deploy one of those in one of the islands.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 73, Region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, Program 735 Health Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, that concludes our consideration for this agency. Honorable member, Minister, thank you. Thank your REO and staff for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, we are at Region 4. One agency before, we should have taken a break. We're not going to be taking this first break. The clerk has made arrangements that there are snacks available for members, and you can step in and out, keep online virtually if you want. Enjoy, refresh, and come back. We take the dinner break at 7:30. Honorable members, we have had with respect to employment policy and also 6284 and 6294, some generic explanations of those heads. I entertained it so that we may be able to save some time as we go through these heads, or better use our time as we go through the remaining estimates for 2022. The Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister and his staff is getting in place. Let us give them a few moments. We wouldn't start the clock going until they are in place. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are starting this agency at 4:32 my computer time. Honorable members, I ask you turn to pages 498 and 499. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'd like to start with line item 6111, administrative. I've been through the budget and I've checked and recognized that under this line item, in 2020, we had 25+ million spent. In 2021, we had 22.413 million was spent, and now in budget 2022, I'm only seeing 21 million. So the question is, can the Honorable Minister say why was there a decrease in the amount?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That question sounds very elegant. But the reason why there was a decrease, there's a decrease is because the PPO resigned and the EPMA was transferred.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Bess.
I didn't hear the Minister answer clearly.
Mr. Chairman, the PPO resigned and the EPMA was transferred.
Thank you. Honorable Member Ms. Best.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Does this sum under the 6111 caters for the sub-office at Tiberi?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, can the honorable member please repeat?
Honorable Member Ms. Best, please repeat.
Does the sum caters for the sub-office at Timeri? The sub-office?
Sub-SUB.
Sub-office.
Sub-office.
Mr. Chairman, which sum and which?
Sub. There's a sub-office in Timeri. Does it cater for that?
Mr. Chairman, this is the staffing. So this is where we pay staff and the different categories of staff.
It doesn't have any staff in the
if the
sub-office.
honorable member is referring to the staff there, or is it the staff, or is it the operations of the sub-office? I don't know. What the honorable member is asking.
Is any of the staff in this head located at the sub-office?
So, Mr. Chairman, you're asking?
That's the question she's asking.
Oh, if they're the staff at the sub-office, no, they're not catered for here.
Honorable Member Ms. Flobes. Honorable Member Ms. Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I recognize at 6116 contracted employees. There's an increase in 6 from 2021 to 2022, 6 staff. May the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say the category of these personnel and, of course, which offices they will be placed at to provide service and their emoluments.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, honorable member. We have a CDO, a typist clerk, an accounts clerk, 2, a stores attendant, a cleaner, handyman, and a checker.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsuru.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. 6224. Print and non-print, sir. Can the Honorable Minister say if the media advertisement is catered for under this line item? The media. You have print and non-print. 6224. Media, advertisement, whatever you're doing, because it's non-print. Is that catered for on this line, under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, advertisements will be covered.
Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you,
Ramsuru.
thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister lay over those agencies that will be used to carry out this advertisement, if you can lay it over? Thank you.
Would you label the agencies that may be used to carry, to execute these advertisements?
Mr. Chairman, what do you mean, the name of, I don't know, the names of the agencies that will do the advertisement? The national newspapers and the television stations? Is that what you want? Huh? New Nation is there. Could I ask if New Nation you're referring to?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Beth.
Mr. Chair.
No, she was before. She's waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Line item 6211, expenses specific to the agency. I recognize that when I look at all the other regions, from region 1 to 10, region 1 increase, 2 increase, 3 increase, 4 decrease, 5 increase, 6 increase, 7 increase, 8 increase, 9 did not move, 10 barely increased. My question is, what has caused the decrease for region 4?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Reagan region. So, Mr. Chairman, this budget was prepared by the regional administration and presented to the Ministry of Local Government and forwarded to the Ministry of Finance. I would not be able to account for why the regional chairman of Region 4 requested a reduced budget.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member Ms. Best.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm very surprised at such an answer, because if you're here to peruse the budget, then there must have been something, some criteria, something that was used to determine why the amount was decreased. And to hear that, it's amazing. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I want to move on to the next item. 6242, maintenance of buildings. Does this amount cater for any works to be done on the sub-office at Timeri?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to inform the honourable member that the budget of Region 4, the regional budget of Region number 4, for the first time, and under this PPPC government, has increased by almost $1 billion. The regional budget of Region number 4 that APNU claims to own, PPPC government increased the regional budget by almost $1 billion. The revised budget, as a matter of fact, the budget of 2021 was $8.911 billion. The budget of 2022 is $9,842,372,000. So over $1 billion. This PPPC government, led by Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, increased the budget of Region 4. So I don't know where this clamor is coming from, that the budget of Region 4 is reduced. The budget of Region 4 has increased by over $1 billion. Or almost $1 billion. But Honorable Member Ferguson wouldn't understand was $1 billion Guyana dollars, because Honorable Ferguson mentioned, was it US 5.2 million Guyana dollars? You wouldn't understand. So the RDC main office, Enmore sub-office, and Timeri sub-office would all be catered for under this
Thank you
line
very
item.
much, Minister. Honourable Member Ms. Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister. You sound very, dramatic on the stage. But please be reminded that you're being questioned on a specific line item. Now, I heard that Timeri sub-office is there. Can you say what amount of this allotted sum will be spent at Timeri?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, and people of this parliament needs to know. There was one time when Timeri, when the PPPC was the vice chair of Region 4, the Timeri sub-office, where the vice chair is supposed to be, never had an allocation. Absolutely nothing happened when AP and UFC was running this region previously. Nothing they gave to the vice chair at that time. Absolutely nothing. Not even a vehicle. That man had to go with his personal transportation. Now they are fighting for every single one of them to get their own vehicle with siren. And I hope the police are listening. We have not given permission for the regional chairman or the vice chairman of Region 4 or the mayor of Georgetown to be flying around Georgetown and the rest of the country with a siren and police lights. They have no permission for it, Minister Ben. $600,000 would be placed towards maintenance work at the Timeri sub-office.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Beth.
Thank you so much, Chair. Last question here for the Honorable Minister. I see under 6281, security services. What is the name of the security company or group that is providing the services needed here?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, there are two companies.
Minister, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
There are two companies that provided security services under this program during the course of 2021.
Thank you very much.
During the course of 2021, Caliber and RK.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Oh. Sorry, RK and a part of it earlier was Caliber earlier last year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Member. I turn the Honorable Member attention to line item 6294. Yes, 6294. Okay. I noticed, Mr. Chair, that for 2021, we had a budgetary allocation of 3.5 with a revised 3.585. And I notice we have here 200,000. Can the Honorable Member explain the reason for the decrease? That's one. And two, what constitutes other under this particular line item? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to also mention, Mr. Chairman, that the regional vice chair of Region 4, for the first time, have the security at the house under this PPPC government. Yes, the regional vice chair of Region 4 has security at their home under this PPPC government. The reason why this figure was higher in, you gotta get dildo, that's what you're looking for. There were snacks that had to be supplied to the team that distributed the COVID cash grant, so that is why the figure was so high last year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
Chair.
Honorable Member, I want to recognize the opposition chief first.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, just for clarity, the Honorable Minister stated that the budget for Region 4 was submitted under the hands of the regional chairman and the regional vice chairman. I just want to get that confirmation from him.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, insofar as I'm aware, the regional budget of all the regions would have been submitted by the Regional Democratic Council.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Quick follow-up, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I'm looking for specificity. The references to the Regional Democratic Council Region 4. And could the Honorable Minister confirm if the submission of the Region 4 budget was done under the hands of the regional chairman and regional vice chairman of Region 4?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Mr. Jones meant that they physically brought the document to me, but what I know is that there is a clerk of the council who brought the document to the ministry, and that is the duty of the clerk of the council to transmit that document to the different agencies of the government. So, insofar as I'm aware, all the RDCs, the budget came on behalf of the regional democratic councils, representing the 10 administrative regions.
Thank you. Honourable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Follow up, Chairman. Chairman, could the Honourable Minister confirm the date of the Region 4 Regional Committee of which the budget was approved by the councillors who were elected to serve that region?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this budget is still not yet approved. So the regional committee or the regional democratic council doesn't have authority to approve the national budget. What they can do is towards the approval of the budget, they're supposed to consult and prepare the budget for dispatch to the Parliament for approval.
Follow up, Chairman, that is exactly my question. Could you confirm when that consultation was had by the regional councillors of Region 4?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the budget of Region 4 is not the primary function of the councillors of Region 4 alone. This budget is part of the national budget of our country, and ministers of government, members of the public, community meetings, meetings of regional councillors in different areas, they were the ones who contributed to the compilation of Region 4 and any other region's budget. What I know for a fact, the budget circular also gave a time frame for when the budget ought to have been basically completed, the consultations, and submitted for the approval process. I am aware too that during the period of consultations, the regional chairman of Region 4, with other members of the APNU AFC, they were in New York, in Brooklyn, New York, I think, making very denigrating statements towards the US ambassador in our own country. So whilst they were supposed to be on the ground doing consultation, they were outside of Guyana doing their own racist politicking. That is what they were doing.
Honourable Member, Mr. Dio Narayan Ramsu.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Sir, I just need some further clarification on the line item 6211. Sir, in 2021, there was a budgeted allocation for 21,344,000, and in 2022, sir, the allocation is 18,230,000, a reduction of 3,114,000, which reflects 15% reduction. And I just need some further clarification here, sir. Can the Honourable Minister clarifies for me why this reduction?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I have a breakdown of what composes budget 2022, and I can relate to you. It includes stipend for the regional councillors, for the Tushaw and Deputy Tushaw, I think of St. Godwar's Mission, Pakuri, the traveling and subsistence of councillors, the hosting of RDC statutory and special meetings, the RAC meetings, committee meetings of the RDC, and of course, refreshments and meals of the offices of the regional chairman and regional vice chairman, support to social need cases, and what we have also been doing very successfully now, Mr. Chairman, that rather than this be used as a slush fund by the regional chair, some of these social assistance cases, there's a Ministry of Human Services and Social Security that those cases are referred to. Likewise, if they are health related, the Ministry of Health, and if they're education related or agricultural related, whatever the requirements, the sector ministries have adequate resources to deal with them directly. Also for national observances, for youth and sport activities, Amerindian heritage, religious observances, arts and culture, community assistance in some cases, and the operations of the office, both offices, servicing of their vehicles, the regional chairman, PVV 2895, the vice chairman, PVV 6389. This is PVV series bought under the PVPC for them. Utility bills, fuel, support to single parents. So they still have elements of social support provided, but a lot of it has now gone to the ministry that is responsible.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, a follow-up on the questions that were asked by the Honourable Christopher Jones with reference to the budget submission and in keeping with the budget circular that specified the process that one must follow for its composition and submission of the proposal to the Ministry of Finance. Comrade Chair, with reference to what the Honourable Minister indicated, I am saying to the Honourable Minister and asking him to verify this. The regional chairman of Region Number 4 in the name of Daniel Siram, whom he referenced, wrote a letter to him indicating that he will be departing the country on the 13th of August 2021 and returning on the 20th.
Honourable Member, the line item, please.
Sir, 6211, reference to the RDC allocation. 6211. Sir, the budget circular was issued on the 30th of July 2021. The chairman came back into this country on the 28th of August 2021, wrote a letter to the clerk of council requesting that a meeting be held for budget consultation. To that end, the clerk of council wrote back the chairman on the 4th of September 2021, indicating that the budget is already prepared and will be submitted. Sent to the chairman, line item 6211, for him to vet. No meeting of the RDC was called in the month of August to deal with budget consultation, and no, even though the regional chairman was back and forth writing to the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, the senior minister within the office of the President with responsibility for finance, the finance secretary, the permanent secretary, letters upon letters requesting that budget consultations be held in keeping with the budget circular. And none of that was done. And we talk about one Guyana. Sir, I'm saying to the Honorable Minister that I'm asking him to confirm what I'm saying is accurate or not. And I wish to say to you, sir, as promised in my budget speech, there are copies of the letter. There is the delivery note to show that these letters were dispatched. There was a meeting with the budget director where these very comments were ventilated, requesting consultation for the people of Region 4. It did not happen. I am saying, sir,
Honourable Member.
Sir, I'm not finished with the question.
I am finished listening. I'm putting the question because the issue here is, consultation of the budget preparation. Right?
That there was a request for consultation.
And I'm putting that to the Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Good. And I am not going to tolerate further the to-in and fro-in over the process of budget consultation and preparation. I'm going to return to the estimates before us. Honourable Minister, could you detail the process of budget consultations if you want, or do you want us to move on?
So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, budget consultation is not the only duty of the Regional Democratic Council. One. During the budget consultation process, the RDC And in this specific case, as they are complaining, the regional chairman is not the only person that has authority on the consultation of Region 4 budget. We have...
Honorable members, a question was asked, a speech was made. The minister has his turn to present. When the honorable member was making his presentation, no one interrupted him by shouting. So, honorable minister, please continue.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, the consultation has always been ongoing for this government. Always. Every single day of the year, of any given year, we work. Every single day. Right now, as part of this whole exercise, people are still calling and consulting. So, I want to make very clear that this is not the budget of the regional chairman of Region 4. This increase of over nearly $1 billion came from consultation with the people of Region 4. That is why we said this is a people-centered budget, this is a people-driven budget. And for all the clamor, the noise that is coming from the opposition, for the first time in the history of this country, Region 4 budget is over $9.8 billion, nearly $1 billion more than last year, which was even greater than what AP and UFC had given to Region 4. So I don't know what is the clamor in the opposition. Why are they clamoring? Why are they clamoring? So I want to make it very clear to the people of Region 4. You have more money in this year's budget, much more money than APNU ever gave to you. But what APNU wants to do is to derail this process. What APNU is trying to do is to derail this process. The regional chairman of Region 4 went to the Ministry of Finance in a budget meeting and refused to make a contribution. You don't know that because, you know,
Mr.
you didn't know that.
Honorable member,
Mr. Chairman, I have the floor.
The Region 4 regional chairman is not here to defend himself to the statement that the minister just made.
Honorable member, I'm going to allow the honorable minister because I can't see the honorable minister not representing the fact. Go ahead, honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the fact remains that the regional chairman went to the Ministry of Finance and refused to make a contribution to that meeting, where that was part of the budget consultation process. Also, there was a period during the course of last year when the regional chairman himself called special meetings of the RDC, and his own councillors refused to turn up.
Honorable Minister, I can't deal with that, but I could deal with your confirmation that the regional chairman went to a budget meeting at the Ministry of Finance. You could move on to the comments made by the last presenter.
These were issues that were supposed to raise at those special meetings. Actually, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Christopher Jones and others turned up at the RDC when the AFC councillors wanted to move a vote of no confidence against the regional chairman of Region Number 4, which in that same meeting too they could have discussed the budget. So they are the ones responsible for their own chair not being able to be part of the process.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 741. And I propose the question. Sorry, page 683, Agency 741. page 683. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, a Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 741, Regional Administration of Finance, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amount stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 500 and 501. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 742, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Former Chair. Line item 6253, maintenance of drainage and irrigation works. Can the Honorable Minister identify some of the areas that will be addressed under this that will benefit from this?
Honorable Minister.
If we can.
Go ahead, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this program, this line item, we'll do manual cleaning, weeding and cleaning, some mechanical excavation, maintenance of dams and other infrastructure. So in all the NDC areas, we will be doing these types of work. All, right?
Thank you. Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Former Chair. Line item 6281, security services. I recall earlier the minister had given two names of the security services being used. I got the first one, I think it's arcades. I don't know what's the second one. I would like to know if the same security services will be used here.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there are two security providers in, well, for this year would be one, but for last year there were two security providers. And you like the name? Could I go ahead and give the name of the security?
Yes.
One? It is RK Security.
Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Former Chair. Line item 6302, training including scholarships. What training will be done under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This is a total of $150,000. So a lot of the training will be on fire prevention, fire safety, and also on occupational safety and health. Safety and health, OSH.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Ramsuru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6284. Under this line item, sir, there's a total of $16,487,000 budgeted here. And the Honorable Minister state how these sums will be expended.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This caters for the payment to sluice attendants and grill workers, 19 sluicemen, 10 grill workers.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6231, fuel and lubricants. Sir, there's a budgetary allocation for $4,550,000 here. Pretty high compared to the previous year, but can the Honorable Minister state why such a high increase and why such a high increase for 2022 budget?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, the fuel and lubricants will cater for the Triumph pump, Cane Grove, Huntley Cane Grove, Golden Grove, Victoria, the Joyce Phillips pump also at Cane Grove, the sub-office at Cane Grove, and fuel for the Timeri sub-office.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara, Mahaica, Program 742, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 683. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara, Mahaica, Program 742, Agriculture, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Project code 1701200, agricultural development. I see there's a description, construction of bridges and culverts at Sue's Dyke and industry. Question to the Honorable Minister, where in Sue's Dyke will the revetment be constructed?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have the rehabilitation of a drainage culvert at Unity Mahaica, the construction of a timber revetment at Martin's Trench, Soosdijk, the construction of a timber revetment at the Main Canal Industry North, and a timber revetment at South Company Road, Buxton also.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 742, Agriculture Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 502, 503. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 743, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you,
No, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Did we went to Capital Works for Agriculture?
Yes.
And passed it.
(6231). I recognize, Ms. Chair, under this line item, we have a total sum of 3900. And I do understand and recognize that in the period we will have flooding and all of that. Can the Honorable Minister be kind to say, fuel and lubricant, what do we talk about on the cokers and sluices that will be having this? Or the agencies, if it will be going to the bond and how it will be utilized?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, just for the edification of the honorable member, who was also an NDC chair as Linton Grove, the NDC that I spent 5 years of my life. And I actually, I would like to let you know that we don't use, I don't think we use fuel and lubricants, maybe lubricants, but not fuel on cokers. But we did say, I just outlined in the agriculture program where the fuel was going to go. In this case, we have a few vehicles that the fuel would be used and a generator, right? There are 1, 2, 3 vehicles and a generator. But you're only also speaking about a $20,000 increase from last year, you know? That is the increase that the honorable member is speaking about. A 20,000 Guyana dollar increase.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Nina Flobes.
Every cent we got protect.
That is why the question was asked. The minuscule increase.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you.
It's so narrow.
The Minister, thank you, Honorable Minister, for your lengthy, dramatic display. Line item 6251, maintenance of roads. I see there's a steep increase to 120 million. I would like to know which roads will be maintained with this allotted sum.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, between 2020 and 2021, we did 182 roads in Region 4. 182. This year, under the maintenance program of the region, and again, I want to, with the caveat that we are also working with the Ministry of Public Works, that will be doing many more roads than what we are doing at the level of the RDC. So we'll be doing roads in Cane Grove, Enmore, Belmont, Better Hope, BV, Erstelling, BV again, Caldingen, Lusignan, Annandale, Enterprise, Beirut, Grove, Soesdijk, Ogle. And also, we have a force account in the regional administration that we would be doing additional fixing. Those roads are done through the. Mr. Chairman, I was asked off the record about Georgetown, but Ms. Annette Ferguson, honorable member, as a former junior minister of public infrastructure without a cabinet membership, the junior ministers didn't have cabinet membership under the last administration. So the honorable minister would know about these things. So, but the roads, the RDC does not cover infrastructure work in the city of Georgetown, and that is an historic fact across all governments. And I shudder to think that a former minister of government, in this case a junior minister without cabinet membership, who worked in public works, doesn't know that. Terrible, it's very terrible. The Ministry of Public Works would be doing, and the Ministry of Local Government, Georgetown-related construction.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 743, Public Works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 683. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 743, Public Works Capital Expenditure, now stands part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, bridges 11-00500, construction of bridges and culvert. Could the Honourable Minister indicate if Mocha, Kurukuru, Victoria, Hope, Friendship, Diamond, Golden Grove, and would be part of the culverts and bridges to be constructed.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there is also Enmore, Luzignan, Annandale. Those are the areas, but you seem to miss those areas, Honorable Christopher Jones. Cove and John, you seem to miss those areas. Newtonville, you seem to miss those areas. So, Mr. Chairman, this capital program this year is focused on bridges that are much worse or in a much worse condition than in bridges in some other areas and culverts. So if Mr. Jones can point me to a bridge or a culvert in Victoria or a bridge and culvert in Mocha, Mr. Jones, Honorable Member, had an entire year to bring to the attention of the government as part of this National Consultation on Budget 2022 on those issues. I have not seen any representation of any member of the AP and UFC in any form whatsoever in Region 4 that these are the areas and activities that they would like to pursue. Not a single one. What I can report to this Parliament is that we will be building a bridge in Cane Grove, one in Goodforwachting, one in Haslington, one in Enmore, one in Helena Mahaika. We will be doing a road in Cane Grove, the Slaughterhouse Dam, in Mahaika, Newtonville. Actually, I visited Newtonville. People have been, and I want to recognize Miss Ava Benjamin, who has been pushing me to get that road done in Newtonville. So we are going to do the Newtonville road. Unfortunately, for 5 years, you know where they did roads, Mr. Chairman? None in Newtonville, none in Cove and John. You know why? None in Hope Lowlands. You know why? There is absolutely no road done, no street done in Hope. You know why? Because PPP supporters live there. That is what those same APNU FC people did for 5 years. Absolutely nothing. So we are going to be doing a road in Prospect as well, Playfield Street in Monrepo, 8th Street in Martysville, Cemetery Road in Mocha. I repeat again, Honorable Flubes. Cemetery Road in Mocha. This is going to be the 4th one we are doing in Mocha in 18 months. And upgrading of a road in New Hope, that is the New Hope Housing Scheme. These are roads under the capital program. And we have a plethora of roads as well under the current program. And we have an even larger amount of roads in the Ministry of Public Works. So there are going to be more roads done. As a matter of fact, across the regions, we will be doing close to 500 roads this year. Last year we did over 300. This year we're going to be doing over 500 kilometers of roads in the region. And these are community roads, not public roads. Community roads.
Pick up yourself, buddy. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, Mr.
Yes, indeed, Comrade Chairman, we thank the Minister. Just a quick follow-up. Sir, for the record, I didn't name Enmore, Haslington, Mahaika, Cane Grove, Woodforwachton, because it's listed here. The villages I named, sir, are the village as well that are in need of the culverts and bridges, and this information has been provided by the councillors of the respective area. And it comes back to the point we were making, Comrade Chairman. Had the councillors of the Regional Democratic Council Region 4 been consulted, this information would have been shared.
Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister mentioned Newtonville, but I want to ask him the road in Newtonville of which he speaks, if it's Newtonville Main Road.
Honorable Minister.
He visited Newtonville. He was happy to say that he visited
Honorable
Newtonville.
Member, I already put the question to the Minister.
Mr. Chairman,
I already put the question.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Mr. Chairman, when you leave Georgetown going east, when you about to leave Belfield, I actually had the opportunity of going to Mr. Burnham's house when Mr. Burnham was in the house. I don't know if any one of you had the opportunity. I did. Okay? I visited the Arapaima ponds at the back too. So I don't know what the few you speaking about Burnham. You don't know anything about him. Absolutely nothing you know about him. None of you. None of you. And you behave as though you are Burnham children. No. You have no knowledge of who Burnham was. I was in his house. I was in his house.
Happy to know that, Minister. Could you answer?
So, Mr. Chairman, going east across that bridge that links Newtonville and Belfield, you turn right immediately across the bridge. That road is the main road of Newtonville, and that road where I had the meeting, unfortunately, the former chairman of the NDC, the people told me that they've been trying all the time, and to be honest with you, this is what they told me, because the current NDC chair was there, and I invited the overseer as well. And people there told me that the reason why they feel their road was never done, despite so much productivity coming out of Newtonville, rice farmers, cash crop farmers, other types of farmers. You know why? They told me that they believe that their road was never done because they look like me. And that's a travesty to you. Because you discriminated against the people of Newtonville. You racially discriminated against the people of Newtonville. You politically discriminated against the people. You victimized them because they voted for the PPPC. But we are going to do the road in Newtonville.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Mr. Chair, I beg to differ. Newtonville Main Road received maintenance and rehabilitation from APNU AFC twice within the 5 years period. Twice within the 5 years period. And I'm happy to know that you can speak so eloquently about Newtonville, but you abandoned section 20, Haslington, section 20. You've abandoned section 18 and more, where they have Mediterranean Sea and Pacific Ocean. You should talk about those areas.
I remember you're going to ask the question if those roads in Moore and Haslington are going to be addressed. Honorable Member Ms. Nina Flo Best.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member Ms. Best.
All right. I'm happy to hear, thank you so much. I'm happy to hear the Honorable Minister speak so eloquently about Burnham, that you like Burnham so much that you shouted to the top of your lungs for the last 2 years that you have completed Burnham Boulevard in Mocha Arcade community. So my question to you, project code 1400700, provision of roads. I see there's rehabilitation of roads at Mocha and Mon Repose. Can the Honorable Minister say if the roads to be done in Mocha will finally be Burnham Boulevard, because you claim it was done, and Barnwell North Main Road?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the APNU AFC, and it is something that you should learn from the PPP. It's about your loyalty to your leadership.
Honorable Minister, could we answer the question?
I am answering the question, Mr.
about the
Chairman.
roads.
Because,
Honorable Minister.
because you are supposed to be the people who are
Honorable Minister,
carrying Burnham's legacy.
Honorable
and you are
Minister,
refusing to
we've
do
had
so.
many speeches in this particular consideration. I'm now asking you to answer the question with respect to the roads the Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flobes, asked.
So, Mr. Chairman, we are going to build an asphaltic concrete cemetery road in Mocha this year. The local democratic organ, Mocha NDC, resources were placed in Mocha NDC, and they indicated to me as Minister of Local Government and Regional Development that as part of the maintenance program of the Mocha Arcadia NDC, that same Burnham Boulevard was one of the roads that they were going to do. You know who controls Mocha NDC, Mr. Chairman? Totally all AP and UAFC councillors. All. You know who also lives there, Mr. Chairman? The Honorable Flubes. I visited Mocha a few times since I became minister.
So, Honorable Minister, you're saying that the other road, the NDC councillors who are APNU AFC, told you they're going to be looking after that. Thank you very much, Honorable.
And I also wish to posit, Mr. Chairman, that we have done extensive drainage and cleaning work in the Mocha NDC since August 2020, since 2021, and we are also currently, at this moment, doing cleaning in Mocha.
Under this particular head?
Under the National
Thank you,
Treasury.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. The Honorable Minister should be sent to jail for lying in the House.
Honorable Minister, you got to withdraw.
I withdraw. Being untruthful because...
Again, you have to withdraw.
I'm going to line item. Because he said the road was done.
You have another question with respect to the roads being done?
Yes, I've done the same question.
Please, let's get to the question.
Good. So, based on the response I got from the Honorable Minister, you're saying that Burnham Boulevard will or was done by the NDC twice. Don't worry, you'll be fed the right information shortly. I rest my case there.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize here on the road we have about 7 roads. And I do remember Nabaklis is the forgotten village. And I trust that, like we would have established before, because of lack of consultation with the elected officials, nothing at all was placed in the budget for Nabaklis. Dilapidated roads and streets.
Honorable Member, please. The question has to be,
and I'm saying,
the question has to be, is Nabaklis included?
Will Nabaklis be considered for roads and bridges in this budget? I recognize no mention was made here.
Under this head, we're dealing with this head because the minister has consistently said that there are many other roads to be done throughout the country on the public road.
And so,
Honorable Member, please don't lecture me. Honorable members, you're saying that Nabaklis is not included. I'm asking you if you can ask the minister the question, if there are any savings that Nabaklis could be considered.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Much. Who are you to tell me this? Who are you to tell me?
Honorable members.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's an allocation here of 100. Mr. Chairman, that's a headmistress of a nursery school, you know.
Honorable Minister, please.
We have $137 million to do some roads in Region 4. Region 4 is from Moblissa till up to Cane Grove. But the AP and UFC, not councillors, members of parliament, they are only specific about certain villages.
So, Honorable Minister, please, if there are savings, are you going to be considering Nabacalis?
So, Mr. Chairman, all roads are going to be considered, but I just want to make
Thank
it
you very much,
I want to make it very clear, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members,
The last government, what have they done in the buckets?
Honorable Minister, we have exhausted the time and gone over by 2 minutes for this head. I now would put the question that the sum stated for Agency 74, Region Number 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 743, Public Works Capital, 744, Education Delivery Capital, 745, Health Services Capital, Program 744, Education Delivery Current, Program 745, Health Services Current, that all these sums stated for these heads now stand part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, honorable members. I thank the minister and the staff of Region 4 for taking us through that head. Honorable members, let us now consider the estimates for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice. And ask the Honorable Minister to get his staff in place.
Microphone and tell you, good.
Honorable members, I turn your attention to page 512 and 513. Honorable members, been in this house a long time and I haven't heard such personal comments being made by members. Two members. Honorable members, I now put the question, propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6116, contracted employees. I recognize in 2021 there was 1, and now in 2022 we have 5. Also, I recognize a significant increase in the budgeted sum here from 2 million to 8. Could the Honorable Minister state what are the designations and emoluments of the 5 contracted employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An EPMA, a supply expediter, stores attendant, and 2 typist clerks. The EPMA is $179,412, and the others are $74,900.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6211. Could the Honorable Minister say or give a breakdown of this line item?
Mr. Chairman,
Minister.
thank you. RDC statutory meetings, RIC, Tourism Committee, different committees of the RDC. And there are quite a number of committees of the RDC. Finally, this RDC is allowed to function, quite unlike when it was being bullied by elements of the last government. Stipends for councillors, disaster preparedness, the telephone and electricity for the chairman and vice, stipend to the Tushaw and vice Tushaw or deputy Tushaw of Morocco, and other incidentals associated with the conduct of the chair and vice chair officers.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honourable Minister state whether there will be any social and health services offered under this line? Of course, I know the regional chairman would want to be generous throughout the years. We just want to know what are those services.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier in Region 4 and in other regions, that we are upgrading the quality of services that we have across agencies of the government. And those that are beyond the capacity of the expenses specific to agency 6211, that those issues are going to be forwarded to the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security.
Thank you. Honourable Member, Ms. Jordan. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chair, could the Honourable Minister state whether the regional chairman and vice chairman received the 7% increase that was given last year, and whether it was budgeted or catered for in the 2022 budget?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately for Mr. Jordan, the honourable member, this line item doesn't cater for the stipend or the salaries for regional chairs and vice chairs.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6284, could the Honourable Minister give a breakdown of that line item? 6284.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this figure of 3.5 million, you should worry about whether I'm not going to keep you inside there. The tender board members, evaluators, and other services, including bank charges and advertising.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6311, rates and taxes. Could the Honourable Member, Minister, please state whether rates and taxes were paid to the local authorities last year, and how much per building specifically is catered for in 2022?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to the first part of the question, yes. And the RDC, some living quarters of the RDC, the main office, the boardroom, some sub-offices, and the Amerindian hostel, sorry. Those are some of the buildings that are covered under this line item.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6312, could the Honourable Minister kindly state which local authority will receive the $10 million of it?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as is traditional under the PPPC government, we have always supported Amerindian villages quite massively. It will continue this year. We are providing fuel to Morocco by Amerindian village, and so a lot of this grant will be given, will go towards the electricity system within the village and other developmental works within Morocco by Amarillo.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica, Berbice, Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 684. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica, Berbice, Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister kindly lay over the list of furniture and equipment that are slated to be purchased under this line item? 2503-900, thank you.
Honorable Minister, a lane over.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have the list here. I can read it. It will take 30 seconds.
He's asked for you to lay it over.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica, Berbice, Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to pages 514 and 515. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica, Berbice, Program 752, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6251, and I'll try to merge 6252 with that. Could the Honorable Minister kindly lay over the works that are expected to be completed under these two line items?
Honorable Minister, can you kindly lay over those?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And in addition to laying over, I would just like to state that we'd be doing a bridge at Good Faith, one at Champagne, one at Blairmont, and New Providence. And we'd be doing some roads in Zizag, number 7, Esau and Jacob, Champagne. By the way, number 7, the village that I come from. In the last administration, with an APNU NDC, they did absolutely not a single road. Nothing.
You're going good so far, Honorable Minister. Nothing. Please.
Esau and Jacob, Champagne, Burma. We're going to Huntley, Maikoni, Dundee, Hyde Park, Maikoni, Novar, and Cotton Tree. These are under the maintenance program. But
thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6253, drainage and irrigation works. Could the Honorable Minister give us a breakdown of the works scheduled to be completed under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we would be doing work in all of the NDCs, Blairmont, Gelderland, Rosignol, Zelos, Bel Air Woodlands, Bath, Woodley Park, Union, Naristigate, Tempe Seafield, Prophet Rising Sun, Maikoni, Abari, Hamlet Chance, Woodlands Farm. And El Dorado, some of these villages in Prophet Rising Sun, El Dorado, Fowles, Seafield, Litchfield, Bellevue, Jacova, Bran, Ross, Britannia, Union, number 29, Lovely Lass. His sister and I lived, his sister and him and my sister lived in the same village.
A lovely lass?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, great, a lovely place.
But he was never that kind of person. He- Unfortunately, my sister died
Well, we
tragically
could take
in
that, we
2011.
could take that always, live in the same place.
So please don't make a mockery of her. Okay. Bushlot, Armadale, Bel Air, Hopetown, Underneming, Naristigate, Bath, number 1211, Waterloo, numbers 8762, Zizite, Cotton Tree, Rosignol, The Edward, Zorgan Hoop, Ithaca, Huntley, and this is coming this way now, Huntley, Dundee, Erie Hall, Novar, Recess, Good Faith, Calcutta, again, I recall the honorable member mentioning that we're not doing stuff. Chester, The Hoop, and other areas in Myconi and Mahika.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that list, Honorable Minister, but could you say to this Honorable House, what is the estimated sum that you will spend in Union Narsigide NDC, Bath Woodley Park NDC, and Profit Rising Sun NDC? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, in Union Naristigate, we'd be spending, I think, the most, $19,980,000. And I know the honorable member used to be a councillor, I hope, and he's not, still not, I hope he's not a councillor and a serving member of parliament. That would be a travesty for him. So, Mr. Chair, because he always sits there and they do nothing for Bushlot, but everything is done in the PNC villages. Again, nothing for Bushlot. Because you know why? Bushlot has Indo-Guyanese and people who support the PPPC.
Honorable Minister, you're going very good. Tell us what you're doing for everybody. You're doing good.
So, yes, Mr. Chairman, I had the indignity of being in Bath Settlement, where my where my mother is from. And that same young lady, the Honorable Natasha Singh, sorry, a relatively elderly looking Natasha Singh.
Honorable Minister, we're getting a bit personal now. Please, let us continue
Well, I
with...
was saying young and...
Honorable Minister, let's continue with providing the information on the roads.
Mr. Chairman,
in the two
Mr. Chairman,
NDCs, which...
A relative of Honorable Natasha Singh Lewis.
Honorable Minister, please, let us keep our relatives out of parliament.
But it hurts that they remove every single street light in Bath Settlement when they were in government.
Honorable Minister, please, could we talk about the roads?
They went to Cotton Tree and did the same. They went to Blairmont and they did the same. They went to Bushlot
Honorable
and did the same.
Minister, if you're finished, I'll ask the Honorable Member to ask.
Mr. Chairman, we are also in Bath Settlement. We'd be spending 7.731 million. And in Profit Rising Sun, 12,885,000.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate Profit Rising Sun and Union Naristigate are two NDCs controlled by the AP and UFC. So they're getting much more than what the PPP NDCs get.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't want to consume the time, but could the Honorable Minister state clearly for me Bath Settlement, the amount, Bath Woodley Park NDC, and Profit Rising Sun? I didn't get that clearly.
The NDC of Union Naristigate, controlled by AP and UFC, $19,980,340. An estimated 23.26 kilometers. Bath Woodley Park, 9 kilometers, estimated at 7,731,000. This is a PNC, a PPP NDC, all PPP. And Profit Rising Sun, controlled by APNO again, 15 kilometers, 12,885,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I trust.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan. Could you please take your seat? Honorable Member Mr. Duncan. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan, I ask that you withdraw. Honorable Member, you withdraw from the House at this moment. Honorable Member Honorable Minister Teixeira, can I get you move the motion under the relevant standing order that this member be withdrawn from the House for the next 4 sittings?
Mr. Speaker, based on the behavior of the member and disrespect to you as the Speaker of this House, I move that the honourable member who is not speaking from his seat, he is not in his chair, that he be suspended from the House for the next 4 sittings.
Honourable members, the member is now suspended. Honourable members, I put a motion that the Honourable Member Mr. Duncan be suspended from the House for the next 4 sittings. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The member is suspended. Honourable members, let the assembly resume. Let the assembly resume. Honourable members, I'll take a short suspension. I want to invite the Honourable Minister and his team, Honourable Minister Nigel, to continue consideration of the estimates for the regions. Honourable members, when we broke, it was 5:55, and we would have considered, we would have spent 20 minutes considering this head. We had an hour allocated, so we'd have 40 minutes remaining for the consideration of Region 5. So members, we'll continue with Program 752, Agency 75, Region 5, Mahaica Berbice. And I propose the question again that the sum stated for this program stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let me just check to ensure that we don't have any hands raised online. No hands raised. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 752, Agriculture. Current estimate stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can invite honorable members. I will now put page 684, I'll now put capital expenditure for Agency 75, Region number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 752, Agriculture Capital Expenditure. I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 752, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I will have to continue to put each head because we do have persons online who may have questions to raise. Honorable members, turn to pages 518 and 519. Sorry, 518, 519. Mr. Clerk, are we on the right page? No? I just put Ministry of Agriculture just now. That's 516. Sorry. My Word document. Yeah, my Word document jumped up. Honorable members, sorry, it's pages 516 and 517. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 753, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 753, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Could I take 1 minute? Honorable Minister Dharmlal, could I see you for 1 moment, please? Honorable members, we will continue page 684, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 753, Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 753, Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 518 and 519. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahika Berbice, Program 754, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question. Region 5, someone had a question? Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 754, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now take you to page 684. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 754, Education Delivery, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 520 and 521. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 755, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 755, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 684. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 755, Health Services Capital Expenditure, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member Dr. Mahadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Referring to 1203700, Buildings Health. Could the Honorable Minister say whether the description here says provision for bond? Is it for the bond to store additional medical drugs and medical supplies? And if, where would this bond be located, Mr. Minister?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. It is the construction of a pharmacy bond. This is one of the upgraded policies of the Ministry of Health to ensure that we have better services in our regions. In Region 5, we've actually had many challenges regarding proper storage of drugs and medical supplies. And so at Bushlot, West Coast Berbice, we are going to be constructing a regional health storage bond.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Region Number 5, Mahaica Berbice, Program 755, Health Services, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. On your behalf, and on my own behalf, I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister and the staff of Region 5 for taking us through those estimates. Let the House resume. Honorable Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Member, Mr. Nigel Dharmlal, you'd like to make a statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to everyone. Earlier today, this House had some issues which we believe that became very heated. And so I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, to indicate to you that if I had said anything that was misconstrued, that it was not my intention to make those statements to that effect. And if they were statements which were also unparliamentary on my part during the course of the interrogations, then I would like to withdraw them as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the House will resolve itself into Committee of Supply. Honorable members, let me invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Nigel Dharmlal, and his team from Region 6 to take us through the next agency, Agency 76. And I invite you to turn to pages 526 and 527. Thank you. Online, we do have the Honorable Deputy Speaker with us. And like the Honorable members, Ms. Veersamy and Dr. Singh, I think the Honorable Deputy Leader daughter is also sharing your same birthday. Congratulations, Deputy, to your daughter. Honorable members, page 526 and 527. I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 761, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Dharmlal. Sorry, Honorable Member,
Siraj,
Mr. Siraj.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 6242, I'd like to direct the attention of the Minister here. There's been an increase in the maintenance of the building. Sir, my question is that if these are state-owned buildings or these are rentals, and why is there this increase?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are all public buildings. This is a very distinct approach from the last government, AP and UFC, that converted private property and was also paying a lot of it's, I have to be careful on the terms I use now. But Mr. Chairman, this is, like I said, a distinct policy from the last government. They had actually spent quite a lot of our taxpayers' monies to also repair private property. In this case, in Region 6, we are going to, there are some concrete and timber buildings that are going to be maintained. The regional vice chair, electrical department, legal aid, and NDMA works will be done on those areas. The accounts department. And Mr. Chairman, there is something that it's quite important for all of us to understand. The First Peoples of Guyana, and I want to reiterate what the Vice President said in the press recently, that they are paramount to the transformation of our country. And the services that this government, the PPPC government, gives to our Amerindian people, to our First Peoples, would be services and opportunities that are no different from anyone else in our country. One of the sore issues affecting our Amerindian people has to do with the way they are treated when they come on the coast, especially. And we believe that they're getting the best of the services, that even accommodation, something that's supposed to be as basic as accommodation, that they must have also the best accommodation. So we are going to be doing some massive rehabilitation work, not rehabilitation, but maintenance work on the Amerindian hostel in Stanleytown, New Amsterdam. Quite a lot of students come from the Berbice River. Amerindian students have no place to stay, and that is where they stay. And likewise, when other villagers come from Oriala, Separuta, and even other parts of the country, but end up in Region 6, and in particular New Amsterdam, they must also have a place of comfort. And this PPPC government is very happy to make sure that our Amerindian people are comforted.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 761, Regional Administration and Finance current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 685. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 761, Regional Administration and Finance, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Region 6, the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 761, Regional Administration and Finance capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We can turn to page 528 and 529. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 762, Agriculture, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Mahadio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct the Minister's attention to line item 6263, maintenance of drainage and irrigation works. $620 million. If the minister could please give us a breakdown.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are going to be doing substantial D&I work in region number 6. There are actually, Mr. Chairman, 89 canals that we are going to be doing D&I work on in all the areas, the agricultural areas. And I could probably give you some examples. In New Forest, this is in the Kanji area. In Blackbush, we are actually going to also do work on Tarani Canal, Kabuyari Creek, number 36 village, number 41 village, 51 Alness, Parkline, Ulverstone, and I have a very good friend in Ulverstone, Miss Smith, Manchester, Bengal, the different 4 polders of Blackbush, number 48, 47, Brighton, Maida, Philippi, Kildonan, Hawkstye, Liverpool, Kilmarnock, Bloomfield, Tarlagy, Wim, Bushlot, Rosal, Crabwood Creek as well. Mr. Chairman, these are all areas where Region 6 is predominantly farming, agriculture. And the Minister of Agriculture as well has been spending a lot of time with our farmers, as our other members of the government, making sure that all of the infrastructure, they are well maintained, and so will redound to the benefit of our farmers. So I'm happy to report that we are going to be spending all of these monies in the best interest of our farmers of Region 6.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 762, Agriculture Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to page 685? 685. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 762, Agriculture Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Mahadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, again, D&I works here, you have another $71 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, substantial D&I works have to be done in Region 6. And this is also complementing the work that the Ministry of Agriculture is doing. So we have a massive rehabilitation work in the D&I sector in Region 6. For example, a heavy-duty bridge at the 61-62 Facade Canal is going to be constructed. A 15 by 58 feet bridge. The Crabwood Creek number 1 sluice is going to be rehabilitated. The number 49 sluice will be reconstructed at number 49 village. The number 66 sluice will be rehabilitated at number 66 village. The number 52 Macondo Canal will be, drainage structure will also be reconstructed. And Mr. Chairman, we will also be rehabilitating a heavy-duty bridge at number 52 Facade, as well as number 56 Facade. And in addition, the 16 NDC districts within Region 6 will also be provided with HDP tubes and other pieces of drainage equipment to facilitate the water management systems of Region 6. So I believe that this will be monies well spent for thousands of farmers in Region 6.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Dr. Mahadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the Minister for ensuring that all the NDCs will have some monies there, including my own village, number 66 village.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine Program 762 Agriculture Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let's go to pages 530 and 531. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine Program 763, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Dr. Mahadio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct the Minister's attention to 6242, maintenance of buildings, $39.9 million. Minister, could you please expound?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So indeed, as part of the upgrade of services that we are providing in Region 6, we would be rehabilitating the regional engineer quarters and to provide accommodation for some other members of staff. We'd be doing some living quarters. Also, in health, we'd be rehabilitating the living quarters for some of the health officers. The hospital CEO, their living quarter will also be rehabilitated. The medical superintendent and a plethora of other quarters for medical officers would be rehabilitated. And as part of the program budgeting of Region 6, Mr. Chairman, on the 6251 roads, we also have budgeted to maintain 23 different roads in addition to all the roads that we've done previously in Region 6. And Mr. Chairman, this will also complement what we will do in the Public Works Capital Program and with the Ministry of Public Works, who they have already budgeted to do roads in every single NDC. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, in Crawood Creek NDC area, we'll be doing the main two main accesses. In 5274, we'll be doing the 74 Middle Walk and 72 4th Street. In Port Moran, Johns NDC, Area R, Last Street, Anchorville, and the continuation of Area R, 4th Street that was done later last year. At Rose Hall, we'll be doing, and this is Rose Hall is one of the towns in Region 6, 4th Street, Swamp Section, Independence Avenue to West Sideline, East Sideline Dam, or the Pump Road as is more commonly called, and 3rd Street, East to West Sideline we'd also be doing. At Good Hope 51 NDC, we'd be doing the 49 Cemetery Street eastern side and the western side, as well as 46 4th Street eastern side. At Fort Ordnance NDC, we'd be doing Better Hope Street and Sawmill Dam. In Blackbush, we'd be doing 4th Street Les Beholden North and 4th Street Field 7, Mybury South. In Hawkstyle, Lancaster NDC, McGowan Primary School Street. I actually went to that area during the cash grant that the Honorable Minister of Education had, and that street is actually in a very bad state. And in Alness, Section 22, 4th Street, west of the public road. In Firish, Gibraltar, Bush Dam, Main Street, and Downer Street will also be done. And in Kintyre, Borlam, Nazarene Church Street, Seawell, 2nd Cross Street, and Seawell, 2nd Cross Street, and Seawell, Main Street. And just to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, these are done as part of the maintenance program. We have many more to do on the Public Works Capital and also on the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Mahadio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Minister preempted my other question. So, maintenance of bridges for $68 million, Honorable Minister. Could you please analyze
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also reiterate President Ali's commitment to all Guyana that every single piece of infrastructure we are going to be investing in. And so one of the bridges at Quinton Street, Betsy Ground, East Kanji, at Liverpool, at Lesby Holden North, this is the 4th Street in Field 9, Joanna South, 2nd Street, this is another pole in Blackbush. Yakusari North, 4th Street, this again is in Blackbush. Number 2, West Middlewalk in the 5274 NDC. The 7374 sideline East 2nd Street, that bridge will also be done. In Maibikuri, on the public road, one of the bridges would be done between Lesby Holland and Maibikuri. And 2nd Cross Street, Liverpool, as well as Russell Street, Hampshire.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine Program 763, Public Works. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 685. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 763, Capital, forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister,
Mr. Chairman.
Barrett.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable Minister Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, project code 1401000 roads. Mr. Chair, there is an allocation of $275 million. As we know, this is for capital expenditure, meaning new roads. Can the Honorable Minister provide or give us a list of the roads that will be built under this program in Region 6, taking into consideration that they're all new roads? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, first are they all new roads and then the list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to report that we are going to do, in addition to maintenance on 23 roads under the RDC current program, we'd also be doing an additional 20 roads in Region 6 in the capital program, 20 new roads. And those roads would be Forest Cross Street, which is commonly referred to as Dr. Narayan Street in Block 14, Ramboli Street in Edinburgh, this is in the Newfield Endo. I know Minister Vikram Bharat, Honorable Chairman, has been lobbying a lot for work in that NDC area. Ballfield Street in Old Chesney, and I know that...
Honorable Minister, do you say Old Chesney?
In Old Chesney, yes. Yes,
is there a new Chesney?
Yes, new scheme.
New scheme, okay.
Yes. Okay. And Chesney is a massive area, Mr.
Because I know Chesney very, very well.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to state that all 20 of these streets are going to be done in asphaltic concrete, best quality. So people can drive very freely now. In Fort Ordnance, we are going to do Reed Street in Fort Ordnance. And Mr. Chairman, in this area, the Ministry of Housing and Water, they are also doing some road rehabilitation work in this NDC area as well. Yakusari North, 3rd Street, we are also going to be doing. This is in Blackbush Boulder. 3rd Street, Letterkenny, northern half of the public road. Rehabilitation of Grant 1806 main access in Crabwood Creek. 47 4th Street as well in the Good Hope 51 NDC, and this is the area that Mr. Ramjatan is from, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan is from this area. So we are also working in Mr. Ramjatan's village.
Tarlagy for a street, we are also doing Tarlagy for a street north on the quarantine. Transformer Street in Alnes Village, this is in Hochstyle and Castor, NDC. Back Cross Street, the southern half, at West Good Banana Land in Kanji. Eastern Sideline, South Kildonan, that will also be done. In Badan Street, Badan Scheme, we will also be doing one of the streets. In Pletanka, this is one of the new NDC areas. We are going to be the entrance to Light Town. We are also going to be doing converting that. And East Bank Borbis, Mr. Chairman, has not really had any type of infrastructural development in the last 6 or 7 years. So there, that is much needed. In Rose Hall as well, this is the town. We are going to do Third Street north of the public road. In Macedonia, Joppa NDC. Suma Street in number 36 Village. In Curriverton, this is the town close to the Suriname border. We're going to be doing Queenstown Street. And I know during an outreach of His Excellency, other streets are also currently being done in Curriverton town. In Glasgow, in New Amsterdam, Glasgow Nursery School Street will also be done this year. Number 4 Dam, Albion Chesney, that is going towards the Fisheries Complex. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, that will also be done in Chesney Village. And the construction of Johannes South 3rd Street will also be done during the course of this year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I was listening keenly to hear if you were going to include number 4 Dam, because my memories of that dam are not so nice, walking from the public road to Old Chesney in the mud. My mom is from Chesney, and the Honorable Member and Shadow Minister of Home Affairs, Gita Chandan, is just up the number 4 Dam Watermill. That's where she is from. And she would be very happy to know of all these improvements. I'm sure she would be, because we had loving talks about developments in Chesney. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, this government is the government for everyone, and we will build every single road in this country, irrespective of who lives there. And indeed, many residents of this area, they have been accosting us to get this road constructed. And I'm happy to report that under President Ali, this road will be constructed this year.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, sorry, the Honorable Member, Mr. Chapter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under Public Works Code 110700, bridges. I noticed there is a provision for bridges in Region 6. Can the Honorable Minister say which communities bridges will be constructed and how the farmers in those communities will benefit?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I am happy to report the work that we are doing in Region 6. The number 7 Village Footpath Bridge will be done, Mr. Chairman. The construction of a light-duty bridge at Maibikuri North 4th Street. Construction of a light-duty bridge at Joanna North. Both of these are in the Blackbush folder. Light-duty bridge at Yakusari North 4th Street in the Blackbush folder also. In number 73 Village, and 5274 is the largest NDC area in our country. And naturally, you will see investments, a lot of investments in Region 6 in that NDC area. Construction of a bridge at Dr. Bush Nick. This is contiguous to Albion. A light-duty bridge at Don Robin on the quarantine. And finally, at a light-duty bridge at Lonsdale in the East Bank Borbis as well.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Some very familiar names, Dr. Bush, Guava Bush. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Member, Mr. Deodat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable, on the same line, can you Can the honorable member say if road lighting is part of any provision in this capital budget that you have put forward? Specifically, same line item.
Yeah, we're dealing with line item. We're dealing with line, honorable members, we're dealing with line item roads. And it's a very good question. Are we now putting lighting along these roadways? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe Honorable Minister Indar preempted also what many of the residents in these areas would have requested. And I can tell you that I've had commitment from the Ministry of Public Works that on many of these roads that they will also be adequately addressed with street lights.
Thank you very
much. We are
much,
very happy to the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jafar Ali.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question. Can the honorable minister say that the street lights was removed by the AP and UAFC government sometime?
On which line item?
Same line item.
The same line item?
Yeah. Roads.
But didn't I hear these were new roads?
The roads with light. You see, connected.
Okay,
I just want the honorable minister if he will replace those lights in those communities.
Honorable Minister, under the same item, some of these roads were lighting removed.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is a work in progress, and in a discussion with His Excellency, I visited Region 6 with him, and I recall His Excellency also committing during the course of this first term, and we are going to be in here for very many terms. This is only the first of many in this cycle. That across Region 6, across the coast of Guyana, will be lighted, as well as in many areas of the hinterland, especially in the town areas and in the populated Amerindian villages. We would also be putting in a lot of street lighting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 763, Public Works Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 532 and 533. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 764, Education Delivery Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Mahadio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I direct your attention to 6242, maintenance of buildings. A lot of the buildings in the schools in Berbice need a lot of work to be done because works were not done over the last few years. And we have 242 million here for maintenance of buildings. Could you advise us which buildings in particular will be repaired? And 6243, I'll ask you the other question at the same time. Janitorial cleaning supplies. We have increased from 55 million to 70 million. Would this cater to the age in which we are living with the COVID pandemic?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to report out of the 129 school buildings in Region 6 that we'll be spending this massive amount of 242 million. Not just on maintenance of 103 school buildings, but also the impact 242 million will have in some of these small communities. And the policy of our government is to make sure that small contractors to do maintenance work within communities where these schools are located. That will also generate village economies, which will contribute to the expansion of the employment database that we are currently driving. So it is much more, honorable member, than just maintaining a school, but it also has to do with growing the village economy around these schools.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, there was another part, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
70 million would be also spent, and the Minister of Education has established recently an inspectorate division, or has gotten an inspectorate division to really work and to monitor the performance as well as the infrastructure of the regional education system. And I'd like to report to the Honorable Minister as well that a lot of what is budgeted here for cleaning and janitorial supplies would be going towards the schools to make sure that the schools are at the best sanitary conditions, and also our teachers and other officials of these schools are provided with the best sanitary conditions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 764, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 685. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 764, Education Delivery, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister Indar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 1203900, buildings. There's a sum of 184 million. Can the Honorable Minister say which of these schools and dormitories that this 184 million will be spent on? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just reported that we'll be doing extensive maintenance work on 103 of the 129 school buildings in Region 6. We have an additional allocation of 184 million, and we will do construction of hand washing facilities in 16 nursery school compounds. And I have a list of those nursery schools. I can lay them over to you, Honorable Member, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. The Viron's Irvin Secondary School, rehabilitation of the Viron's Irvin Secondary School, extension of the Shitanka Nursery School, extension and renovation of the Home Economics Department and building at Manchester Secondary School, and securing the science lab as well at Manchester Secondary School. Mr. Chairman, this is very important. The rehabilitation of a jetty at Barakara Landing. That landing gives us access to both the school and to the health facility. This is in the Kanchi Creek. Number 56 Primary School would also be rehabilitated. Springlands Dorm, we would do extensive rehabilitation work at the Springlands Dormitory, and a lot of Amerindian students are housed at the Springlands Dormitory. We would also be doing something relatively different, and I think that this is one of the things that is actually going to drive our education system now. In collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, we'd be building shade houses at 9 secondary schools in the region. And this is practically all the secondary schools, possibly except in NAMS. New Amsterdam was the latter one. That is the school of our Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at Princeton and the Quarantine, the nursery school will also be extended. Albion Front Nursery School will be extended. Library, and one of the things I know the Minister of Education has been sharing quite a lot of library type books in many areas. I myself delivered some of those in Region 2. Extension of the library at Manchester Secondary will also be done. At Locarbo Primary, Mr. Chairman, at New Amsterdam, at the secondary school, construction of broiler pens. So they are also going to be involved in some livestock production, in this case, broilers. Also, we'll be building some chicken pens in other secondary schools in Region 6. Construction of a new block as well at one of the more popular primary schools in the region, and that is the St. Teresa's Primary School in New Amsterdam. So, Honorable Minister and Mr. Chairman, those are the areas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Vikram Bharat, Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Project Code 240-2000, Land and Water Transport, is a provision of $35 million. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister say whether this would cater for transportation of school children in the Oriala-Siparuta area, in the Kanji Creek area, and also of the Berbice River? Or if there is already systems in place by the region to transport children from these areas who are attending school on the coast?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Honorable Minister. Ignore that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So,
a President's College boy has a lot of comprehension.
So, Mr. Chairman, we are indeed buying 2 buses, and this will complement the fleet that we have in Region 6, both for land and water transport. A 30-seater bus, and this is a proper 30-seater bus. It is not one of those buses that will be smoking and killing. No, it is not a David G bus, Mr. Chairman, but it'll be a proper 30-seater bus to transport some of our school children. And I wish to report, Mr. Chairman, I have a note here from the RDC, that one of those buses that was formerly emblazoned with David G, that one of those buses is actually 20 years old. And that is why it is not working. And many times students are left on the road waiting on the David G bus. So I'm happy to report that we are actually providing a new 30-seater bus. We'll also be buying another 15-seater bus as well to complement the transportation requirements of our students. And in the riverine areas, in Kanji Creek, as well as in the Berbice River, we are providing fuel to the village boats so that those children can get to school on time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's quite refreshing to hear what's happening, especially in the Berbice River area. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 6764, Education Delivery, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 534 and 535? And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region Number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 765, Health Services, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Bishwa Mahadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct the Minister's attention to 6242. Minister, last year in 2021, there was a lot of monies that were spent in Region 6 to do works in the primary healthcare facilities to ensure that they are more patient-friendly. We have here $130 million. Could you advise on what facilities this money would be spent?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in this entire health program, under the current program in the Region 6,
we've actually increased, Honorable Member, the entire budget for Region 6 Health. In just the current program, I will speak to the capital shortly, by over 400 million Guyana dollars in Region 6. So we are now spending in the current program 2.746 billion Guyana dollars in Region 6 Health. So, Mr. Chairman, we have maintenance work will be done at New Amsterdam Hospital, Skeldon, Port Morant, Mybe Curie, the National Psychiatric Hospital. I was looking across there. New Amsterdam Health Center, Skeldon Health Center, Evesham Health Center, Lanliveman Health Center in Liverpool, Angois Avenue Health Center, the Bushlot Health Center, Port Morant Health Center. We'll be doing Williamsburg, number 64. Mr. Chairman, all of the, and I can lay this over to the Honorable Member, all of the health centers across Region 6 and hospitals would receive maintenance funds.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 765 Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 685 and 686. And I propose a question that is sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 765, Health Services Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Mahadli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 1204,000. Honorable Minister, I'd like to remind you that when the MP from the opposition from Region 6 spoke, he said that we need to build health centers in Region 6 and none are being built. Could you advise whether any health centers will be built under this line item, and where will it be located?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, Honorable Member, it is our commitment to upgrade the access to health facilities in all of our regions. And in Region 6, in this particular case, in the Fort Ordnance Housing Scheme, we'll be constructing a new health center.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 76, Region number 6, East Berbice Quarantine, Program 765, Health Services Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, on your behalf and my own, let me thank the Minister and his team from Region number 6 for taking us through the estimates for that agency. We give the Minister and his team from Region 6 an opportunity to get in place. As the minister and his team is getting in place, members, please turn your attention to pages 540 and 541. Honorable members, we are starting this head at 9:26. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Cuyuni, Mazaruni, Program 771, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister Tashir, please put on your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6255, could the Honorable Minister advise us on what $38.85 million will be spent on for maintenance of other structure? And may I also say congratulations to the Minister and the region for having been able to have an increase in their budget from 1.6 billion to 1.8 billion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the increase in the budget had a lot to do with Honorable Minister Tashiro, who has been working assiduously in Region Number 7 over the last few years. So, Mr. Chairman, I wish to report, and this will be cross-cutting in all of the hinterland regions, that every single village in the hinterland regions, 1, 7, 8, and 9, would get some sort of investment from budget 2022. And in this case, the lighting system at Isineru, Kamarang, both of those will benefit from maintenance. The water system at Kartabo Landing, at Imbaimedai, the landing at Imbaimedai, that has been treacherous for quite a long time, so it will receive some maintenance. The Philippi landing, sometime last year, I climbed that landing at Philippi, and it was extremely steep. The water system at Itabali would also be maintained. 72 miles, the community center ground, we'll be doing maintenance work. The Isineru landing, this is the second project we're doing in Isineru. And at Batavia, in the Lower Mazaruni, the Batavia landing will also be maintained. And all government compounds in Upper Maz, Lower Maz, and Middle Maz, we'd be doing extensive maintenance work.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Minister Paras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6302, training including scholarships. I see that budget 2022 has allocated $430,000, which is a good increase from the $200,000 from 2020. Can I ask the Honorable Minister what training will be offered to Region 7?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as part of us expanding government services, we also have to upgrade the competence of many of our government officials in these regions. So in areas of procurement management, there will be training in areas of procurement management, in the use of some computer software and some programs, especially to ensure that we're able to provide better services. PSM also is working quite a lot with building virtual teams in our regions. And so this will also be covered here. Accounting, as an accountable government, we have to make sure our people are all trained. One of the things that we also have to do very quickly too is to provide leadership development training, and this will be across many other regions. And oftentimes I get questioned on if we are able to deliver this massive budget. So, Mr. Chairman, we are also providing, in conjunction with PSM, project management training to individuals of Region Number 7.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 771, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to page 687? And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 771, Regional Administration and Finance, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister Tashir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, could the honorable member say under 1204300 buildings, which buildings will be, which buildings will the region pay attention to of the $26 million allocated?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to report that we'll be doing in Bartica, Central almost, the multipurpose building at Baidarabo. That building is going to be rehabilitated. In Camarang, in the Upper Mazaruni, the Amerindian hostel is going to be extended in Camarang, in the Upper Mazaruni. And also, and of course, Camarang is like the capital of the Upper Mazaruni. And so almost everyone who passes through from other villages end up at the Amerindian hostel. So we are putting resources to expand the Amerindian hostel. And finally, Honorable Minister Teixeira, the living quarters of some members of the public work, the mechanical engineer based in Bartica.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 771, Regional Administration and Finance, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 542 and 543. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 772, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Teixeira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask the Honorable Minister on the headings 6251, maintenance of roads, 6252, maintenance of bridges, and 6253, irrigation and drainage works. Could you give us, I know this is a long list, but could you give us the highlights? Because I know many communities are waiting to hear if roads or bridges are in this budget for Region 7.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, indeed, for maintenance of roads in Region 7, many years ago we had started the road between Camarang and Warmadong, and we are putting more monies again to further enhance that road between Camarang and Warmadong. This is in the Upper Mazaruni. Mr. Chairman, we have begun also extending to other Amerindian villages in the Upper Mazaruni. So from Kako now to Warmadong, that road will be maintained, or it has to be further maintained. Mora Point in Bartica,
this is one of the areas that the road is in a terrible state, and we have to do some work on it. Different sections at Bamford Point, also in Bartica. The Bartica-Putara Road itself, we'd have to do some extensive maintenance, and many of these roads that I'm referring to, if not farming, a lot of mining and logging logistics take place along these roads. The West Bartica Secondary School Road will also be maintained. 8th Street in Bartica. Carbisi Hill Road would be maintained. By the Rabo Front Road. By the Rabo Back Road. 4 Miles Nursery School Road will also receive maintenance. The Hostel Road at 7th Avenue. And, 4th Street will also be maintained. And a road at Mongrippa Hill. Those are the roads that are going to be maintained. The bridges, one of the bridges in Warmadong, one in Etteringbang, which is way on the other side. In Kako, maintenance at Agatash as well. We recently, only last year, we completed the road into Agatash, so we're doing a bridge as well. And along the main access road, another bridge in Agatash. Mr. Chairman, in terms of DNI, the Kukui River between Philippi and Jawala, when the water is low, in that area, it is very, very difficult to traverse. The Kamarang River itself, in some areas, we'd have to do some cleaning. The Ataro River, Wax Creek, maintenance of drains in West Indian Housing Scheme in Bartica. In 4 Miles Housing Scheme, also in Bartica. In 1 to 5 miles as well in Bartica. So practically the entire Bartica. Drains around the municipal area in Bartica. 3 Miles Creek will also be maintained, as well as Mongrippa Creek and the river defense around Bartica. I want to state though, Mr. Chairman, before I leave on this issue, that in the Amerindian areas, we are actually going to give contracts to our Amerindian brothers and sisters within those villages to do a lot of this work. So instead of bringing contractors from outside of the region or outside of the village, as was done previously, work within Amerindian villages would be done by Amerindian people.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 772, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I invite you to visit page 687, honorable members. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Program 772, Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member,
Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable Member tell us on the 1401100 roads, which are the roads that have been identified for this expenditure of 56 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the upgrade of the Kako to Kamarang Road, that is going to be converted into compact laterite. So you can actually drive on that road at some point in time during the course of this year. Kamarang to Waramadong, so we are actually going to be linking now. You can drive before the end of this year from Kaku way to Waramadong. And I see my colleague Lee Williams is probably getting very excited there. Mr. Chairman, there is a long journey between the airstrip and the village in Arau. I know my colleague, Minister Pauline Sukai, slept one night at the airstrip. Yes, because of that long walk, having reached out very late. And so the Kamarang airstrip road will also be rehabilitated. Sorry, Arau airstrip road will also be rehabilitated. And there's a little village called Amakokopai, which is attached to Philippi. And we are also going to convert that to a compact laterite road. Mr. Chairman, there is something that I think is the high point of this budget in Region 7 in education. The children of Jawala, those that live across the Kukui River, they have to walk over on pontoons, a pontoon bridge that they pull with a rope, a floating bridge. And to get into the Jawala Primary School or the nursery school. And I know the former Minister of State, I think, Don Hastings, he used to be the HM at Jawala for still is, a number of years, held up that position whilst that honorable member sat in Parliament as a government minister, and possibly still, and no one could have been promoted. I recall one young man acted as the HM. He has been a deputy, unable to be promoted for many, many years in Jawala. So we are going to build a 160-foot bridge across the Kukui River for the children of Jawala. And Minister Teixeira, I'd like to report that, and please ensure that, sorry? And also, yes, Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General sent me the picture, but I've actually walked the bridge before. So it has been on the cards. We've budgeted for it already. And the construction of 4th Street, Bartica, a culvert in 4th Street, Bartica. So this is really the high point of the Region 7 education budget, that bridge for school children.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I was just wondering how the Attorney General is familiar with that area. I don't know there is court in that area. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazuruni, Program 772, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 5444 and 545. And I propose, excuse me, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazuruni, Program 773, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Program 773, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 687. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazuruni, Program 773, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Mr. Williams.
Project Code 12-04100, buildings. With the Minister, the breakdown of this. Some which schools will be built or be done with.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Region 7, we are going to be building a new school at the Kaikan Amerindian village. The current building is dilapidated and possibly has been there since the village was inhabited.
So the building is extremely old and unsafe. We'd also be doing massive rehabilitation, extension and rehabilitation at Jawala Nursery. We'll also be constructing a primary school at Etteringbank, Honorable Minister Tashir, Mr. Chairman. We'll be doing extension and rehab at the Precious Gems in 2nd Avenue, Bartica. Falmouth, an extension at the Falmouth Primary School in the Lower Maz, and rehabilitation of Kwebanang Primary in the Upper Mazaruni, that is a village in sandwich between Kako and Jawala. And in Porima, we would also be doing some sanitary facilities for the school in Porima, where the Honorable Lee Williams, my colleague, is from.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Williams.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Project code 280600 water supply. Could the Honorable Minister give a breakdown which area will be benefiting from this from the sum?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a well is supposed to be constructed by the Ministry of Housing and Water in Warramadong. And there is going to be an installation of a water system in Warramadong. And secondly, at Kangaruma, in the Middlemaz, we'll be spending $10 million on the installation of a water system as well.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 773, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 546 and 547. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 774, Health Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Minister Teixeira.
Mr. Chairman, under 6242 maintenance buildings, could the Honorable Minister say which health buildings are included in the $51 million allocated here?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Camarang Medex quarters, the doctor's quarters too at Camarang, the Batavia Health Post, Winnipiru Health Post, Kako Health Post, Isinru Doctor's Quarters, Arau Health Post, 72 Miles Health Post, Wailing Health Post, Puruni Health Post, the Bartico Hospital, and the Camarang Hospital. They will all, those would be the buildings under consideration for maintenance during the course of this year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 774, Health Services current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 688. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region Number 7, Kuyuni Mazaruni, Program 774, Agriculture, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1204200, buildings. Can the Honorable Minister give a breakdown of this $121 million.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. A shade house will be constructed in Camarang. We'll be buying 2 brush cutters, 4 spray cans, 4 mist blowers, 1 meat slicer, 1 electric smoker, and 4 wax foundation rollers under this line item.
We were at Health Services.
So, Mr. Chairman, you said agriculture.
Sorry if I said agriculture. We were 774. Honorable member, let me propose the head once again. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazuruni, Program 774, Health Services, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates.
Chair, let me repeat back my project code 1D20 buildings health. Can the Honorable Minister give a breakdown of this sum, $121 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to 3 rollovers, that is the MCH, Maternal and Child Health Clinic in Bartica, the Camarang District Hospital Extension, and a duplex living quarters in Bartica. We would also be constructing a new, and this time a proper drug bond, not the one as in Sussex Street. Living quarters for the health worker, and also a visiting doctor at Puruni. A lot of people traverse this road, and we would like to upgrade the facilities that we have there, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Bartica is expected to have a new 3-story hospital that has to be constructed, and so we would have to relocate the mortuary to another area to facilitate the construction of the new hospital in Bartica. The Imbaymirai Health Post will be rehabilitated and extended. The Kaikan Health Post will be rehabilitated and extended. Mr. Chairman, in Etteringbang, there is no accommodation for a doctor, and this is a transient area with many people crossing the border, and so we'll be constructing living quarters for the medical personnel there. They actually live in the health facility right now. In Porima as well, Mr. Chairman, the last GMO, government medical officer we had in Porima, was from that village, but since they left, this village has been without any proper service from the level of a doctor, and so we'd be constructing an accommodation, living quarters, for a doctor to be stationed in Porima in the Upper Mazruni. In Waramadong too, the health post will be rehabilitated and extended. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we'll be constructing at Isano, the living quarters for a doctor to be stationed, whether permanently or intermittently in Isano.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazuruni, Program 774, Health Services, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us go down that same page, 688. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazruni, Program 775, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Minister, I think you would have made reference already to that here. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 77, Region number 7, Kuyuni Mazruni, Program 775, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let us thank the Honorable Minister and staff of Region 7 for taking us through that head. Honorable members, as the Minister gets his Region 8 team together, let us turn to page 554. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 781, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 781, Regional Administration and Finance stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 789. Sorry, 689. Page 689. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 781, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 781, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I turn your attention to page 556 and 557. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 782, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 782, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now turn your attention to page 689. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 782, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister Sukhai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister share with this House the capital allocation for 782 and the various infrastructure work that will be done. Can he also detail under this heading the bridges that will be done at 11-00800, at 1401 200 roads? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to all the bridges that we have done last year, we'd also be doing a bridge in Kaibarupai, and this is estimated to be 25 million. And at Maikobi, another, and both of these bridges are concrete and timber. Previously, it just used to be timber bridges, and this would be approximately 12.5 million. And a lot of these works would be done by residents of these areas. Regarding roads, Mr. Chairman, the road between or linking Korokobaru and Itabak in the North Pakaraima Mountains will be approximately 20 kilometers. Mr. Chairman, I know you, when I was a boy, you used to be in those areas. $14 million, and those were in the bad days. I mean, like the treacherous days. Now we can actually drive between these villages. Mr. Chairman used to walk those days. Mr. Chairman, too, between Keto and Korokobaru, approximately 15 kilometers, we'll be providing $12 million for the upgrade or rehabilitation of that road link. And between Kopinang and Kamana, we'd also be providing 14 million, a total of $40 million. And I would like to report too, Mr. Chairman, that through the Ministry of Public Works, last year, $100 million were expended on the road rehabilitation in the North Pakaraimas, and an additional sum in 2022 from the Ministry of Public Works is also allocated for road rehabilitation in the North Pakaraimas. So the RDC is complementing the Ministry of Public Works in the entire road network in the North Pakaraimas Mountains.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Sugai. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Putaro Sipuruni, Program 782, Public Works, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 558 and 559. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Putaro Sipuruni, Program 783, Education Delivery Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Putaro Sipuruni, Program 783, Education Delivery Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let's turn to page 689. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Putaro Sipuruni, Program 783, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Minister Vikram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Cato Secondary School, built under the PPC administration, is the premier secondary school in our Pakaraimas. And the Honorable Minister say if there is any provision in this budget for works on that secondary school, and if so, what works will be done?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We have construction of 2 dorms on the K2 Secondary School Complex on the second phase. We are also doing, Mr. Chairman, an L-shaped nursery school at Monkey Mountain. We are doing a primary school, Mr. Chairman, at Kanapang, and I know Minister Sukai has been pushing for this for a long time, and also a nursery school at Korokobaro we'll be doing this year as well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Butaro Siparuni Program 783 Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 560 and 561. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Butaro Siparuni, Program 784, Health Services Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Butaro Siparuni, Program 784, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 689. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Program 784, Health Services Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Albert. Honorable Minister Sukhai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, an allocation of 205,200,000 has been allocated on the health. Can the Honorable Minister provide the details on what this will entail for the Region 8?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are some retention sums as well as a rollover. The maternal waiting home at Keto is one of the rollovers that we intend to complete. A health post and staff quarters at Sandhills Village. Yeah. A health post and staff quarters at Waipa, satellite as well. The construction of a maternal and child health facility, head office and vaccine storage in Madhya, Mr. Chairman. The rehab of the Madhya District Hospital into a regional hospital in Madhya. The installation of this is one of the major issues, installation of a central oxygen and medical air system at the Madhya Hospital, and rehabilitation of the nurses' hostel at Madhya. Those would be the buildings that we are working on this year. Mr. Chairman, also at Kaibarupai, we'll be doing an extension at the Kaibarupai Health Post. So now for labor and delivery room specifically, and that is of course to treat our mothers with some dignity in these facilities. And similarly, at the Maikwak Health Post, we'll be doing the same thing, a labor and delivery room.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Butaro Siparuni, Program 784, Health Services Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, please turn to page 562 and 563. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Butaro Siparuni, Program 785, Agriculture Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 785 Agriculture Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 690. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 785 Agriculture, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 78, Region Number 8, Pataro Siparuni, Program 785 Agriculture, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let us thank the Honorable Minister and his staff of Region 8 for taking us through their agency. Let us give the Honorable Minister a few moments to take his seat. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to page 568. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 791, Regional Administration and Finance, Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 791, Regional Administration and Finance, Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honorable members, please turn to page 691. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 791, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 791, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 792, Agriculture. Sorry, 570 and 571. The head is 792. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 792, Agriculture Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Code 6242, Maintenance of Buildings. Budgetary allocation 15 million. Could the Honorable Minister disaggregate to the committee as to which buildings under this program that will undergo maintenance?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Veterinary Officer and Program Manager's Quarters in Letham, the Agricultural Research Building in St. Ignatius, the Foot and Mouth Drive-Through Dip at, in 3 locations in Shulinab area, Anai and Korpokari, the plant nurseries at Anai, St. Ignatius, and Karasabai, the life crops and livestock extension officers building in St. Ignatius, the slaughterhouses in Aishalton, Sand Creek, and Anai. We recently built a slaughterhouse in Karasabai, and a soil and plant pathology lab in St. Ignatius at the regional research station in St. Ignatius.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 792, Agriculture, Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 691. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 792, Agriculture Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 792, Agriculture Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 572 and 573. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 793, Public Works, Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Code 6242, maintenance of buildings. Mr. Speaker, I have three questions and put it in one. 6242, maintenance of buildings. Allocation, 44 million. 6251, maintenance of roads, 70 million. 6252, maintenance of bridges, 45 million. The question is, can the Honorable Minister respectively disaggregate to this committee and the nation at large as to what constitutes the proposed allocation? Can he give us what entails this allocation?
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Charlie. Honorable Minister, you have 3 line items to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The living quarters in for a sub-treasury officer, Honorable Minister of Finance, in Lethem, the regional accounting unit, a multi-purpose building that is close to the Guyana-Lethem border, and the Amerindian Conference Hall in Lethem as well. Those are the buildings. In terms of bridges, the repairs to the Arwau Bridge in Prodar, the Alligator Bridge in Tiger Pond, and the Carroll Bridge also in Jawari. We also have bridges in the South Pacaramas, like I said, and if the Honorable Member would like more details, then I could lay this over to the Honorable Member. Regarding roads, we are doing repairs to the 2 kilometers of road repairs at Karasabai. The Waweta internal road we would also be maintaining, or the road at Masara, which suffered some serious damage in the last flood. The road from Shulinap to Potaranau, which hasn't been looked at for a long time. Katana Road, as well as the road in Ruperty. And again, I could provide the details to the Honorable Member if he so desires.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr. Chairman, this is also in addition to all of the road maintenance work that will be done by the Ministry of Natural Resources in Region 9, as well as the Ministry of Public Works, the few hundred kilometers of roads that will be maintained.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Uptakatu, Upper Kibo, Program 793, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amount stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, let's turn to page 691. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Apatakatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 793, Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the program, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Chard.
Mr. Speaker, Code 140, 1300 roads, allocation 84 million. Can the Honorable Minister tell the committee as to which roads this provision will take care of in Region 9?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to caveat this by saying that the Ministry of Public Works and Natural Resources would be doing the majority of the road construction in Region 9, in addition to bridges, also roads. To the regional budget specifically, we'd be raising, grading, and compacting sections of the road from Crowdar to Achiwib, which has been under some tenuous conditions of recent. A section of the road in Lethem Central will be converted into asphaltic concrete This is on the right bank of the Tapachinga Creek. And we have additional roads in the Ministry of Public Works to be done in Latham Township as well during the course of this year. Upgrading of the internal road in Katunarib and upgrading a section of the St. Ignatius Jawari Farm Road. And regarding bridges, to preempt the Honorable Member, Mr. Chairman, we'll be constructing a concrete bridge at Ermis Creek, a concrete and wooden bridge at Tiger Creek in Tiger Pond. That actually collapsed. A concrete and wooden bridge at Paipang as well. These two areas are in the South Pacaraimos. And in Deep South, a concrete and wooden bridge at Cookrit Creek. Cookrit Creek. Mr. Chairman, in the savannas, sometimes you would probably see a flat savanna in the dry season, but in the rainy season, some areas would have deep ponds. So we have to build some culverts in these areas. And in Achueb, we would be building a culvert, and these are solid cast concrete culverts. In Sawariwo and along the St. Ignatius Farm Road as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Charlie.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks on behalf of the people of Region 9 to the Minister and the other ministries. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because under the previous government, the coalition government,
And
our
the
road
question is,
infrastructure
Honorable Member.
and the bridges were neglected. And I thank this government on behalf of the people for addressing this through this intervention.
Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo Program 793, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, let us turn to pages 574 and 575. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 794, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 794, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Members, please turn to page 691. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region number 9, Potaro, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 794, Education Delivery, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Char.
Mr. Speaker, Code 124700, Buildings Education, budgetary allocation 191 million, provision for schools, dormitories, and sanitary facilities. Yes. Could the Honorable Minister tell this committee as to where the construction of schools will be undertaken, which villages,
Honorable Minister.
dormitories, and sanitary facilities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it is indeed true that we are doing a lot of investment in Region Number 9, which has been neglected for a long time in the last few years. As a matter of fact, the budget for Region Number 9 has increased to 4,132,000,000 this year. Mr. Chairman, we'll be constructing a female dorm at the Sand Creek Secondary School complex in South Central Rupununi. There is no separate dorm for females, so we'll be constructing a separate dorm for females. We'll be extending the Aishalton Secondary School dorm as well. We'll be constructing a building to host or to accommodate the CPC trainee teachers, because many of them have to come out of villages to come to Letham, and they do not have any proper facility or accommodation. We are going to rehabilitate the Anai Secondary School main building as well, taking education to the cutting edge in the Rupununi. The Aishalton Aishalton, Anai, and Sand Creek dorms will be upgrading their sanitary facilities. We'll be, for the first time, Honorable Minister of Education, Mr. Chairman, there is a satellite as soon as you climb the Kaichur Mountain, which is an annex to Tipuru. We'll be, for the first time, constructing a primary school annex. Those children have to traverse across mountains every day to get to Tipuru Primary School. We'd also be rehabilitating the Parabara Primary School, and of course, this is one of our campaign promises. The Parabara Primary School will also be rehabilitated. This is way in the deep south. The Shia Crowdar now, or Crowdar, Aishalton Primary, and Achua Primary Schools, they will all get upgraded sanitary facilities.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agencies 7 to 9, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 794, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 795, Health Services. Sorry, 576. The heading is 795. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sums stated for agencies 7 to 9, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 795, Health Services, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Mahadi.
Thank you, Chair. Minister 6242, Maintenance of Buildings, $58 million. Could you advise which facilities will benefit?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there will be repairs and some level of upgrade to the Sawario health post, from a health post into a health center. Sorama as well, the Sorama health post will be converted into a health center. The Crowdar health post will be converted into a health center. The Riwa health post, this is in the Rupununi River, will also be converted into a health center. And the Quatamang health post will also be converted into a health center. There's a little village which is a satellite of Patarano. It's called Baitun, and we will do some rehabilitation or repair work on the health posts in Baitun.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agencies 7 to 9, Region 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Program 795, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Minister and members, please start debate 692. And I propose a question that the sum stated for agencies 7 to 9. Region number 9, Upper Taka 2, Upper Essequibo, Program 795, Health Services, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Mahadio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, $194 million will be spent capital expenditure for health in Region 9. Could the minister please advise the buildings that will be fixed, where the ambulance and the vehicles, boat and engine will be placed, and whether from the 40 million for purchase of furniture and equipment, whether we have equipment there for the theater facilities that is being currently constructed in Region 9 in I-Shelter.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am happy to report that we are going to be buying a new ambulance for the Letem Hospital, and that will also add to the services that we are providing currently. We'll be buying an ATV as well to do more outreach, and we'll be buying a boat and engine, a 40 HP and an aluminum boat, which would be used in areas, the riverine areas, especially for MCH and other specialist outreaches. Regarding the equipment, and Mr. Chairman, Dr. Mahadio can better advise me, but I can share with you some of the types of equipment that we are going to be buying. A pediatric ventilator, and this would be for the neonatal ICU at Letem Hospital. Some bedside monitors or cardiac monitors. We'll be buying an anesthesia machine for Letem Hospital, and that is part of enhanced surgery services at Letem Hospital. A portable dental unit to move around in the communities. Orthopedic fracture beds, medication trolleys, nebulization machines, crash carts, incubators, spinal boards, laryngoscope, a laryngoscope set with blades for pediatrics, laryngoscope set with blades for adults, and a number of, we'd also be buying an ECG machine, electroencephalograph for Letem, a mechanical ventilator. We'd be buying also defibrillators, suction machines, and a mobile X-ray unit, an infrared lamp, a TENS machine, and a host of other medical equipment for the medical facilities in Region 9. I'd also like to report to you, Mr. Chairman, that we would be constructing an infectious diseases center at the Letem Hospital. We'd be constructing a health post for the first time. Last year, we constructed a school in a satellite village of Taushida in the South Pakrima Mountains, on top, way away from Karasabai, at Kakshibai. So for the first time, Mr. Chairman, they are going to have their own health post. They traverse miles just to get to school and to get to a medical facility on a daily basis. We'd be doing complete rehabilitation at the Anai Hospital, at the Parabara Health Post, at the Karasabai Health Center, complete rehabilitation, and that will also elevate the services that we provide. Complete rehabilitation at Kwatamang in the North Rupununi, also an audio room and speech and language therapy room in the Letem Hospital, and total rehabilitation of the Achua Health Post. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 79, Region Number 9, Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo Program 795 Health Services Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us thank the Honorable Minister and his staff of Region 9 for taking us through those estimates and his agency. Honorable members, let us invite the Minister to get his staff of Region number 10 to join us to take us through Agency 80. Honorable members, I turn your attention to pages 582 and 583. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 801, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditures stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 801, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please join me, honorable members, on page 693. Sorry. 693. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 801, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Program 801, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, page 584 and 585. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region number 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 802, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 802, Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please let us turn to page 693. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 802, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice. Program 802, Public Works, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 586 and 587. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 803, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 803, Education Delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 693. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 803, Education Delivery, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Minister of Public Works, Bishop Juan Eche.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Project Code 1205200, Buildings Education. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the people of Region 10 will want to know how the increase of $611 million on the program overall would impact the delivery of education. Could the Honorable Minister tell us what we'll be doing with the $316 million plus that will be spent on education delivery buildings in Region 10?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report that the Christianborg Primary School, we have an outstanding retention of $13 million that we'd have to pay. The Christianborg School has about 349 students. We have begun construction of a new school at Bamia, a grade 3 primary school, and we have to pay we have budgeted $177.5 million this year. Mr. Chairman, we also have extension to the furniture making lab at the Linden Foundation Secondary in Amelia's ward. Also extension of the agricultural lab at the Linden Foundation Secondary. One for 30 million, one for 35 million. Construction of teachers' quarters. This has been a sore issue for a long time along the Mabura Road in 58 Miles Village. So we'll be spending about 32 million for the construction of teachers' quarters to accommodate at least 4 non-resident teachers. We do not have teachers from these communities generally. Also, we also have a rehabilitation of the school building in Murataro, Demerara River. And again, that building would be hosting 52 students and 5 teachers. The current building was damaged in the 2021 flood. So this rehabilitation is going to be practically a new school constructed in Murataro Amerindian Village. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 803, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, let's turn to page 588 and 589. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 804, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Region Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 804, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to pages 693 and 694? And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 804, Health Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 804, Health Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 590 and 591. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 805, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 805, Agriculture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 694. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 805, Agriculture, current capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 80, Region 10, Upper Demerara, Upper Berbice, Program 805, Agriculture, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let me thank the Minister and his team from Region 10 for taking us through that agency. Honorable members, we have now concluded our consideration of the estimates that were allocated for today. Let the assembly resume. Honorable members, we have now concluded our business for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 10th of February, 2022.
Honorable members, the Assembly stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Thursday, the 10th of February.